You are now listening to Mr. Z Blackneffect.
What's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? Fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use. It's been over a week, and we are finally at the K-Shapes relationship. Mr. Z did not realize that he put K-Shapes relationship. We will be fixing that. That is a typo. It's supposed to be K-shaped relationships, right? Okay. We've been circling around the drain, for a while now on this channel. We've been implying K-shaped relationships. We've actually said the term K-shaped relationships, K-shaped dating. We've suggested it. We've inferred it, right? We've made inference to it, better yet. And finally, here we are, the K-shaped relationships. So we, I would argue, 2026, find ourselves as exers who might still be dating or back out there in the dating market after a divorce or whatnot, as millennials, similar, back out in the dating market, find themselves out there back in the dating market, marriage market possibly, and Gen Z who hopefully haven't been married and divorced yet, right? But might be back in the dating market after a breakup. We find ourselves in an interesting position. So for those day ones, for those of us who have been all around the Black manosphere, you might recall Mr. Z saying this. I've said it on the Breakdown of Women's Perspective some 5 years ago, maybe 4 or 5 years ago now. I've said it on BGS channel. I've said it on the Roger Reports channel. I said it on Art New Styles channel. I've said it on Art of Immore's channel. Shout out to that brother. I've said it on Charles Faulkner's channel. I've said it on Edward Anderson's channel. Goddamn, Z. When Rogish used to put out content and had panels, I said it on Rogish channel. I've said it on Kev Blackman Being Brutally Honest channel. Goddamn, Z, you've been everywhere. Mr. Z has said it. I think I've even said it on Obsidian's channel a few years ago, that we no longer live in a world where you walk into adulthood with children and family in tow. So if you are a man, children and wife in tow. If you are a woman, children and husband in tow. We do not live in a world where you walk into adulting, so 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 years old, dating someone for 6 months, a year, or at least going on supervised visits with this person for 6 months to a year, and then you get married, and then you have your child, and you're adulting with this person who, if you're a woman, may be 2, 3, 4 years older than you, maybe the same age. We no longer live in that era. If you're a woman, maybe even 6, 7, 8 years older than you. We now live in the era where, on average, that man is about 2 years older than you, and you're getting married because that's the capstone. That is, as Mr. Z says it, that is the end of adulting. You have now adulted, and now you have graduated into being marriage material. Less so for women, more so for men. That is the world that we have constructed, not we in the Black manosphere, but the rest of the world, particularly the white elites, goddamn you. That is the world that is now available to us. Now, for many, which you will find, particularly in the Black community, is that they never get married. Well, damn. Huh? Or they get married mid-late 30s. They already have a child or two from another man. Huh? The child is already 11. Here you come. Huh? Right? And if not, you're lucky. She was doing her career thing. That means she's a careerist woman. Good luck. You're lucky, but good luck. She doesn't have any children, but she's 34, 35, 36. And if you're lucky, you're super lucky, you can maybe get one, possibly, if you're really even more lucky, two kids out of her before she divorced your ass within the 5 years. The 5 years is coming. If you're lucky, black, college educated, she gonna file for divorce 90%. If you're lucky, college educated, 10 years. If you're not college educated, 5 years. That's if y'all got married. I just want someone to tell Z he lied. Z, your fair use is still up. I know. All right. Fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use. So we've made mention of this since the inception of this channel, and we have made mention of this before this channel, before the inception of this channel on other people's platforms, right? No OPP. But on other people's platforms, we have made mention of this K-shaped relationships and economy. Now, I've made mention of the K-shaped economy over and over again over the past give or take, 2-3 years. I would like to direct y'all to AB Media or BGS who have heard me mention that. If you haven't, I'm pretty sure you have. Now, K-shaped relationships is a new term I'm using. And we're going to tie that in starting in a minute. Actually, starting about now.
We are now living in a K-shaped economy, and it is failing many Americans. So in the 80s, all Americans combined, our net worth was about $30 trillion adjusted for inflation. The top 1% had $7 trillion, and there were 2.3 million of them. The bottom 50% had about $2 trillion adjusted for inflation, and there was 115 million of them. So the top 1% had 3.5 times more money than the bottom 50%, which is actually not too shabby. If you fast forward to 2026, we have grown our net worth as Americans from 30 to 180 trillion dollars, which is great. The 1% now has $55 trillion. So from the 80s till today, they have grown their wealth by $48 trillion. And their population in the group has only grown by 1.1 million. So they got very, very rich. Now the bottom 50% went from 2 trillion to 4 trillion. So it's only grown by $2 trillion. However, the bottom 50% has added 55 million people to it. So now 55 million more people are splitting that $2 trillion. So if you look at it today, the bottom 50% has $4 trillion. The top 1% has 55 trillion. So the top 1% now has 13.75 times more money than the bottom 50%. This is just in 40 some years.
Marriage has become a luxury item.
Yeah.
If you're in the top quintile of income earning households, you're 75% get married. If you're in the lower quintile of income earning men, only 1 in 4 chance of getting married.
And this has huge impact on our society because we know that married people are healthier, they're wealthier, they live longer. When couples are married, they actually have lower rates of child poverty. And so this has huge implications for our society if we're having fewer marriages, especially when you think about having fewer babies.
If framing marriage as a transaction seems a little cold to you, not exactly warm and fuzzy, I get it, trust me. But Wang told me one of the primary reasons most never married millennials have stayed single is because of financial reasons. That mentality, problematically, might be fostering this idea that you have to be pre-qualified for marriage. Consider, Kuntz told me that young couples decades ago used to marry first, often having dated for 6 months or less, and then figure out the other important stuff in life. Marriage was sort of a gateway into the adult world. Today, it's more likely to be the reverse. Individuals work on their own lives, advance their own careers, figure out their finances, maybe move in together, and then say, I do. Marriage in this setup is a status symbol, not the first step in adulthood, but a sort of victory lap. No wonder, then, that wealthier, well-educated people are more likely to get married than folks without a college education who have low income. This disparity is a bad development because child rearing has not declined proportionately in low-income communities. That is, more children are born out of wedlock and to single parents than before. Obviously, many single parents make it work, but Wilcox told me married parents are the gold standard when it comes to raising children. 2 potential incomes means more financial resources for starters, and 2 parents frequently mean the kids will get more attention, more help with homework. For what it's worth, Kuntz pushed back on this idea. She told me that the pressure of achieving that gold standard might force 2 parents who aren't right for each other to create an unhappy household. This is sometimes referred to as father need, but it's often better to have 1 functional, happy parent than 2 dysfunctional combatants constantly at each other's throats. And Kuntz told me, research shows that when people are anxious to find a partner to help raise their kids, they tend to have more relationships that end in breakups. That churn could rattle a child's stability. So here we encounter a situation where marriage might not be ideal. Other people might stay away from nuptials for a variety of different reasons, to focus on a career, to prioritize friendships because they like living alone. The LGBT community has a very different perspective on marriage norms after being shut out of it for so long. So yeah, it's not for everyone. That's why I don't think a falling marriage rate is the sign of a culture in decline. Actually, I'll argue that while marriages have reduced in number, they're growing in quality. That is because women are less financially constrained, because we've overcome some prudish social norms, because we've learned from the mistakes of previous generations. Marriage is more deliberate. Choice is a bigger factor than ever before. That's why divorces are actually on the decline. And choosing not to get married or getting married later in life, well, those are legitimate options too. However, when economic anxieties prevent that choice, when a lack of access to education pushes us into the undesirable category, well, there's something deeply unfair about that. So here's yet another reason to create good jobs and improve education. It will give more people the choice to get married or not. Okay.
So if you're new to the channel, hi, I'm Alexander. Before YouTube, I spent 8 years researching, consulting, and teaching about the job market. My whole deal is basically understanding what's going on with young adults and money in the United States. And when you look into the data about wealth, you find that American millionaires live very different lives than finance bros would have you believe. According to even the most conservative surveys, American millionaires are nearly 3 times more educated than the general population, with over half of them having at least a master's degree. Not only that, but 70% of millionaires are not even entrepreneurs. They are employees who work for somebody else, but who manage to save money and make smart investments over several decades. And just to add insult to injury for the more red-pilly finance bros, 90% of American millionaires are married, with over 2/3 of them never getting a divorce. That means that the typical
Why aren't people getting married? Is marriage simply for those who are privileged? That was the question in regard to a survey done by the American Enterprise Institute and Opportunity America. As we know, the percentage of people getting married has decreased over recent years. And so what are the reasons behind it? Now, marriage has sharply declined among people without college degrees, while staying steady among college graduates with higher incomes. So just to give you the specific numbers, 26% of poor adults, 39% of working class adults, and 56% of middle and upper class adults ages 18 to 55 are married. So the number, or the percentage, is much lower for those who are living in poverty or struggling economically. Now, to compare, back in 1990, the numbers were very different. So in 1990, 51% of poor adults, 57% of working class adults, and 65%. Why aren't people getting married? Is marriage simply for those who are privileged? That was the question in regard to a survey done by the American Enterprise Institute and Opportunity America. As we know, the percentage of people getting married has decreased over recent years. And so what are the reasons behind it? Now, marriage has sharply declined among people without college degrees, while staying steady among college graduates with higher incomes. So just to give you the specific numbers, 26% of poor adults, 39% of working class adults, and 56% of middle and upper class adults ages 18 to 55 are married. So the number, or the percentage, is much lower for those who are living in poverty or struggling economically. Now, to compare, back in 1990, the numbers were very different. So in 1990, 51% of poor adults, 57% of working class adults, and 65% of middle and upper class adults were married. One of the main reasons that respondents mentioned was that, yeah, you know, when it comes to men who are struggling with their finances, who might not have good jobs, women are less likely to be interested in marrying them. And so that could be part of the reason. Also, just over half of adolescents in poor and working class homes live with both of their biological parents, compared with 77% in middle and upper class homes. So even though less people are getting married when it comes to, you know, a certain socioeconomic status, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're having less kids. Now, the overall birth rate in America has decreased slightly, but for the most part, birth rates have been steady.
Yeah. So that's a big number.
Yeah. So in a world where we're saying to men and women, although the women aren't listening and blaming the average man, you may not get marriage. Now, this is not for every working class man. This is not everyone, but this is the trend. And if the trend and the society are saying, yeah, that signifier of stability, of status, yeah, we're no longer in the world like your grandfather's world, in your great grandfather's world, where you marry early and you stay with that person for a lifetime, and you have your children and you have your family, and y'all go through the ups and downs with each other. and we make it, and we have the laws, and we have the social environment that pushes her to stay with you. We're no longer in that environment. We're in the neoliberal environment, right? We're in the exploitative environment. Huh? We're in the environment where no fault divorce exists. We're in the dating for quote unquote experiences exist. Good luck. Godspeed. You will need it. That is the environment that your modern young man, I don't know, under the age of like 45, that is the environment that they exist in. Unlike their grandfathers and great grandfathers. The clips I played only reinforced this idea. The clip from TYT with Anna Kasparian speaking is from like 2017 or some odd. 2018, 2017. That's a decade ago, give or take. This was inevitable in this type of environment. It's not just marriage. Marriage, it's not about, and it's quite frankly, isn't even really about the women either. It symbolizes something. It is a society that has split in two. It's not a gap. It's not a growing gap. It's a growing chasm. The wealthy will not just be able to buy expensive things. This is the end of an era. Now, the way the young men decide to participate or don't participate in this society will show you how they take this new normal. Huh? If the young men decide to play video games and chill out in their room, or be minimalist, and Mr. Z is speaking about sour grapes, this is the young men saying, well, what's the point? And if the young men say, well, we're not going to overproduce and then not get married and have children, so we're overproducing for the other man who's married and has children who's overproducing. We overproducing for his kids that we don't have, for his wife that we don't have, or girlfriend or baby mama that we don't have. Yeah, about that. Huh? And what's going on, Brooklyn's finest? We got all hair Balamuccio in the house, right? Toya's in the house. Gitmo's in the house. Now, in red pill spaces, we somewhat understand this, right? You hear folks speaking to this, not all the way, but you hear folks speaking to this. And Mr. Z, I'll pat myself on the back. I would argue I was either the first or one of the first to just go right to it, not speak around it, not imply or suggest it, but go right to it. And then begin to explain to everyone and emphasize and go into detail on what your society will look like in that world. And shout out to BGS, who has also emphasized what your world will look like in that world. Huh? What's going on, Bruce on Wayne? What's going on? Better you? Right? So that is the world we're living in now. K-shaped economy, K-shaped recovery, K-shaped relationships. Now, for those of us, which is most of us, particularly as Black people, as Black folks, those of us who are on the bottom of the K, that doesn't mean that you're dusty and bum ass. It does mean you just not in the top 20% of the K. Right? And I give a 5% variation in there. So you'll hear Mr. Z sometimes say bottom 80%. You'll hear Mr. Z sometimes say bottom 75%. Right? Top 20%, top 25%. I'll leave a little bit of space, a little bit of wiggle room. Pause. If you're on the bottom 80%, you will hear people come up with all type of interesting ways of coping. That's men and women, obviously, particularly women. You will hear them say they don't want to be married anyway. You will hear them say they don't want to be in a relationship anyway. Huh? They're going to talk to you about their friends with benefits, their pipe buddies, right? We're going to call it all different type of air quotes situationship. This is a more modern word to describe free flow, free whatever the hell. I do whatever I want to do. I'm not obligated to you. You're not obligated to me. We're just doing what we want to do. We're doing the do. Right? How often you gonna say do, Z? I know. And that does not mean that the top 20% won't come down and slum it with us. That doesn't mean that the top 20% won't engage in their own form of air quotes situationship. That doesn't mean the top 20% won't be, and you'll see this with the men and the women, be married and still be the most eligible bachelor and bachelorettes. Huh? That does not mean that they don't bring in someone as a third party to engage in triple X activity, who sometimes will be part of the top 20%, but more often than not be part of that bottom 80%. Huh? That does not mean, and you see this often, especially across race, right? Where the top 20%, when they're young and youthful indiscretion and they're trying to sow their royal oats, they engage in all different manner of oftentimes depravity with the bottom 80%. They experiment with the bottom 80%. That's for the men and for the women, particularly the white ones, sometimes the Asian ones. This is that white girl that told you, yeah, I had a black boyfriend when I was like 22, 23. That's for the white dude that tells you, yeah. No, I done dealt with black women before. Huh? The Asian girl that used to get railed, the East Asian girl, maybe even South Asian young lady who used to get railed by 6'3" tall Tyrone. Huh? Maybe even the Arab young lady on the low behind her parents' back. And she was still living at home at the time, because of course she was. Shout out to all you brothers in New York and in Philly. Oops. Huh? The Arab young lady, the South Asian young lady, the East Asian young lady. Now she married to someone of her same racial and ethnic background, if not a white dude. But little do you know, in college, maybe a year or two out of college, Tyrone used to be handling that. Huh? We're in a world now where these folks really don't know what to do with what they deem as access, or excess, better yet, people, particularly males. The West hasn't had a major war that wiped out 20 or so percent, 15 or so percent, 30, 40% of men since World War II. Has there been skirmishes? Absolutely. Has there been wars in everything but name? Absolutely. But the West, particularly America hasn't had a major war that done wiped out what? Vietnam wiped out somewhat 50 some odd thousand men. Well, service members, men mainly. And that, for all intents and purposes, ended in the mid-70s. That's for America. America lost the largest population of deleted in a war was the Civil War. It was some, what, 600 or some odd thousand from both sides. Because the West and America and World War II was what? I think the Soviet Union alone lost 24 million people. America lost some 500,000 people in World War II. That's just two nations at the time. That's just two. That's not France. That's not Britain and the UK. That's not India. That's not China. That's not Japan. That's just the Soviet Union at the time and the US. That's a whole lot of people, a whole lot of men. That's why granddad and great granddad, definitely great granddad, was able to have a family or two. The dollar was stronger, and the side chick knew her role, and she was quiet about it because granddad was not just dropping off D, but he was dropping off money. And she went ahead and had a kid or two for him. Now, the women are like, well, there's too many men. Right? And you're useless. Now, we already know who's really useless, but that's besides the point. Huh? That is the world we're in now. The women don't know how to appreciate you because they don't appreciate you. It is the K-shaped relationship model, which is what I might change the title to this too, actually. K-shaped relationships, K-shaped relationship model, something along those lines, give or take. Right? It speaks to a new normal. That does not mean you don't fall in love. That does not mean that someone doesn't fall in love with you. What it does mean is, as an adult, there are a whole lot of barriers and hurdles to this thing we call, air quotes, romance. And into these, what we have become accustomed to over the past couple centuries, minus slavery, it is a barrier to what we have been accustomed to, which is not every man gets a woman and not every woman gets a man, but for the most part, every man gets a woman. Not just to have fun with for a season or two, but as a lifelong, damn, I have to say the word, partner. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. They got Mr. Z out here saying partner, y'all. Right? Maybe we don't live in that world anymore. That does not mean if you're in the bottom 80%, you're not going to get married. That does not mean that if you're in the bottom 80%, that you will be getting divorced. What it means is the likeliness of that marriage in the first place is super slim. And the likeliness that that marriage lasts a lifetime is even more slim. What we also are hearing is that only 20% of folks' marriages last more than 20 years. So first you have to get married. Then for those who do get married, only 20% of those folks' marriage lasts over 20 years. Huh. K-shaped. I wonder, and we actually do have the answer already, I wonder if that top 20 is the same folks with some money. Huh? So for those of you who are just getting in, we are covering, finally, the K-shaped relationships. Based off the notion and the talk and the parlance that we've been hearing for the past, give or take 6 years, 5 years, better yet, 4 or 5 years, coming out of COVID, depending on what state you were living in, of the K-shaped economy. And I instantly knew this was going to have rippling effects on relationships. That's why I started speaking around the K-shaped relationship for the past, give or take, 4 or 5 years, right? And we just finally started calling it K-shaped relationships over the past few months. But it was obvious that we were going to end up here. Huh? So we have more materials to cover, a little bit more commentary. I'm going to try to bring y'all up for a short panel. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. But let's continue. I'm going to play this again because I'm using this as the anchor here in this conversation, and then we'll get underway. Continuing.
We are now living in a K-shaped economy, and it is failing many Americans. So in the 80s, all Americans combined, our net worth was about $30 trillion adjusted for inflation. The top 1% had $7 trillion, and there were 2.3 million of them. The bottom 50% had about $2 trillion adjusted for inflation, and there was 115 million of them. So the top 1% had 3.5 times more money than the bottom 50%, which is actually not too shabby. If you fast forward to 2026, we have grown our net worth as Americans from 30 to 180 trillion dollars, which is great. The 1% now has $55 trillion. So from the 80s till today, they have grown their wealth by $48 trillion. And their population in the group has only grown by 1.1 million. So they got very, very rich. Now the bottom 50% went from 2 trillion to 4 trillion. So it's only grown by $2 trillion. However, the bottom 50% has added 55 million people to it. So now 55 million more people are splitting that $2 trillion. So if you look at it today, the bottom 50% has $4 trillion. The top 1% has 55 trillion. So the top 1% now has 13.75 times more money than the bottom 50%. This is just in 40 some years.
Yeah, I would argue marriage is becoming a luxury product. I want you to think about this. Divorce rate among wealthy families has plummeted, and then you got middle and lower income marriages collapsing like never before. So the question is why? Because marriage has shifted from romance to resources. The affluent treat marriages like a merger of equals, shared assets, aligned goals, and a stable base for kids. And then meanwhile, everyone else, at least in the lower demographics, they see it as a risk. Financial instability, debt, of course, higher odds of collapse. So marriage is no longer this default path. It's a strategic decision, and it's increasingly reserved for those with money, with stability, those who share this long-term vision. And if you're building a business, I want you to ask yourself this. Are you treating the marriage as this emotional gamble or as the ultimate partnership deal?
Listen up, Smarty, because what I'm about to tell you will shatter your quaint little illusions about love and destiny and all that organic free-range garbage you consume.
Rich, what are you talking about now? Is this about the giant sentient toaster you brought home last night? Because it keeps asking me for butter, and it's kind of creepy.
Forget the toaster, Smarty. That's just a diversion. We're talking about something far more insidious, far more fundamental to your existence. We're talking about marriage. And how, by the end of this conversation, you'll understand why your dream of a white picket fence is increasingly just for the trust fund babies, and why most people your age are basically just playing economic musical chairs with their hearts.
Wait, marriage? What does that have to do with trust funds? I thought marriage was about two people, loving each other and sharing a life and, merging their souls and stuff. That's what all the rom-coms say.
Rom-coms, Smarty? Oh, you sweet, naive, genetically inferior specimen. For centuries, marriage was less about souls and more about solvency. It was an economic contract, a business merger to gain financial stability and a better shot at not dying in a ditch. People would get hitched in their early 20s, this quaint little concept called the cornerstone approach, and then together they'd build the house, save the money, climb the corporate ladder, all that pedestrian nonsense.
So, my grandparents? They got married really young and then worked on their farm together. Is that what you mean by cornerstone?
Precisely, Smarty. A rare moment of lucidity from you. But then, somewhere along the way, the script flipped faster than a politician on election day. Now, financial security isn't the goal you achieve after marriage, it's the prerequisite. It's called the capstone model, because you gotta have all your little financial bricks in place before you even think about putting that big, fancy, expensive capstone on it.
A capstone model? So you have to be rich already to get married now? That sounds exclusionary.
Exclusionary? No, Smarty, it's aspirational. Take Randy and Wanda Donor, for instance, a couple of 30-somethings from Long Island, New York, who recently tied the knot. They didn't get married to start their life together, oh no. They got married to signal to everyone that they'd already graduated into a secure stage. They had both climbed the ladder at their jobs, bought a house, even adopted a dog, before they even considered that ceremonial piece of paper. The marriage wasn't the beginning, it was the victory lap, smarty, the ta-da moment for their financial prowess.
Wow, so they checked all their financial boxes first. That makes sense, I guess, if you want to avoid struggling. But isn't that a lot of pressure to have to achieve so much before you even think about getting married?
Precisely, smarty. It raises the bar, makes the whole institution seem like some exclusive country club where you need a platinum membership just to get past the velvet rope. This mindset is driving up the age people first get married, now 30 for men, 29 for women, or making them skip it altogether. It's no longer let's build a life together, it's prove you can build a life yourself, then maybe we'll combine our already built lives.
So like, if you don't have the house and the stable job, don't get married? What if you want to, but you're not there yet?
Exactly. If that white picket fence dream and the Pinterest perfect wedding is out of reach, then for many, marriage just seems like it isn't for them. And honestly, smarty, it gets even more interesting. I'll show you how this capstone ideal is basically turning marriage into a luxury item, like a custom-made space cruiser or a portal gun.
Oh, a luxury item like a fancy watch?
Worse, smarty, because it's a luxury item that people feel ashamed to admit they can't afford. Take Eugene Hopperfield, for example, military vet, paid for college with the GI Bill, delivered pizzas to scrape by. Always felt like he was playing catch-up. How do you think he felt about getting married when he was hustling just to stay afloat? He said he wasn't going out, wasn't meeting people. The appeal and luster of marriage, as he put it, just faded. He lost interest because it felt financially impossible. And then there's Kathy Marchmont, a bartender from New Jersey. Fiercely independent, always wanted her financial ducks in a row before sharing her life or money. But the older she gets, the harder it is to even imagine sharing her space with someone. And dating? She says dating these days absolutely sucks. Apparently, the men she's dated often earn less than her, felt more like a liability. Who wants to take on a project when they're supposed to be celebrating a capstone, right?
That's depressing. So people are waiting longer or not getting married at all because they feel like they're not rich enough or stable enough, even if they want to?
Precisely, smarty. The marriage rate for young adults has plummeted. A 9% decline in first marriages for 22 to 45-year-olds in just 15 years. But here's the twisted part. For those with a bachelor's degree, the decline is much, much less. And for the top third of earners, it barely budged, while it cratered for everyone else. Marriage has essentially become a status symbol. People want the education, the job, the house, and a partner who ticks all those boxes. It's like a shopping list for life, and if you can't afford the ingredients, you don't get the cake. And speaking of cakes, wait until you hear how this societal shift is widening the wealth gap faster than I can invent a new dimension.
The wealth gap? How does marriage make that worse? I thought marriage was supposed to be, like, unifying.
Oh, smarty, you always miss the obvious, don't you? It's called assortative mating. It's a fancy term for rich people marry rich people, or at least successful people marry successful people. Look, women's economic position has improved dramatically. They're outpacing men in college degrees, for crying out loud. But many men are, well, let's just say they're still figuring out how to tie their shoes without adult supervision. In the old days, a man had the breadwinner ticket. Now that ticket's been canceled, reissued, and requires a credit check.
So, educated women are marrying other educated men? Or just really successful men?
Exactly. The educated women, despite the educational mismatch with some men, aren't suffering. They're marrying other college grads or the highest-earning non-college educated men. So who does that leave, smarty? The less educated women, with fewer options. It's a perfect economic storm pushing marriage further up the socioeconomic ladder. And this is where it gets really dark, smarty. This is the part that will make your tiny little brain scream for mercy.
Oh no, Rich, what is it?
It's about parental wealth, smarty. The ultimate cheat code. If your parents are in the top income quartile, you're twice as likely to be married by age 37 than if your parents were in the bottom quartile. Think about that. Marriage, this supposedly romantic institution, is now largely determined by the financial lottery of who your parents are. It's not just about earning your own way, it's about inheriting the ability to earn your way, or at least inherit the stability to even consider the capstone model.
So, it's like a snowball effect? The rich kids get stable, get married, and then get richer, and the poor kids just don't?
That's it, smarty. Marriage among the children of high earners who then become high earners themselves serves to consolidate wealth. It widens the income gap even further. It's a mechanism for the rich to get richer and stay married, leaving everyone else behind staring at their faded dreams of a partner and a house. The luster of marriage for many has faded, replaced by the cold, hard reality of economic struggle.
So marriage is becoming just another thing rich people can afford? Like yachts and personal spaceships? That's really bleak, Rich.
Bleak? No, smarty. It's reality. The fairy tale has a price tag, and for an increasing number of people, that price tag is just too damn high. Marriage, once a cornerstone for building a life, is now a capstone, a reward for those who've already made it. So what does that mean for the future of love, smarty? Is true love only possible with a robust investment portfolio? Think about that for a bit if your little brain can handle it. 90% of people still think marriage is for love. Are you one of them?
Yeah. Okay, why does that matter? And shout out to the bizarro Rick and Morty. Why this matters is, particularly as Black men, for decades, we were ridiculed and insulted for not marrying women, Black women, right? Regardless of our socioeconomic position. And now that it's happening to white folks and to Latinos and even a handful of Asians, East Asians in America, folks are starting to have a larger, wider, there's a pun in there, conversation now, a socio-economic conversation now, a conversation about the environment and what's causing this, what's enabling this, what's fueling this. Now we can start to have that sociological conversation. When it was happening to black folks, it was character flaw in black men. Now that everyone is feeling the effects of this marriage as a status marker, marriage as a sign of, I'm looking at an R34 GTR right now, you guys. Okay, continuing. Marriage as a status marker of education, of status, of familial wealth, of money, of at least stability. Now it's okay, what are we going to do? Are we going to leave these people to languish who are not getting married? Or are we going to maneuver the social mechanisms, the buttons, the knobs, the switches, the handles, are we going to maneuver this society in ways where, if you want to, we will not only facilitate that, but we will create an environment that is conducive? And that is a societal conversation for the technocrats. That is a conversation for the technocrats, right? What you saw from this fake ass Rick and Morty is a conversation that no one wants to have, really. This is something that we speak about here, right? What's going on, Bruce Owen Wayne? Right? This is a conversation we have here. But your average person, first, they don't know this. I want everyone to appreciate this. Your aunts, your uncles, your male and female siblings, your girl and guy cousins, your co-workers, your friends, if they're not in spaces like this, they don't know. They may feel something about the environment, something ain't right. They might every once in a while say something to you and you be like, oh, okay, it looks like they get it. They don't get it. They don't know. They don't. And for many of them, they don't want to know. All they know, especially for the women, is, okay, well, where are the men? Like, I'm 29 and like I graduated law school a few years ago, and like I'm looking to be married one day, but like, where are the men? Right? Like, I'm doing okay in my career. Like, we all have that one girl cousin, right? Like, she's doing pretty good financially. She's all right looking. She's all right. She ain't ugly. She might be, especially if she's black, she might have a little bit of weight on her. She could afford to lose a few pounds, but she's not an ugly woman. Right? Standard issue Keisha. Her attitude is meh. It's not the worst. It's definitely not the most pleasant either. Meh. Her looks and her demeanor, meh. But she earned a few dollars. She's your girl cousin. She's 28. She been with the firm that she's with for a few years now. She earning 90. She might be earning 105, 120. She all right. Huh? If she has a couple of siblings, she's rich auntie. Now, she might be, by the time of retirement, if she has no kids and no man, she's not going to be rich auntie still, but she's going to be pretty damn good auntie. Right? We all have that girl cousin. And she's the one that when you see her every once in a while, y'all talk long enough, she tell you how her dating life isn't that great. She don't want to know this either. She doesn't want to know this. Appreciate that. Appreciate the struggling ass women don't want to know this either.
I'm supposed to settle for a regular type dude.
That's all the ladies. So I'm supposed to settle for a regular type dude? All the women who are not in the top 20%, and even for those of them who are in the bottom 80%, that's them. So I'm supposed to settle for a regular type dude. So I'm supposed to end up with a regular type dude. So I'm supposed to be with a regular type dude, not a regular type dude. This is coming from regular type women in the bottom 80% and regular type women in the top 20%. Well, damn, Z, I know. Huh? You damn right. The K-shaped relationships are going to affect everything. Mr. Z already said Elysium. Now, Elysium is not going to be the top 20%. Elysium is going to be the top 1, maybe 5%. The rest of 20 is still going to live in gated communities. Their children are still going to mainly marry each other, end up with each other. Isn't there some information, and someone can send this to me, I'll put it up right now. It's mainly the top 20% of folks who are going to college and whatnot, and definitely graduating from college. Right. If anybody has any literature on that, please send it to Z. Any videos on that, please send it to Z. We will play it during this stream. We'll read it during this stream, right? And what I should have included in this also is maybe a segment or two from Dr. Richard Reeves in his previous work, Dream Hoarders, where he spoke about the top 20% and that growing chasm between the bottom 80 and the top 20, which would include marriage. And if assortative mating, and I'm glad the fake ass Rick and Morty said it, if we're doing assortative mating and we pushing it to the nth degree, that what that means is that the bottom 80 may or may not get married, but more than likely not. Particularly, obviously, for us as Black folks. Huh? It just becomes something that, okay, you know what? If I'm not going to be married by the age of like 35, 37, depending on whatever age you put it on, I just won't do it. But what you find increasingly is for certain Black men, I won't get married either. Even for white men, I won't, not only will, sorry, not marriage. Not only will I not get married, I won't have kids either. Huh? Who needs Elon? Who needs the short mustache man? Who needs Planned Parenthood? Who needs Margaret Sanger, right? Who needs them and their eugenics when they could just turn up the difficulty of pairing on men in particular, and we'll do it ourselves. And you better believe Mr. Z is throwing himself in there too, because I've been having real conversations with myself about this over the past couple months. It is something that the Hayden McDougal dude, or whatever his last name is, and Lily Gaddis spoke to a few months ago when they were speaking to white men. Now, we do know that both of those folks are anti-Black as hell and are racist as crap and are white supremacist as crap. When they said to your average white man, young white man, it doesn't matter, wife up these white 304s. We know she got, and I'm paraphrasing, we know she got crazy bodies on her. We know she got more miles on her than a goddamn 30-year-old F-150, right? We know she got more miles on her than a 35-year-old Chevy Silverado, right? We know she got more miles on her than a 35-year-old Chevy Suburban. But if you care to have children, it doesn't matter. Wife her anyway. Have children, have your white babies with her anyway. This is a real conversation that Black men are going to have. But Black men in the Black manosphere have an answer. Shout out to MTR. Passport bros. We don't got to deal with that. Huh? Yeah. It's a real conversation, everyone. We go into the uncomfortable. You know what channel you're on. We're going to the uncomfortable. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. It's a real conversation to be had that if you as a man want a wife and kids born in wedlock, as a black man, knowing that for the most part, the ladies belong to the mainframe, the ladies belong to the system, the ladies are systematized, right? That if the current system society says you have to be so great, so put together, so buttoned up before you could even consider wife and children. If the women have bought into that, whether they realize it or not, because most of them don't even realize that that's how they're moving, then those of us in the black manosphere have a real question to ask ourselves. Do you submit yourself to a woman in a society who, whether she realizes it or not, thinks like this, feels like this? Or do you move differently? Wait for it, wait for it. Very importantly, do you think that little church you go to, ooh, damn Z, ah, damn Z, huh? Or that little pro-black hotep, huh? Do you think that's gonna save you from this? Do you think that you're safe from the market? Ooh, damn, because you are heavy in the church. Is she heavy in the church? Is that going to insulate you the way you think it will? You hope it will. Ooh, damn. Or does your church-going wife belong to the game also? Does she also belong to the mainframe? Does she also belong to the society? Does she also belong to the social designers, you know, elite white men and women, mainly men? Huh? Your Hebrew Israelite, your pro-black, your hotep, huh? Your Nation of Islam, huh? Your Baptist, your Catholic, your Christian, your Pentecostal, huh? Your Seventh-day Adventist, huh? Are you safe for real though? Are you insulated? You might be, you're probably not. Huh? The K-shaped economy, K-shaped relationships, situationships for those of us on the bottom part of the K, all the feel-good coping language from men and from women, definitely from women, speaks to this. Huh? And guess what, y'all? We're not done yet. God damn, Z. We gonna keep on torturing. This is a little too doomer for me, Z. Continuing. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat.
If you think marriage is just about romance, think again. Don't forget to smash the like and subscribe button. For many, it's becoming a privilege for the wealthy. Here's what's going on. Over the past 50 years, marriage rates in the US have split by income. Among young adults, almost 80% of high earners are married, but only about half of low earners are. Why? A big reason is money. With the cost of living rising, a lot of couples feel they can't afford to get married, buy a home, or raise kids. So, marriage is becoming a marker of financial stability, a kind of luxury good. This shift is widening the gap between the rich and everyone else, because married couples tend to build more wealth over time. What used to be for everyone, now feels out of reach for many.
In the 1950s and 60s, life looked different. A single income could support a family, a home, and a car. Fast forward to today, and the landscape has drastically changed.
Archival footage shows families together, laughing around the dinner table. While we contrast it with a startling statistic, 37 million Americans now live alone, making up 28% of all households. This shift illustrates a painful reality. What was once a norm is becoming a luxury accessible only to those with substantial means. We delve into what I call the relationship collapse. Today's relationships aren't merely personal choices, they reflect a deeper, structural crisis. Men are increasingly choosing to forego settling down, leading to the disintegration of the traditional American household. This phenomenon isn't confined to dating apps, it highlights a profound change in how individuals perceive their future. Next, we connect the dots between social isolation and economic challenges. How can a couple even consider settling down when the stark truth is that most Americans have less than $10,000 saved for retirement? This existing retirement problem is not just a concern for the aging population, it looms like a specter over younger generations, instilling fear and hesitation. The thought of taking a financial leap into marriage and children becomes a daunting task when economic security feels out of reach. Moving forward, we face an alarming reality: America is missing out on 600,000 births every year. This isn't a simple case of postponing parenthood. The economic and social conditions necessary for starting a family have become far too challenging for the typical American. In previous discussions, we compared this to the growth patterns in Israel, where a sense of national pride and financial security correlates with higher birth rates. Americans, however, seem to grapple with a pervasive sense of instability, stifling their desire to expand their families. As we explore the consequences of these shifts, we uncover what I define as the economic death spiral. A nation filled with single individuals living in compact apartments, lacking substantial savings, leads us down a path toward a population collapse. The absence of new generations of consumers and workers spells doom for overall economic health, aligning perfectly with the dire predictions we've presented in previous analyses of our current trajectory. As we approach our conclusion, we must confront a thought-provoking question: if marriage and family become exclusive to the affluent, what becomes of the rest of society? This stark reality invites us to consider a broader perspective on the relationship collapse. Is it driven more by economic factors or by shifting cultural ideals? Your thoughts matter. I encourage you to share your views on this pressing issue as we navigate these turbulent times together. The dialogue around love, marriage, and family is more crucial now than ever, as it reflects the struggles and aspirations of an entire generation grappling with unprecedented challenges. Let's engage in this conversation and explore what the future holds for love and partnership in a world where the foundations of family life are being redefined.
What's going on, Dwayne? What's going on?
This is why everyone is single and men stop trying. This is the mouse paradise, a scientific experiment from the 1960s. They made the perfect world for mice with unlimited food, safety, and no predators. In the beginning, they placed 4 females and 4 males and let them multiply.
And stuff? Yes.
This is why everyone is single and men stop trying. This is the mouse paradise, a scientific experiment from the 1960s. They made the perfect world for mice with unlimited food, safety, and no predators. In the beginning, they placed 4 females and 4 males and let them multiply. The population exploded, hundreds, then thousands. Then something strange happened. They stopped mating. And within 4 years, they were extinct. But why? According to scientists, the reason was social interaction overload. Just like humans on social media today. They were in 24/7 interaction with thousands of others. Too much stimulation, too much competition for social status, and this led them to lose the ability to form bonds, to mate and raise their young. Many males became so-called the beautiful ones. They lost interest in females. They just groomed themselves all day and withdrew completely because they could not compete in this chaos anymore. And the females followed by losing interest in males. So no mating, and they all just died without having babies. Since 2010 and smartphones, humans are living the same social interaction overload, 24/7.
I have some bad news for you. America's K-shaped economy is here to stay. If you haven't heard that term yet, well, it's a fancy way of saying the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. It pretty much describes the country's worsening inequality gap. Economies can be classified in a few different ways as they rebound from a recession. Economists have widely agreed that the US has been in a K-shape coming out of the pandemic. I've been writing about this for a few years. The K-shaped recovery explains how high-income consumers continue to splurge on luxury goods, homes, and travel, all while keeping their jobs during the pandemic. Consumers on the lower end of the spectrum are struggling to afford basic necessities like housing and groceries, and many during COVID lost their jobs or suffered pay cuts. Now the latest economic data shows that K-shape is diverging as much as ever. Like why airlines are racing to build out luxury offerings, and at the same time, fast food companies keep announcing new value meals. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell talked about it at the most recent Fed meeting earlier this week. A key measure of wealth concentration, or the amount of wealth held by a select few, is sitting at a 60-year peak. That's a notable reversal from its multi-decade low seen when economic stimulus checks were rolled out during the pandemic. And speaking of records, the top 20% of US consumers, so those making roughly more than $175,000 a year, spent a record high in 2025. The other 80% of Americans spent a record low, and their spending has not outpaced inflation for the past 6 years. Our current situation really started decades ago during the Reagan administration, but it became better understood during the 2008 financial crisis and housing market crash. The jump in unemployment also reduced the earnings potential for people who weren't being steadily employed in their prime working years. Economists think the problem is just going to get worse. President Donald Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill shrinks social programs like food stamps and Medicaid for the poorest Americans. And outside of politics, AI will likely disrupt who will get well-paying jobs. And the US labor market is already unstable. There were over 50% more layoffs in 2025 than in 2024. So the economy's on a shaky foundation. As Mark Zandi put it, think of it like a house. You want it built on a broad, solid base. But right now, it's sitting on a few poles sticking out of the ground. If one of those poles get knocked out, the whole house is at risk of crashing down.
So, on top of all of this, what I would also add is the situationships on the bottom 80 is not only folks coping, it is folks throwing their hands up. It's not just the men, and it's simply not just the women. There is a sense of fatalism, maybe nihilism. What's the point, right? If I'm not going to have these big ticket and big purchase items, and I'm beating myself up because I should have clipped out how money works when he covered Spirit Airlines going bankrupt, and he spoke to this. Well, if we're not going to, and this is something millennials have been saying all over the place for the past decade. If I'm not going to be able to afford a home, and certain status markers or life markers, better yet, then let's do the relatively cheap international travel, relatively cheap domestic travel. Let's have and pay for these experiences that used to be a luxury, a out there luxury, especially if you had a family. But now that I don't have a family, and I'm probably not going to have one, not anytime soon at least, and international travel is relatively cheap, well, now I can experience these things. You give that a couple years, and then the women start using that as a barometer. I want these experiences, right? This is where Instagram and other social media sites, but definitely Instagram, started being flooded with particularly women taking these pictures of high-end restaurants and trips they took overseas or trips they took to exclusive high-dollar resorts, right? Different venues. These experiences were markers of, essentially, as Cameron said, you should have been there, you weren't there. Shout out to the rapper Cameron. Right? If I'm not going to be married and I'm not going to have a husband and I possibly won't have kids, then I might as well take these trips. This is the women, right? And it also signals to any potential, oh boy, we got to say the word again, everyone, partner, any potential man, that this is the level I'm at. I'm at the $5,000 European trip level. $10,000 a European trip level, right? A few $1,000s Cabo, Bali trip level, right? It's also status markers. The bottom 80 just gonna be freestyling. The top 20 gonna freestyle too, but there's a structure there, especially as you start getting into the top 10%. Top 10%, top 5%. So they will have their fun, and then structure. As I said earlier, these are your white women, some of your East Asian or South Asian women, huh? Akash wife, oops, who did whatever they wanted to do and had fun when they were in college or they're 1 or 2 years out of college. And then they settle down with someone more often than not of their socioeconomic background, also their racial makeup and ethnicity, and they marry that person. But when they were in college, a year or two after college, they were having fun. Huh? Shout out to Sarah Palin. Oops. Huh? K-shaped relationships, everyone. Continuing.
The wealthy will not marry you, and here's why. There's a term for this in economics, and it's called assortative mating. It's a tendency for people to marry others like themselves, high earners with high earners, college grads with college grads, and over the last few decades, the pattern has intensified. People don't choose partners from the entire population, they choose from people they actually meet. People from the same schools, same jobs, same cities. So marriage stops being random and becomes a lot more predictable. And this has consequences. Wealth doesn't come from income alone, it comes from stability, from two salaries instead of one, from shared risk, from access to better neighborhoods, better schools, and better networks. That's how advantage compounds. This is why today, who you marry matters almost as much as what you do. Why upward mobility feels harder, and why effort alone is not enough to close the gap. Once assortative mating sets in, it reinforces itself. Children grow up in healthier homes, they get better education, they move to the same expensive cities, they meet people just like them, and they marry each other. So when people say anyone can make it, they're ignoring a part of the system that matters deeply. So if you feel like this economy isn't built for you, it's because in some ways it isn't. And it's not because we're failing as individuals, it's because wealth is concentrating 2 people at a time.
If you feel like this society isn't built for you, that's because in many ways it isn't. The relationship world is not built for you. You know, a couple years ago, I used to emphasize the PMC, professional managerial class. And for these folks, even before COVID-19, but definitely after, these were the folks that got to work from home and they were making, you know, 80, 90, 100 plus $1,000 a year, 120, 150 plus $1,000 a year. And they started defining the world by their standards. And because of the internet and social media and because of how close some of these things feel, you had average folks and actually below average folks, women, who started wanting to live a facsimile of this and imitate this. And they failed at it. And the men around them were never going to, what? Your man or who the local around the way dude that you find attractive does hands-on work. He was never going to be a work from home dude. Yo, we're never going to be able to travel the world because he works from his laptop. What are you talking about? Huh? I'm speaking on a world that, for the most part, caters to the top 20%. And the top 20% are doing too much talking, Z. You're going to say your quote. The outliers are doing too much talking. Their standards, their norms, their ethos, their worldview, Z, you said the same thing twice. I know, right? Their ideas, their concepts became the air quotes norm, but it's not the norm actually. Because they have an outsized amount of social power, whether they realized it or not, they imposed their weirdness on everyone else. Shout out to you, Kim Foster and the like. Lexus Exodus and the like. Huh? Chrissy. All of these folks, they all have either implied or suggested that they went to private schools, or they went to a nice institution, or they're earning a good six figures. They've been earning six figures for years. All of these folks, Lexus Exodus has said it. Chrissy has said it. We know Kim Foster is a Harvard grad. All of these outliers are doing way too much talking. That's why Mr. Z says, once again, outliers are doing way too much talking. The FD signifiers and conscious leads of the world too. The foreign man in the foreign land also. All of these folks then told you, yeah, I'm double master's degree. Wait, what? And they're imposing their worldview on the rest. Well, I wouldn't do that. And you know what you should do? That shut the hell up. Huh? When FD says, yeah, my homegirl says when I put out a video, when I put out a think piece, she plays it for her man. Yeah, that's okay when you're in the top 20% or so. That sound good. What working poor folks, what can a working poor man get from you, FD? Particularly concerning relationships and intimacy. Ooh. What is Kim Foster in her talk and what she won't do with whatever certain color of man, blue collar, what can how she speak do for working poor and working class black women? Is it going to enlighten them? How? Huh? Chrissy and all of her luxury lifestyle dating tips and ideas and videos and swirl this and swirl that. Huh? The outliers are doing too much talking. Amanda Seals, Ebony K. Williams, outliers doing way too much damn talking, particularly about relationships, intimate, heterosexual relationships. Shut the hell up. It ain't working for most of y'all. Ooh, goddamn. And it's supposed to work for working class and working poor black women who you claim to care about. It ain't even working for you. Your weirdo worldview don't even work for you, Ebony. Amanda Seals. Huh? Angela Rye is cute. Angela Rye has been with how many dudes since we knew her? Since she popped up on the scene? It hasn't been a lot. She's still not married though. Ooh. Huh? Yeah. It's not working and it won't work. It's not even working for the women that's talking all this crap on the interwebs. They're hoping to get lucky. Shout out to Kim Foster. Huh? These folks been on the internet talking like this for a decade. No wedding ring yet, even from the non-black man. Ain't that right, Chrissy? Then they putting out coping talk. Don't worry, we gonna get to that real talk with Yanni video she put out a few days ago. We gonna get to it. Then they putting out coping talk about being self-realized and self-actualized. Yawn. Because their weirdo worldview concerning men don't even work for them. The K-shaped, especially, I would say, through this transitional period we're going through, the next few years, maybe decade, is going to be a whole lot of coping talk sold to millennials, particularly the youngest of millennials, the ones under 35. So between that, because we know the oldest of millennials are 30 now. So between that, I would say 36, 35 years old to 30, and the oldest of Gen Z. So all of the dating age, marriageable age, Gen Z, so 18 to 29. Yeah, y'all gonna be sold a whole lot of coping. So from 18 to about 35, 36, 37, 38, y'all gonna be sold. So that 20-year gap, y'all gonna be sold a whole lot of coping. A whole lot of coping. The men will be told what FD Signifier told me that first conversation we had. What do y'all want it anyway? That's what the men are going to be told in different iterations. The women, on the other hand, are going to be told how to cope and how to gender war with men so they can get some of that energy off. Gender war with men on the internet, potentially in real life in conversation. And these women will be definitely skewing for the specimen. For all of you who got your body game together, oh, you're going to be running through them. You're going to be running through them so much, you're going to get tired of it. This is why body game is going to really matter. See, body game should matter when you're married, but for many of us, we let ourselves go when we get in a relationship and definitely when we're married. But body game definitely matters when you're single and you just trying to have fun because you ain't going to get married anyway. May not even have children. Huh? If now what the competition is, and it's always been this, but it's going to be even more this again, it's just racking up numbers and bragging about how many bodies you done caught by the age of 35, 40, 45, 50, then body game really matters. Situationship, the bottom part of the K. Huh? The bottom part of the K. That does not mean the top part of the K will not have fit men, but they're just signaling status. The bottom part of the K is signaling something else. Giggity. Huh? The fit men in the bottom part of the K are signaling something else, you know? These K-shaped relationships, couple that with the K-shaped economy, is going to be something to behold. I would argue we are headed back to feudal style relationships. Bottom 20 freestyling, doing whatever, coupling, maybe not getting married, air quotes, married, not on paper, right? Long-term relationships, cohabitating. That's going to be the bottom 80 in various iterations. Yes, some of those folks will get married, then get divorced in 5, 6, 7, 8, 12 years, right? Couple up, quote, partnership for a few years. Cohabitate for a few years. Situationship in and out. There's a pun in there. While the top 20% in different variation, marry, stay married, maybe stay married for at least 15 years, 20 years, if not lifetime. And this is when the sound drop should play from Coach Gray Adams, and that's you, right? Damn, Z, you went straight doomer for real, for real. Continuing.
We are now living in a K-shaped economy and it is failing many Americans. So in the 80s, all Americans combined, our net worth was about $30 trillion adjusted for inflation. The top 1% had $7 trillion and there were 2.3 million of them. The bottom 50% had about $2 trillion adjusted for inflation and there was 115 million of them. So the top 1% had 3.5 times more money than the bottom 50%, which is actually not too shabby. If you fast forward to 2026, we have grown our net worth as Americans from 30 to $180 trillion, which is great. The 1% now has $55 trillion. So from the 80s till today, they have grown their wealth by $48 trillion. And their population in the group has only grown by 1.1 million. So they got very, very rich. Now the bottom 50% went from 2 trillion to 4 trillion. So it's only grown by $2 trillion. However, the bottom 50% has added 55 million people to it. So now 55 million more people are splitting that $2 trillion. So if you look at it today, the bottom 50% has $4 trillion. The top 1% has 55 trillion. So the top 1% now has 13.75 times more money than the bottom 50%. This is just in 40 some years.
What's going on, Dr. Dunbar?
What is the biggest prerequisite for marriage in America today? Is it love, compatibility, shared values? The data suggests it's none of those. The single greatest predictor of whether an American will get married is their income. For centuries, marriage was the foundation upon which you built a life. Today, it has become the prize you get for having already built one. This is the story of how marriage became a luxury good. You may have heard of the marriage premium, the idea that married couples are financially better off. They have higher net worths and more stable incomes. For decades, this was presented as a benefit of marriage. But modern data tells a different, more troubling story. It's not that marriage makes you wealthy. It's that wealthy people are the ones who are getting married in the first place. Consider this, a 2020 study from the Pew Research Center revealed a stark divide. Among Americans in the top 10% of income earners, 64% are married. In the bottom 25%, only 24% are married. This isn't a coincidence. It's a sorting mechanism. Marriage is no longer the starting line for adulthood for the average American. It's the finish line for the financially successful. So why is this happening? The first and most obvious barrier is the soaring cost of entry. We're not just talking about the wedding itself, though that's a part of it. The average cost of a wedding in the United States, according to the Knot, now exceeds $30,000. That's more than half the median individual income in America, spent on a single day. But the real barrier isn't the party. It's the unwritten social expectation that a couple must be financially set before they tie the knot. You're expected to have a stable career, minimal debt, and a down payment for a house saved up. This expectation is a historical anomaly. For previous generations, marriage was often a union of two people with very little, who would build their wealth together. Today, it's increasingly a merger of two already established financial entities. If you haven't achieved that status, you are, in the eyes of the unspoken social contract, not ready for marriage. This expectation of financial stability crashes directly into two monumental roadblocks for millennials and Gen Z. The first is student debt. As of 2023, over 43 million Americans are saddled with federal student loan debt, with the average balance sitting at over $37,000 per borrower. For those with advanced degrees, often a prerequisite for a stable career, that number can easily be in the six figures. This debt is a multi-pronged attack on family formation. It craters your debt-to-income ratio, making it harder to qualify for a mortgage. It siphons off hundreds, sometimes thousands, of dollars a month that could have gone towards savings for a wedding, a down payment, or starting a family. And psychologically, it's a ball and chain. How can you commit to building a life with someone else when you feel like you're starting the race 100 miles behind the starting line? The second, and perhaps even more insurmountable hurdle, is the American housing crisis. A home has always been the symbolic and practical centerpiece of the American family. But look at the numbers. In 1980, the median home price was about $47,000. The median household income was about $18,000. A house cost roughly 2.6 times the annual household income. Fast forward to today, the median home price nationally is hovering around $400,000, while the median household income is about $75,000. That means a house now costs over 5.3 times the annual household income, more than double the ratio from a generation ago. This isn't just an inconvenience. It fundamentally breaks the sequence of life events. The dream of get married, buy a house, have kids is impossible when the second step is a financial fantasy for a huge portion of the population. Young people are forced to cohabitate longer, delay marriage, or abandon the dream of homeownership entirely, all of which destabilizes destabilizes the very idea of family formation. So, what is the ultimate result of this economic filtering? It's the creation of a new, self-perpetuating class divide. When only the economically successful can afford the stability of marriage, the benefits of that stability, shared resources, dual incomes, and the ability to pass on wealth to the next generation, become concentrated at the top. This creates a vicious cycle. Children of stable, married, high-income parents are given every advantage to become high-income adults who can then afford to get married themselves. Meanwhile, those from lower income, less stable backgrounds are locked out of the very institution that could provide a pathway to stability. Marriage is no longer a great equalizer. It has become an engine of inequality, sorting Americans into two distinct classes, the married and wealthy, and the unmarried and struggling. The decline of marriage in America is not a moral failing. It is an economic one. It is a rational response to a system where the barriers to entry have been raised to an impossible height for millions. Love may be free, but the stability required to build a life on it now comes at a very high price. The question we must ask ourselves is not why aren't people getting married, but what have we done to our society that they no longer can?
Love may be free, but the stability to build a life on it isn't. Or something like that, she said, right? That is the quote. That is a bar. Love may be free, but the stability to build a life on it isn't. Huh? From Africa I came says, claviculars just everywhere. That is what I'm saying. I am saying clavicular, excuse me. And I'm not the first to say this. He's responding to an environment, and the young men that take to his message are responding to an environment. Everyone's focused on the toxicity of what he's saying, the racism and how absurd and it is to be bone smashing your face, right, with a little mallet or something, a little hammer. Yes, and how extreme it sounds. But the overall message is, if it doesn't mean anything anyway, then why don't I just look good, be body beautiful, be sexy flexy, and get the women? And just and it's not even about her. I don't care about entertaining her. Like, my status is amongst men. If I can't get her to marry me and be my wife because she has this weird relationship with autonomy and freedom and independence and what she thinks that looks like, then why not just be attractive enough to her where to get the little giny wet, where she want to jump my bones, and she's just one of 82, one of 67, one of 103. Why not? That's the thing that nobody wants to grapple with in mainstream society, in polite society. Because when you grapple with that, then you have to also grapple with, what are the women thinking and feeling? Why is she okay with being woman number 87? Right? Because let's be clear, the claviculars of the world will tell a woman, oh yeah, you're my, if they even keep in count, you're my 98th body. And she will be his 98th body. Not only that, what society have we created where this is actually how the men are coping with the environment? If I'm not going to have a home, if I'm not going to have a wife, and if I'm not going to have a child in wedlock with a wife that stays, then I might as well start racking up bodies, do my minimalist thing, hang out with my friends, right? Be on the internet, social media conversations. I'm one to talk. Yeah, it will be claviculars everywhere. Wait a minute, Z. Are we not seeing claviculars everywhere? Not to that extreme, but the gyms are packed. The gyms are the new club. Huh? What happened to the club, Z? It has weights in there, dumbbells. Y'all going to the wrong club. You think the club is the club. The club is not the club. The gym is the club. Huh? Number one. Number two, makes sense. What clavicular is speaking to is he's speaking to a hole in the market. And he's Gen Z. Exactly. He's Gen Z. What he is showing you, and we see this with 6'8" the Great. You see this with Chris Brown. You see these women just melt in the presence of these men. That's what Cavicular is going for. Huh? You see the women melt in the presence of these men. There's another super tall brother. You see it. And the women will offer they will offer it. They'll say the raunchy thing. Huh? And you see older Xers, some of the youngest of boomers, they're like, wait, what is going on here? The environment you created. The young men, Gen Z, and the youngest of millennials, and even some of us older millennials, have adapted to the environment. Huh? So it's chest, arm, leg day. Right? Your daughters value their independence and their autonomy over everything. So we gonna give it to them with stiff peen. If all she cares about, and this lets you know women are not more mature than men. If all she cares about is catching orgasms and experiences and trips, we'll let the dude with the money take her on the trips and give her the experiences. We gonna give her these orgasms. I just want somebody to tell Z he lying. Huh? If that is the environment that we're in, the men will be moving accordingly. As All Hair Balamucho says, she was for the whole institution. Huh? Not that she's for the streets. She's for the whole, all of the institutions. She belonged to all the institutions. College, church, the streets. Huh? She belonged to the corporate institution. She belonged to the church. Huh? She belonged to college and university. She belonged to you advertisers. She belonged to everyone but a goddamn husband. Huh? No Hero says corporate captured. You hear me? The ladies are corporate captured. It's not just the politicians. Hysterical. Ninja Cool says gym are the new horny clubs. You better believe it. Y'all see how the ladies walking around in there? Huh? So this is the uncomfortable truth. This is the, I won't say we're not in the Olympic pool. We're definitely not in the 10 feet side of the pool. Not as of yet. Not on Mr. Z's channel as of yet. We definitely in that 7.5, 8 part of the pool though. While the rest of society and polite society and the women on the kitty side over there on the 3 feet side of the pool. And they still drowning. Goddamn Z. We ain't go full black pill. We not all the way 10 feet. But we hovering around that 7.5, 8 feet side of the pool right now. That's the truth of the matter. So I'm going to play a couple of clips again, and then we'll bring y'all up. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Talking about super chats, we do have one, actually. I guess today was a little too doomer for y'all. We ain't getting no super chats. And no placeholder says, BS, poor people can still get married. But listen to what it said at the end. I see where it come in, no placeholder. And remember, we do have a slightly different background. But look at what was said at the end of that previous clip I just played. It's not about love. And it's not about being married. It's what that marriage is built off of. Right? It's what it takes to maintain that. And let's be clear, men are not the only ones with expectations also. Women have expectations, and those expectations are formed by are informed by your society. You're not gonna have a wife think she gonna be going to work and y'all not gonna go on no real vacations. She's not gonna get to experience. Y'all gonna keep y'all head down, and she's not gonna get to experience none of that stuff she see on social media, none of that stuff she see on TV. She's not gonna be able to brag about the luxury car you bought her, probably luxury SUV. Forgot, ladies, right? So it's about what that love in that marriage is built off of. And so you will have, I would argue, elites getting married, and they will have the romance and the practicality. And for those of us on the bottom part of the cake, that does not mean you don't love your wife or your husband. It does mean if you do get married, it's going to be a whole lot more practical. If that's a strong ass if. And it will be informed by maybe your religious institutions. There's going to be something that you think, at least think, feel. Ooh, damn, Z, you said men and feel. Feel will be able to insulate you, and that informs her, in that she holds to more than just what's on TV, what she was taught in college or high school. There has to be something else that you think that will help you guide her in this relationship. And more than likely, based off the divorce statistics, it still won't work. Huh? That's perfectly paused on the nose, Trell. Trell says every kiss begins with K. The K Jewelers theme. Perfect, actually. Right? So I'm gonna play some of these clips again and we'll get underway.
We are now living in a K-shaped economy, and it is failing many Americans. So in the 80s, all Americans combined, our net worth was about $30 trillion adjusted for inflation. The top 1% had $7 trillion, and there were 2.3 million of them. The bottom 50% had about $2 trillion adjusted for inflation, and there was 115 million of them. So the top 1% had 3.5 times more money than the bottom 50%, which is actually not too shabby. If you fast forward to 2026, we have grown our net worth as Americans from 30 to 180 trillion dollars, which is great. The 1% now has $55 trillion. So from the 80s till today, they have grown their wealth by $48 trillion. And their population in the group has only grown by 1.1 million. So they got very, very rich. Now the bottom 50% went from 2 trillion to 4 trillion. So it's only grown by $2 trillion. However, the bottom 50% has added 55 million people to it. So now 55 million more people are splitting that $2 trillion. So if you look at it today, the bottom 50% has $4 trillion. The top 1% has 55 trillion. So the top 1% now has 13.75 times more money than the bottom 50%. This is just in 40 some years.
Listen up, Smarty, because what I'm about to tell you will shatter your quaint little illusions about love and destiny and all that organic free-range garbage you consume.
Because of viewer request.
Rich, what are you talking about now? Is this about the giant sentient toaster you brought home last night? Because it keeps asking me for butter, and it's kind of creepy.
Forget the toaster, Smarty. That's just a diversion. We're talking about something far more insidious, far more fundamental to your existence. We're talking about marriage. And how, by the end of this conversation, you'll understand why your dream of a white picket fence is increasingly just for the trust fund babies, and why most people your age are basically just playing economic musical chairs with their hearts.
Wait, marriage? What does that have to do with trust funds? I thought marriage was about two people, loving each other and sharing a life and, merging their souls and stuff. That's what all the rom-coms say.
Economic musical chairs with their hearts.
Sweet, naive,
God damn.
Specimen. For centuries, marriage was less about souls and more about solvency. It was an economic contract. A business merger to gain financial stability and a better shot at not dying in a ditch. People would get hitched in their early 20s, this quaint little concept called the cornerstone approach, and then together they'd build the house, save the money, climb the corporate ladder, all that pedestrian nonsense.
So, my grandparents? They got married really young and then worked on their farm together. Is that what you mean by cornerstone?
Precisely, Smarty. A rare moment of lucidity from you. But then, somewhere along the way, the script flipped faster than a politician on election day. Now, financial security isn't the goal you achieve after marriage, it's the prerequisite. It's called the capstone model, because you gotta have all your little financial bricks in place before you even think about putting that big, fancy, expensive capstone on it.
A capstone model? So you have to be rich already to get married now? That sounds exclusionary.
Exclusionary? No, Smarty, it's aspirational. Take Randy and Wanda Donor, for instance, a couple of 30-somethings from Long Island, New York who recently tied the knot. They didn't get married to start their life together, oh no. They got married to signal to everyone that they'd already graduated into a secure stage. They had both climbed the ladder at their jobs, bought a house, even adopted a dog, before they even considered that ceremonial piece of paper. The marriage wasn't the beginning, it was the victory lap, Smarty, the ta-da moment for their financial prowess.
Wow, so they checked all their financial boxes first. That makes sense, I guess, if you want to...
Message!
But isn't that a lot of pressure, to have to achieve so much before you even think about getting married?
Precisely, Smarty. It raises the bar, makes the whole institution seem like some exclusive country club where you need a platinum membership just to get past the velvet rope. This mindset is driving up the age people first get married, now 30 for men, 29 for women, or making them skip it altogether. It's no longer let's build a life together, it's prove you can build a life yourself, then maybe we'll combine our already built lives.
So like, if you don't have the house and the stable job, you just don't get married? What if you want to, but you're not there yet?
Exactly. If that white picket fence dream and the Pinterest perfect wedding is out of reach, then for many, marriage just seems like it isn't for them. And honestly, Smarty, it gets even more
Message!
I'll show you how this capstone ideal is basically turning marriage into a luxury item, like a custom-made space cruiser or a portal gun.
Oh, a luxury item like a fancy what?
Worse, Smarty, because it's a luxury item that people feel ashamed to admit they can't afford. Take Eugene Hopperfield, for example, military vet, paid for college with the GI Bill, delivered pizzas to scrape by. Always felt like he was playing catch-up. How do you think he felt about getting married when he was hustling just to stay afloat? He said he wasn't going out, wasn't meeting people. The appeal and luster of marriage, as he put it, just faded. He lost interest because it felt financially impossible. And then there's Kathy Marchmont, a bartender from New Jersey. Fiercely independent, always wanted her financial ducks in a row before sharing her life or money. But the older she gets, the harder it is to even imagine sharing her space with someone. And dating? She says dating these days absolutely sucks. Apparently the men she's dated often earn less than her, felt more like a liability. Who wants to take on a project when they're supposed to be celebrating a capstone, right?
That's depressing. So people are waiting longer or not getting married at all because they feel like they're not rich enough or stable enough, even if they want to?
Precisely, Smarty. The marriage rate for young adults has plummeted. A 9% decline in first marriages for 22 to 45-year-olds in just 15 years. But here's the twisted part. For those with a bachelor's degree, the decline is much, much less. And for the top third of earners, it barely budged, while it cratered for everyone else. Marriage has essentially become a status symbol, Smarty. People want the education, the job, the house, and a partner who ticks all those boxes. It's like a shopping list for life, and if you can't afford the ingredients, you don't get the cake. And speaking of cakes, wait until you hear how this societal shift is widening the wealth gap faster than I can invent a new dimension.
The wealth gap? How does marriage make that worse? I thought marriage was supposed to be, like, unifying.
Oh, Smarty, you always miss the obvious, don't you? It's called assortative mating. It's a fancy term for rich people marry rich people, or at least successful people marry successful people. Look, women's economic position has improved dramatically. They're outpacing men in college degrees, for crying out loud. But many men are, well, let's just say they're still figuring out how to tie their shoes without adult supervision. In the old days, a man had the breadwinner ticket. Now that ticket's been canceled, reissued, and requires a credit check.
So, educated women are marrying other educated men? Or just really successful men?
Exactly. The educated women, despite the educational mismatch with some men, aren't suffering. They're marrying other college grads or the highest-earning non-college educated men. So who does that leave, Smarty? The less educated women, with fewer options. It's a perfect economic storm pushing marriage further up the socioeconomic ladder. And this is where it gets really
Message!
This is the part that will make your tiny little brain scream for mercy.
Oh no, Rich, what is it?
It's about parental wealth, Smarty. The ultimate cheat code. If your parents are in the top income quartile, you're twice as likely to be married by age 37 than if your parents were in the bottom quartile. Think about that. Marriage, this supposedly romantic institution, is now largely determined by the financial lottery of who your parents are. It's not just about earning your own way, it's about inheriting the ability to earn your way, or at least inherit the stability to even consider the capstone model.
So, it's like a snowball effect? The rich kids get stable, get married, and then get richer, and the poor kids just don't?
That's it, Smarty. Marriage among the children of high earners who then become high earners themselves serves to consolidate wealth. It widens the income gap even further. It's a mechanism for the rich to get richer and stay married, leaving everyone else behind staring at their faded dreams of a partner and a house. The luster of marriage for many has faded, replaced by the cold, hard reality of economic struggle.
So marriage is becoming just another thing rich people can afford? Like yachts and personal spaceships? That's really bleak, Rich.
Bleak? No, Smarty. It's reality. The fairy tale has a price tag, and for an increasing number of people that price tag is just too damn high. Marriage, once a cornerstone for building a life, is now a capstone, a reward for those who've already made it. So what does that mean for the future of love, Smarty? Is true love only possible with a robust investment portfolio? Think about that for a bit if your little brain can handle it. 90% of people still think marriage is for love. Are you one of them?
And Dr. Dunbar says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Dr. Dunbar says, what's love got to do with it? PZ, and thank you for the super chat. And it's perfect because the way this ended with the love talk. Perfect timing, Dr. Dunbar. Right, and thank you for the super chat. And let's continue. click off another two. The other two won't be as long, and we will be bringing up a panel in a minute, so y'all bear with. Continuing.
Why aren't people getting married? Is marriage simply for those who are privileged? That was the question in regard to a survey done by the American Enterprise Institute and Opportunity America. As we know, the percentage of people getting married has decreased over recent years. And so what are the reasons behind it? Now, marriage has sharply declined among people without college degrees while staying steady among college graduates with higher incomes. So just to give you the specific numbers, 26% of poor adults, 39% of working class adults, and 56% of middle and upper class adults ages 18 to 55 are married. So the number, or the percentage, is much lower for those who are living in poverty or struggling economically. Now, to compare, back in 1990, the numbers were very different. So in 1990, 51% of poor adults, 57% of working class adults, and 65% of middle and upper class adults were married. One of the main reasons that respondents mentioned was that, yeah, you know, when it comes to men who are struggling with their finances, who might not have good jobs, women are less likely to be interested in marrying them. And so that could be part of the reason. Also, just over half of adolescents in poor and working class homes live with both of their biological parents, compared with 77% in middle and upper class homes. So even though less people are getting married when it comes to, you know, a certain socioeconomic status, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're having less kids. Now, the overall birth rate in America has decreased slightly, but for the most part, birth rates have been steady.
Yeah. So if you're new to the channel, hi, I'm Alexander. Before YouTube, I spent 8 years researching, consulting, and teaching about the job market. My whole deal is basically understanding what's going on with young adults and money in the United States. And when you look into the data about wealth, you find that American millionaires live very different lives than finance bros would have you believe. According to even the most conservative surveys, American millionaires are nearly 3 times more educated than the general population, with over half of them having at least a master's degree. Not only that, but 70% of millionaires are not even entrepreneurs. They are employees who work for somebody else, but who manage to save money and make smart investments over several decades. And just to add insult to injury for the more red-pilly finance bros, 90% of American millionaires are married, with over 2/3 of them never getting a divorce. That means that the typical American millionaire is a highly educated employee who makes boring investments over the long term and who is deep.
Marriage has become a luxury item.
Yeah.
If you're in the top quintile of income earning households, you're 75% get married. If you're in the lower quintile of income earning men, only 1 in 4 chance of getting married.
And this has huge impact on our society because we know that married people are healthier, they're wealthier, they live longer. When couples are married, they actually have lower rates of child poverty. And so this has huge implications for our society if we're having fewer marriages, especially when you think about having fewer babies.
Yeah, I would argue marriage is becoming a luxury product. I want you to think about this. Divorce rate among wealthy families has plummeted, and they got middle and lower income marriages collapsing like never before. So the question is why? Because marriage has shifted from romance to resources. The affluent treat marriages like a merger of equals, shared assets, aligned goals, and a stable base for kids. And then meanwhile, everyone else, at least in the lower demographics, they see it as a risk. Financial instability, debt, of course, higher odds of collapse. So marriage is no longer this default path. It's a strategic decision, and it's increasingly reserved for those with money, with stability, those who share this long-term vision. And if you're building a business, I want you to ask yourself this. Are you treating the marriage as this emotional gamble or as the ultimate partnership deal?
The wealthy will not marry you, and here's why. There's a term for this in economics, and it's called assortative mating. It's a tendency for people to marry others like themselves, high earners with high earners, college grads with college grads, and over the last few decades, the pattern has intensified. People don't choose partners from the entire population, they choose from people they actually meet. People from the same schools, same jobs, same cities. So marriage stops being random and becomes a lot more predictable. And this has consequences. Wealth doesn't come from income alone, it comes from stability, from 2 salaries instead of 1, from shared risk, from access to better neighborhoods, better schools, and better networks. That's how advantage compounds. This is why today, who you marry matters almost as much as what you do. Why upward mobility feels harder, and why effort alone is not enough to close the gap. Once assortative mating sets in, it reinforces itself. Children grow up in healthier homes, they get better education, they move to the same expensive cities, they meet people just like them, and they marry each other. So when people say anyone can make it, they're ignoring a part of the system that matters deeply. So if you feel like this economy isn't built for you, it's because in some ways it isn't. And it's not because we're failing as individuals, it's because wealth is concentrating 2 people at a time.
Yeah. And no placeholder says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. No placeholder says it's poor women's fault for not getting married. You get no disagreement over here, sir. You get no disagreement if they're drooling over how elite women are living and they're saying either hypergamy or nothing, and you work at Walmart and you refuse to get married, right? Because you have an insane idea what a man's supposed to be, right? Then so be it. Then struggle and starve. And we know that the ladies aren't doing that well when they don't get married. Black and Latina women who never marry are the least wealthy in the US. We know they don't got it, right? A disproportionate number of Black women are kinless as they age. Advocates say they deserve a social safety net too. We know they don't got it, right? So you get no disagreement with me, or from me with that no placeholder. I agree with you, actually. I agree. That one, yeah, we full agreement with that one. And yeah, I get it. Look, if working class and working poor women said, I would rather have my autonomy and struggle than have you expect for me to cook at least 2-3 times a week and have some bedroom fun at least 2-3 times a week. I don't want the obligation. I want my freedom more than that. You don't earn enough to buy me out of my autonomy. If that's how they think, and let's be very clear, that is how they think, feel. If that is how they think, feel, then we have to leave them to their own devices, quite literally their own devices, right? So yeah, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one. You get no disagreement from me. Leave them to their own devices, right? And what's going on, Better You? I thought he was here. Is he still here? Yeah, he's still here. Better You, I didn't put you. Oh, how did I? Oh, I thought I put you on stage. Now you're here. What's going on, Better You? Yeah, no, I didn't put you. I thought I put you up on stage and I didn't. My bad. That was on me. That was on me. What's going on? With you?
Yeah, man. How's it going, man?
What's going on with you? We good. We good over here. What you thought about the stream, the presentation? I know I waterboarded y'all a little bit.
Oh, this was. I feel like Battle Beast, man. Like, hey, you promised me waterboarding. This was too gentle.
Better You said he used to BDSM now. Oh man, what's going on? So where was I a little too easy, and where would you like to go with this? What direction were you hoping we went?
I'm just being a little playful, but I think you did a great job really capturing how it's become a class divide. And, this ties in. I'm not sure if you saw it, but I didn't realize I was up as late as I was because I was working like super late. And I sent you something that kind of, it talked about and went like a little bit more into the assortative mating and how, that typical, it's the top 20% that's getting all the attention. It's like, well, it kind of went more in depth into that, and like it depicted it more as like this web, and you have these people who are paired off, who are kind of just out of the game, like I want no parts of that, and then you got basically people on the sidelines. And
I mean that. Oh, go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, and I feel like that's really, at the end of the day, that's really what's happening. More and more people are being sidelined by these tightening economic conditions, by frankly, there's too much pain in the system. There's too much greed in the system.
Shout out to KMS.
And you a few people are going to collapse everything. That's really the end all be all of it.
While y'all talking, I'm gonna be walking. So, yeah, y'all go ahead. We Mr. Z gonna be walking while y'all talking, and I'm gonna chime in here and there. So anybody that wants to come up and give their 2 cents and agree and disagree, y'all can come on up. We got no placeholder here. No placeholder said, "Hey, it's the poor women. Y'all messing the game up," and I don't disagree with that.
Of course.
Go ahead, no placeholder.
I totally agree, Bishop. I totally agree because it all makes sense to me now why the rich basically push feminism on the women, because like it really does handicap everyone by having such a large population of women not doing their part. It really does, because the key to fighting back against the rich, or the key to basically holding the rich accountable and or basically putting some kind of fence around them, is the poor people having middle class people have in a community, a certain shared philosophy where our numbers, our stability, just like how just like, for example, water. You know what I'm saying? All of this is a result of hydrogen bonding. It's H2O. And all it is one molecule of water bonds to another molecule of water. And then we have this very, very powerful structure, the ocean. You know what I'm saying? This powerful structure, the sea, or whatever you want to call it. But it begins with a simple water molecule. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the whole idea of convincing poor women that essentially that they're better off not getting married was a genius concept, because this is what has been happening for the last 40 years of what allows the rich to basically go unfettered. You know what I'm saying? Everyone is too busy dealing with these small little things here and there that prevents them from having a proper cohesion where they can hold the government accountable, hold these structures accountable, the institution accountable, because I'm saying, because we're so scattered and so divided and so unprepared. I'm saying, and then we're here with the scenario about like only the rich. I'm saying the rich can get married.
No, wait. No, play something. I gotta pause you. I gotta pause you for 1 second. I'm gonna play something that's only 15 seconds long that speaks to exactly what you're saying. Here we go.
This is what I tell average looking and below average looking women: if you can't date up, be alone. Life is easier that way. And I know that's controversial. I don't care. That
female that said that, she is a snake in the grass. That's a snake in the grass right there. She's causing problems for so many other women, and she doesn't even, and she knows she's doing that, because even if you get married as a poor person and you don't become wealthy as a result of that marriage, you have family and you have structure. Meaning, like, your husband as a carpenter essentially is in a position to be in a home in a community with another husband that's a mechanic. You know what I'm saying? And they're gonna have drinks on the weekend. Your car's gonna get repaired by him for a reasonable price. Your home is gonna repair, you know what I'm saying? All the other things. Your other husband's a plumber. The other one, I'm saying, the mason. You know what I'm saying? And what happens now, your community benefits from having all these men that are in stable homes, I'm saying, all in cohesion, helping each other out. And you as a women benefit from that. They're so naive. I don't know what to tell you, man. They're like, anyhow,
do you remember? Do you remember Kevin? When he would speak to the ladies, and he would say, you know, if you have to contribute significantly to the household bills and your lifestyle doesn't increase too much, would you still want to be with this person? And the women would almost always say no, they wouldn't want to be. So he's saying the difference between what you're saying stability. The women said, fuck stability. I want prosperity. I want upwardly mobile. And I don't know how much I appreciate what they're saying. What I'm saying is, at scale, you got a societal problem, and that's what you're speaking to. Go ahead.
Yeah, but they don't have stability. That's what I'm trying to paint you. If they had stability, they wouldn't be having. I agree. They wouldn't be. They wouldn't be going from random male to another random male. I'm saying, you get what I'm saying? It's like, and all these scenarios they complain about on the internet, they don't have stability. So the whole point I'm trying to say is that how could you say you don't want something that you don't have? You get what I'm saying? You're like,
if I can't have the house, then I want bread and circus.
Yeah, but the idea of hedging, Mr. Z, is that if you want to hedge something or basically stand your ground or have an offer, you need to have something. You get what I'm saying? You can't be poor, single, and I'm saying and not have anything and be like, oh, I don't want to get married because I'm saying the stability that marriage brings is not worth it compared to my current situation of being single and in anarchy. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what? That's not even logical.
We're talking about women here, no placeholder. Women. You said logical, and we talking about women. Come on now. They said F that. I could either you're gonna have to buy me out of my. So what feminism did, and this is why you see the well-off women talk all that crap but still get married. That's why I keep on spamming that goddamn MJ Gray clip. It's because she talked all that shit, and the second a white dude with a few dollars gave her any type of play, she gone. And I think that was less than a year. She already married. Right, so that speaks to it. But the average chick, she at least she has her air quotes autonomy. So that's what they sell them. You won't be me, but at least a man bought me out of my autonomy. A man where you are on your level, that $40,000, $38,000, $50,000 a year. No man's gonna buy you out of your autonomy. So you might as well do whatever the hell you want to do and live off of that. I know it don't make no sense. It don't make no sense to me either. But I understand what they say. Right, go ahead.
Because all they're doing is like Not only that they were tricked, now their response to being tricked is to support the corporation that tricked them in the first place. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, now that I can't have a
Exactly.
family and a stable future and a stable environment, I'm going to buy more things from the people that took my family away from me. I'm like, what? You know what I'm saying? It all makes no sense to me, Mr. G. It really doesn't. I'm saying it's like, it really doesn't. I'm sorry.
And it don't make no
So,
sense to me either. But go ahead, better you, and then we're gonna get Gitmo. Go ahead.
so I would just simply say this, like, when you have a population that has been propagandized and indoctrinated, a lot of things from the outside don't make sense to us as observers, but from the inside, it makes perfect sense. Like, for instance, like how North Korean society is run and everything is pretty much in service of the dear leader over there. To us, seems like madness, seems like tyranny. And to some of them, they think the same, but they dare not say it. But you also have a large percentage of that population that's truly bought in and truly believe all that bullshit. Like, dude don't got no a-hole. Like, he gets 18 holes in one when he goes golfing and all kinds of shit.
That
like
was the funniest one to me. I don't know why. A perfect golf game. I don't know. Tiger Woods would love to see that.
Bruh. Yeah, I can't get 18 in putt-putt. But you know what I'm saying? So within that lens, it doesn't make sense, because what I'm really getting at is it doesn't make sense to us because we don't have that lens, and we haven't been hit with that indoctrination, and we haven't been bought and sold it. So to us, it seems foolish. To them, it seems logical.
When you make men a burden, when you tell women that men are violent and they're dangerous and they're a burden, the women are like, well, if I'm going to have to be associated with you and you might snap my neck at any moment, you're going to have to buy me into that. And it's either you're going to give me the greatest goddamn experiences ever. So these are the dudes that they may not stay with, but he's going to be taking around the world. He's going to be knocking the dust out that thing, right? Or you're going to make sure I never have to lift a finger until I divorce you and take half that shit, right? Like, that's the logic. I'm not saying it's logical. I'm saying that's the logic. Go ahead, get one.
Can you hear me? Mic check, mic check.
Go ahead. Yeah, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Nah, man. I mean, even with that, you know what I'm saying? Even with everything that they're saying and everything that we're talking about, you still got to get somebody to buy it, though. You got to get somebody to buy into that.
That's
true.
I
talk to women all the time, and I was making a comparison last night with a homegirl of mine. You can like the Jordans, for instance, and they come out with a pair of yellow Jordans, lemonade Jordans, Gucci Man Jordans. If people don't like the color, they're not going to buy it. But women, they turn around and say, well, I'm not changing it. It's going to stay yellow. Well, then you're going to have to wait for somebody to buy it. The waiting is what's killing them. The anxiousness is what's killing them. The whatever meant for me, he'll come. Eventually, he'll pop up. What about if nobody comes to save you, sweetheart? Like I tell them, if you go by what's meant for me and what's mine, and just come to me, well, then you can't complain about what you get.
They're banking on the luck, Gitmo.
Huh?
They're banking on luck. So that's what Meg Thee Stallion and Klay Thompson was. That's what Sierra and Russell Wilson is. They're banking on that. And look, she got it. Paris, and I said this before, Paris Hilton got to have a crazy body count and sex tapes out, and a white man still married her, and Kim Kardashian had the sex tape out, and Ray J was still wanted to be with her, and she still got married to Kanye, and da. So they're banking off of these outliers and luck.
Let me tell you something.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you something that happened to me yesterday. Real shit. Now, well, some of y'all know, I work in a blue collar job. I work in a steel mill. I'm 47 and I'm the youngest person in there. And it's only 4 people because they're not hiring nobody. My coworker is 60 years old right now. White man, lives alone, no girl, hasn't been married. He goes to work every day. Do you know he put all 3 of his 401ks together? They came back on the floor, and this is a regular blue-collar dude, white dude, not popular, not chisel Chad, not clavicular, not none of them, just a normal guy. That boy got $1 million, Z. I looked at him like, you got $1 million just by putting 3 401ks together and you ain't got nobody to spend it on. He can quit whenever he gets ready now, pretty much. Give or take
Thanks for
boredom.
making my point, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for making my point.
He is a normal worker. Most millionaires with the black community says, "Oh, I want a million, I want a million." Most millionaires are blue collar workers that work for somebody else who just learned how to make good financial decisions, and that's it.
You're making great points, sir, because even in our video, the woman did say that the people are just regular workers that make boring investment over many years. You know what I'm saying? You can benefit from stability. That was the whole point. You can benefit from doing the same thing.
No placeholder.
Yeah, go ahead.
The marriage is the boring investment instability.
It is.
Yes.
If y'all been hearing me this for years, I've been saying marriage is no. I said stability is boring, and I want it.
It's
the
Taco
marriage is the
Tuesday.
boring investment instability. Go ahead.
It's Taco Tuesday every Tuesday. That's all I'm saying, bro. It's the simple stuff. It's learn how to sit your ass down and just go to work.
Get more, but what about
exactly.
What about these experiences?
Stop sabotaging your marriage like 9 years into it, like you're some kind of child because you want to quote unquote get experiences. You know what I'm saying? Crazy stuff. And like literally put your husband back, your children back, yourself back many years by paying $50,000 for a divorce, cutting his 401k in half, all kind of penalties that come with that. I'm saying now you're paying two rents. You're saying you got a scenario where your husband basically getting child support out of his check, our former husband, where now 30% of that money goes to the state. I'm saying every time you want more money, you bring them to court, you got to pay for lawyers. I'm saying this is a tremendous amount of income that's being wasted. There's a tremendous amount of saving. That's not being put into the right place.
So I told her, y'all, me and Miss Z no longer together. And I went through the YouTube videos and I listened to a bunch of the AI slop and whatever the hell. And I read through the comments and one of these white dudes said something like, he was with his woman for I think 6-7 years. She broke it off with him. I think they might've been a bit younger, but they weren't married. And her family asked her why. And she said she got bored. going to a no place like this, 6-7 year investment and you got bored and broke it off. Even your and he was putting in the comments like even her family was like, what the hell? Boredom? Yes, y'all. Yes, going to a no place where they're talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah, because it's actually the reason why they're laughing at her because even the prettiest women realize that at some point in their mid-30s, the excitement just goes away. But I'm saying, but you don't have anything to show for the excitement. You're now in a scenario where you're going to want stability and the beauty that you basically would have used over that 15 years, whatever it is, from basically 20 to 35, to add to your stability. You wasted by basically going on trips with random rich guys, which have no consequence to them. You know what I'm saying? They acquired that money to basically for that purpose. But the whole point I'm trying to say is that just marriage in itself has more stability than just basically, I'm saying, I understand it's boring, but it's like, I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? It's like something like a safety net that they don't understand. Because when you get to 35 and you're now in a scenario where even if you want to be excited, you're bored because the quality of men that are in a position to provide excitement are significantly drop off because they're not dealing with 25-year-old women. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I'm saying, it's a fulfilling cycle where we invented a marriage because we know you're gonna we invented marriage because we know you're gonna get old at some point and your beauty's gonna go away. It was intended for you to basically get the man when you're young, wow him with your beauty, then give him the children, give him the stability in their home where he has nowhere to go but to remain with you. I'm saying because you're gonna be from 45 to 80. Like that's a very long time. You saying?
It's like you grandfathered in. It's like you grandfathered into a plan. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? But what happens is that they mess it up because they don't want to invest forward, and then they come now when you're in a position. We're in a position where now you need the stability of marriage. Now you need the loyalty of marriage. Now you need the consistency of marriage. Now you need the longevity of marriage, but you didn't invest in it. You know what I'm saying?
Nah.
Read the screen, no placeholder. Read the screen for me, please and thank you.
It says a disproportionate number of Black women are kinless as they age. Advocates say they deserve a social safety net too. Hell no, they don't. Not my tax money.
But no, there's a reason why I said that because it goes exactly to what you just said. They didn't, and what Gitmo was saying, they didn't invest in the plan, and because you didn't invest in the plan, now you damn near approaching retirement age, or you're in retirement age, and you got only that little pension if you're lucky, or 401k that you work towards, and it ain't no real money in there. Ain't no husband money coming, ain't no husband social security when he die coming, ain't no kids, ain't no nothing, because you didn't have kids. Oh,
Yeah, ain't no house paid off already where you living in. All you gotta pay is the taxes.
None of it.
You know what I'm saying? You're not
But
collecting.
this is the
Saying
thing,
you need. Go ahead.
Let me tell you this the thing though. I had like the same conversation about to the young lady last night. She doesn't have a man. You see what I'm saying? She's a homegirl of mine, from way back. But the point is, I said, so wouldn't you like somebody, you know what I'm saying, to, split things with? She said basically I can get a homegirl or a roommate. I said, they already doing that with the 4B. But you still gonna want a man. That's not gonna replace just because you have a partner or a roommate does not replace a man, regardless. You see what I'm saying? So either way it goes, if they didn't plan for all of that and they don't have a social safety net, they're gonna turn in on each other.
But Gitmo, I don't even believe what your homegirl was saying, Gitmo. If I'm gonna be honest with you, if your homegirl, she lying on that because she would have did it already with the homegirl. They would already had the house together. That's the cop. That's the cope.
No.
That's a cop out and that's a cope. She would have did it already. Go ahead.
This is the thing too.
Hold on. Reason why I'm saying that is because it's not necessarily that, because I know what it is. Her son just left. Her son was a bouncer. You know what I'm saying? He's in his 20s. She was using his support to supplement for not having a partner or a man. But now that he's gone, now she's starting to feel it. You see what I'm saying? She basically was using her child.
Okay.
Now she's talking this get a roommate or homegirl crap. Like, if you can't do it by yourself,
she don't got the son husband no more, and she don't got the extra money coming in.
And look at that scenario, Mr. T. Look at that scenario. She turns her son into a son husband. This is what I'm trying to. You should have had a real husband, so that way your son could have had somebody to teach your son what to do in life. You know what I'm saying? Not all you was a fucking burden to your children. You know what I'm saying? A leech. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying, like, come on, man. The video you mentioned talks about how other people from stable home put their kids in a position to benefit from that stability, so they can in turn get some inheritance and basically marry people from other states. That's what I'm trying to say. Even if you just remain with your husband, you are giving your children a massive advantage. You know what I'm saying? These women are so self-serving, bro.
Mm-hmm.
1 mile, everybody. Go ahead. I'm coming off my miles, yo. Go ahead, yo.
You cool, bro. But yeah, bro, that's what I'm saying. Like I said in the chat, that shit drove up my blood pressure, bro. Because everything that we discuss here, we talk about, I see it on a constant. I see it on a daily. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of y'all got good jobs, decent jobs, good lives. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, like I said, I'm one of the 54% that's never been married. You know what I'm saying? Don't got no kids. I never spent the night in jail. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got half the shit. You know what I'm saying? Trump paid off. I live cool. I don't have to worry about nothing. I don't live check to check. But I'm nowhere near a master of the universe. You see what I'm saying? And now that I see what's out here, it's like you can't unsee it, bro. For real. And like Z said, just to be real, half of these women and half of these people don't know this stuff is really going on like this. They think it's it's a gender war. It's a gender war for a reason. You see what I'm saying? I ain't trying to say it's really a war, because honestly, Black men should feel indifferent about it. I'm gonna be real with you. Just feel indifferent about it, just like you would do a narcissist. Just don't be in a gray area with it. For real. Don't your poor decisions. Just to be real, I'm not going to feed into them no more as a Black guy. I'm not. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to take accountability. Cool. You don't want to do this.
But Gitmo, the young men are already doing that. It's because we're millennials and Xers, and we're still invested. Gen Z don't give a fuck about what these hoes talking about. None. Clavicular is a prime example. I'm looking good to look good so that you could give me the pussy easier, because I know that's what you care about is your little red button getting smashed. So that's all it is. These young niggas, and that's why they're not doing relationships. They're not dressing for the women. They're competing against each other. The women said, stop worrying about us. The young men said, I bet. And now the women are like, wait a minute, wait, I didn't really mean it. I didn't really mean it.
I'm saying
No, I'm just
Go
saying.
ahead, get Mo, and then you got it. No place else. Go ahead.
All thing I'm saying is just make them stand on it. They hate when we have morals and principles. They hate when we have preferences. They hate when we really protect our peace. I tell girls all the time, I protect my peace. They get mad about that. Like, oh, why are you trying to do that? And no, I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna play it the same way. Just because we don't date no more, don't mean they not having sex. They're not choosing up on dudes. You see what I'm saying? They still doing all of that. But now y'all don't want to do it in a public eye. I'll make you stand on that. You're gonna do it behind closed doors. If you like me, it's gonna show that you like me because you're gonna come over to my apartment. You're gonna do A, B, and C, regardless. See, now they want to choose so much, let them choose. That's what I'm saying at the end of the day. That's it. I agree. I agree. You got to respond to the environment that's around you. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, dude, I was listening to another YouTuber, just on the way here, Mr. Z, this white guy. And he started YouTubing 3 years ago. And basically he was talking about when did he switch? And his exact statement was, I switched when I realized that the issue wasn't that people are intrinsically bad. People are intrinsically decent. It's just that the environment is what caused them. And I'm sitting there laughing at this white boy because I'm like, yo, BGS mentioned environment like 7 years ago. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We just already told you that the environment is why the women act the way they are. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they're so late to the party. But I am happy that the Gen Z men are responding to the environment, because if the women have decided that this is going to be how they're going to approach the situation, there is not much you can do. As you can see, even MTR, formerly educated, spent all that time he's probably a millionaire at this point off YouTube. And he had to go someplace else for him to basically realize happiness. You know what I'm saying? The women have made the environment toxic. You know what I'm saying? And the men they can only do what is necessary.
Slight fix. Elite rich white men, the Powell memo in them made the environment toxic. The women just belong to the mainframe. They belong to the system. So they're toxic because the system's toxic.
There are people
they don't
too,
fight
Mr.
against
Z.
nothing.
But
go ahead.
There are people too, Mr. Z. And you can't, if you're gonna, you can't make an excuse of telling me that you want to be equal, meaning like you want to have equal responsibility, equal input, but you have a flaw of being easily tricked. So what is that? You know what I'm saying?
True.
I can't deal with that.
No, you're right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
it goes. What you're speaking to goes to what the Raj report says, which is you got to be held accountable for what you choose to believe in. So I agree with you on that. I agree. What I'm saying is, because I know that they're full of crap, and I know this is what we have to accept. The women don't have a moral compass. Whoever's winning, that's the way they're going. If the good guys are winning, they're gonna go that way. If the evil muhaha dudes are winning, they're gonna go that way. They don't have a moral compass in aggregate. And so the reason why they moving and going to what you said, and they're so toxic, is because who's running this shit? The Elons and the Donald Trumps of the world and the Joe Bidens and the Clintons of the world are running this shit. That's why the women are moving away. They're not fighting against nothing. They just want the nice shit. If the evil niggas got the nice shiny shit, they going that way. If the good niggas got the nice shiny shit, they don't go that way.
Mr. Z, last comment I'm dropping. It's a result of the women taking the philosophy of easiness. Because I know why they basically embrace what they embrace. They embrace it because they like easy, and they like I'm saying. So it's for them doing that for the last 50 to 60 years is what allowed these people to be in a position to do what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's like, if they would have basically ignored all of this, how do I put it to you? This advertisement and this mechanism of telling you can have both, and said, no, it's not possible, and I have to think it through, and be like, there's no way I'm going to be in a world where we don't have families and still be a functional world. You know what I'm saying? If they would have understood that and they would approach it differently, these corporations wouldn't have so much power. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to say. It's like, so I agree that the corporation and these other people that are rich and elites incentivize the women to basically develop a philosophy that's detrimental to the overall team. But it was their responsibility too to fight against that. You get what I'm saying? They cannot be children, Mr. G. You know what I'm saying? They can't be adults, women, 50% of the population, 50% of the power, 50% of the voting, and be children at the same time. You get what I'm saying? They got to be responsible. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Anyway, I got to drop, but we'll talk later, guys.
So
word.
I would simply say this. Embers, I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying. The one thing I kind of stopped short of they're deceived or they don't know or anything like that. It's a conscious and willful choice, and this is part of female nature, where when people say women are emotional, they generally don't mean women are running around breaking down, crying, and everything every single second of the day. What they mean is that impulse decision, those things of whimsy. Like when we go to the perfect example, at my last job, I had just got a bonus, and I was like, "Yo, they got a Corvette for $30K." I was like, "Let me just do a little window shopping. That's my dream car." I get up there to the dealership. Guy comes out. I'm sitting in the car. This, that, and the third, and I've been a salesman a couple times before, and he almost sells me. And I realized, I'm like, "Yo, you too emotionally invested. You in love with this car too damn much. Get the fuck out of here." A lot of women would have been like, "Yo, you know what? Yeah, you right. All right, yeah, let's go in here. Let's talk numbers. Let's do this, that, and the third." And guess what? Now you got a 30K Corvette that you really wasn't planning on purchasing, but you just wanted to stop and window shop. And you made an emotional decision. Like, a lot of what's going on is the equivalent of that, just in terms of people. It's a stupid emotional decisions.
True. Very much so. Very much so. But let me ask you a question. What about the people, like for instance, a lot of women do make emotional decisions, and sometimes the guys that they're with are basically the ones who suffer those decisions, especially if you're tied to. You know what I'm saying? The thing that trips me out about society, and it's not really a question, it's just more of a thought, is that guys that get monkey branched on, they're the ones that end up being collateral damage, if you will. So when we talk about women making whimsical decisions, yeah, that's why to a certain degree, I'm not worried about what the women do anymore, or it's not so much as their plight, because it doesn't affect us, but I don't worry about the emotional part anymore when it comes to things. Because to be willfully ignorant is one thing, and they're good at that. They're very good at that. They know what's going on. Like you said, it benefits them. So if they're already winning with the benefits, they pretend like they don't know, then cool, let them have it. But they're queens of bad decision making. Like you just said, they're whimsical. They go in there and they do stuff. They get cars or they take trips and then they put it on credit cards and they try to pay it off later. And now, like we always joke around here, now I'm in a bind, Nate. But whose fault is that? That's your fault. You see what I'm saying? Like right now, I told another homegirl, because I talk to women all the time. I just listen to them at this time. Yes, I do. I'm still on the dating apps and I scroll. You know what I'm saying? But it's very lightly now. I do it like I'm playing Raid Shadow Legends on my cell phone games. I think about that serious nowadays. And it's just me with people. I go out. You know what I'm saying? I see what's going on. It's cool. And what's so funny is people say, "You're on the internet all the time. You listen to what the guys say on the internet, or the manosphere, the black manosphere." This right here for us is the new barbershop. Reason why I say it's the new barbershop is we can't go nowhere anymore. Think about this. It used to be places where men can go that women didn't like. Then they start coming into those spaces. I'm going to use the video gaming industry. You've never seen more video games or anime girls than you've seen in the past 5 years come out of the closet. Now they're still sexualizing themselves, but they're doing it in that format to those guys now. That's why I tell Z all the time, they say it takes a village to raise a child. Now the women want the village. They want all the attention. You see what I'm saying? Look up a couple years ago, TikTok, Snapchat used to be for younger kids. Then like when things like COVID hit, what they do? All the grown-ups went straight on Snapchat. And they gonna do grown folk shit.
Let me do this real quick. What's going on, Afro Merchant? No, you good. You're good. Gitmo. I'm still waiting for this thing to load up, because I wanted to play what I play all the time to go to what No Placeholder was saying earlier, and I'm trying to wait for this damn thing to load. It's taking forever. But so I agree with you that we gotta hold them responsible, Gitmo. And it is willful ignorance, like you were saying. You know what it is? It's the people that you talk to and you start speaking current event and news, and they're like, "Oh, I don't watch that. That's too depressing." And so I'm ignorant because I want to be. I don't want to watch that. I don't want to see those things. I don't want that type of information. Because I don't want to have that sense of urgency. I want to be whimsical. I want to be naive. I want to not be informed, right? Because I can always claim, and it is a part of our society that's why the judges have to say like ignorance of the law is no excuse, because there is a part of us that like we're a smidge more lenient on the people when they tell us they didn't know. That's why when people lie to you, they tell you they didn't know, right? Because we give a bit more grace to people when they're ignorant than when they did something deliberately and it failed, right? So going to the ladies, they know, they see their aunts, man. Like I had a conversation with a coworker, and he was speaking about all the older women in his life, and he can see the thin veneer of a straight face or a smile, but because he's related to them, you know, other family members will confide in him and let him know how miserable they are. You know, girl cousins will let him know how miserable his aunt is and whatnot. And me and him were talking, and he was just like, "Yo, they're all unhappy, bro. And then a handful of them are okay-ish because, you know, their husband died a few years ago and they're still sad about it. But for the most part, it's a bunch of women who destroyed relationships over and over again, played around, stayed out there way too long." And so let me see, he's like early 30s now, I think. Yeah, he's early 30s. I think he's like 31, 32. And so these women are, for all intents and purposes, maybe late 50s, early 60s. And so that's when the receipt is being given to them. That's when life start handing women the receipt. Remember, to all the young men here, life immediately punches you in the face when you mess up. I don't remember who it was that said this to me. It might have been Better You. It might have been you, Getmo, that said like life for women is like lung cancer. It might have even been Lion, which is like they keep on smoking packs and packs a day, and then they develop lung cancer, and then they need that damn voice box in 20 years, right? And that's the women. So when you mess up, your consequences are immediate, if not almost immediate. When they mess up, let them play. It's gonna be fun now. You're gonna see her having fun now. You're gonna see her having fun in a year or two, maybe 3, 5 years. But bro, later on you know who she becomes? She becomes Claudia Jordan. 52, 54 years old. Be like, I thought I had more time and to do this. You know this. Yeah, at 50 something. And I bring that up all the time, and I'm gonna have to go back and find that RMC clip. I was looking for it the other day, I couldn't find it. Where Corey Holcomb told her over a decade ago, "Hey, you might want to slow down dating them pretty niggas." And she was like, "Wait, so I'm supposed to be with somebody ugly?" And look at her now. Your last call for alcohol, you had Corey Holcomb telling you. I watched it when it not perfectly live. I think I watched it like a day or two later. I watched Corey telling you, "Hey, you messing up." Now it's a decade plus later, and now you're like, "Oh damn, I thought I had more time." This nigga told you didn't have more time over a decade ago. So going back to what Gitmo said, it is willful ignorance because Corey told her over a decade ago she didn't have more time.
So
she ignored that and minimized that, and then now a decade plus, now look at her. That's your average woman, particularly average Black woman. Go ahead, Barry.
I don't think we can really fathom the female environment. Not truly, because I'm, you know, y'all might disagree with me on this one, but imagine if from the time you were born till now, everything was like, "Hey, yo, Dre, you that motherfucker, you that nigga, motherfucker, you goddamn handsome, you beautiful as fuck, motherfucker. Hey, all these bitches ain't shit, nigga. Hey, you that nigga." And every single thing, every step you took was reinforcing that. I think it'd be hard not to have a big head, bro.
I'm gonna say this, bro. To be honest with you, check me out though. No, we know some girls are like that. They born fine, they all that, but some of them ain't. Now, think about the part that's hold on, hear me out.
Okay.
Reason why I'm saying that is because some girls. Okay, let's start here. We can admit that girls be in competition with each other. Yes or no? Let's start there.
Yes.
Okay. With that framework right there. Now, sometimes just like they're in competition to us. We might not know, but they're in silent competition. Some girls will turn around, and if girl A is the better looking girl and girl A gets the guy, girl B will be like, well, she's a little, I'm just about as cute as her. So if I get the same guy in some facsimile, I'm as cute as her. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
I understand.
So I'm gonna use Meg for an example. Girls look up to Meg. So the next girl who get Klay Thompson that doesn't feel like she's as cute as Meg, but somehow she can feel like she's as cute as Meg if she gets Klay. A lot of girls are like that. I'm just being real with you. A lot of girls in these social, because like I told Z, I talked to Z too about this. I know a girl who's in a social a group chat with 12 other girls. You see what I'm saying? It's a weird number. Like 4 of them are single, and 4 of them are in a marriage, and the other girls are out here just got boyfriends and cheat and stuff. Now these girls all know this, and they're in this whole group chat talking about it. You see what I'm saying? And as long as they're in silent competition, because some of these girls got their bodies done and some of them don't. I told my homegirl, I said, you see how differently they treat the girls who got their bodies done from the ones in the group that don't? Because y'all in competition. It doesn't look the same. Like men, we can walk up and challenge y'all. Yet y'all don't openly challenge in public. Y'all do like sneak disses to each other. Why do you think they got songs like "I Take Your Man" and stuff like that? They've been in competition. So what I'm saying is, yes, I don't believe that most of these girls just run around getting the privilege to think that they the shit at birth. No, some of these girls feel like they're a little jealous because she might have a little thicker body or her DNA might be a little bit better. So you see what I'm saying?
You know what it is, though? But here's the thing, though, Gitmo. It's something very important. I think this is where Better You was going. But she could still fuck, though. And the fact that niggas will still fuck distorts everything. The fact that we will, and let me be very clear, sexy, flexy niggas will fuck, bro. Gitmo, you already know the situation. Bro, they gonna fuck. And because they're gonna fuck, that completely distorts the less desirable women, the ugly women, the overweight women, because don't let none of y'all homeboys fool you, because I have friends that are 100% honest with me. The body beautiful niggas and the handsome and the tall niggas, you think 6'8" the great only fucking bad bitches? Get the fuck out of here. Have y'all seen Chris Brown's baby mama? She not ugly, but come on now. That means something. And because of that, real quick, Better You, 10 more seconds. It distorts the whole entire female mindset when it comes to men and the accessibility. And so what they're hoping is that they can turn the sex game into an actual relationship, marriage, and then exploit your ass afterward. That's the whole game. If I could just I could get him to sleep with me. These niggas will sleep with anything. Most women know that. They know that. But they're gonna try to use that Gok 3000 and that wet to get you to stay. That's what they're hoping. And I get what you're saying, Gitmo, but it distorts even the ugly, even the fat, even the overweight. And all they need is a one-off example. They see one overweight, because I've seen a couple of videos of this overweight white girl, and she's with a sexy, flexy bodybuilder white dude. And because of that one example, it's a bunch of overweight white women in the comments doing their own version of "Get it, girl. I see you, girl." Right? And that's all they need is the one-off outlier example to say, see, I'll end up with this. As men, we usually go off of the probable. We go off of the possible, but we usually go off of the probable. Women don't go off of the probable. They go off of the possible. I don't give a fuck if it's 0.0000000.1% chance. I'm a go, right? Because you told me I got a chance. Go ahead, Better.
Yeah. And Gitmo, I feel like you coming from a different angle than I am. You're talking more so like the interpersonal dynamics between women, which I really don't disagree with at all. What I was speaking more so to, as he was kind of hitting on it, was in relation to the broader society and how society treats women versus how they treat men. As a man, you know, like, we don't get no fucking sympathy for anything. Like you can walk outside, like some most random malady hits you. It's like, yeah, it's what you deserve, dusty ass nigga. Whereas, old girl trips up, the acorn hit her in the head and some shit, like she falls over. Oh my God, like what happened? So there's a particular sympathy that society gives them that I feel like skews their perception of things so wildly that I don't know. I don't think that we can really truly grasp that because we don't get that. Like even the most well off, most opportune, like that most alphas of niggas that you could think of in your head, like that motherfucker with the goddamn 12-pack, 6'6", he a millionaire, all that shit. I don't even think
Not
he can really
12-pack. Go ahead.
He got a double six-pack.
the goddamn Baki Ujiro demon back. Like, yo,
right.
I don't think that motherfucker can really even fathom that shit on the level like they can, because like it starts so early. It's so inbred into
Let me
society.
end this with one comment. Motherfucking Usher Raymond, who's been making R&B music since he was 14 years old type shit. Usher Raymond fucked not just a big girl, a big wide girl who was fucking so much she had the itchy scratchy and she thought Usher gave it to her. She didn't really think Usher gave it to her, but she was gonna try to sue that nigga for that money. But Usher fucked that. I don't care what nobody say. Usher piped. He never denied he did. He just told everybody he didn't give her that itchy scratchy, but he never denied he piped. Usher piped she wasn't just big, y'all. She wasn't just fluffy. We would have gave him an excuse. We would have gave him a pass. She was wide, nigga. So if Usher is out, Usher Raymond of all people Usher Raymond is fucking wide hoes. What you think your average brother is doing? And then that distorts their mind. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, yo.
But I was going to say this: when you talk about people like Usher, or you talk about the super wealthy, or you talk about guys that have a clear advantage over people, I don't even think at that point it's an intimacy thing. It's more of a domination thing. We just seen this sex tape.
I agree with you. Gibbo, I agree with you. What I'm saying is it distorts the women's mind. That's all I'm saying. It distorts the ladies' mind. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, Gamer.
But what I'm just saying is, nowadays, you like the other day when you did a live stream, you said the greatest thing in the world. We can't tell those guys who you are giving coochie to what to do. They're not going to listen to us.
Exactly.
And y'all are definitely not going to listen to us. So at the end of the day, who do we have to? We can't hold them accountable when you're rewarding them, basically. You feel what I'm saying? So let them reward them. That's
no. We do hold them accountable. Let me tell you when we hold them accountable. On the other side of 55 and 60 and 65. That's when we hold them accountable. That's what I was talking about with the lung cancer. That's when everything, because she hasn't been the cute chick in the club since 38 years old. She hasn't been the cute chick in the club. Okay? So in the in-between years, she's still trying to get in where she could fit in with the elite niggas. Then she finally lowered the bar to a little bit under elite, and she finally gives up and throws a goddamn fit, depending on weight and all that other shit, in the 50s and 60s. That's when you got to leave them out here to survive on their own. And I'm telling all the brothers this, because Gen Z and millennials, we're the test bed for this. We're the test case. Our two generations are and some of the younger Xers. I would give it about a 30-year gap, give or take. We're the age groups. We're younger Xers, so about 50-ish and younger, 52-ish and younger, all the way to 18.
Look, the younger Xer is me. I'm 79. You see what I'm saying?
You're born in 79.
Yeah, so I'm damn near millennial. About a year or two, different. But the point is, what you're saying is right. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you this about my family. People know, but they don't know. I'm an only child. I was raised by my mother, grandmother, auntie, and female cousin. Now hear me out. Nowadays in life, I had one male cousin and one uncle. They moved away from the female family and started their own families. Okay? Me, I don't have nobody. I'm an only child. Remember, I've never been married, never had kids. Okay. Now, what's left is my mother, her sister, my female cousin, and her two kids, and none of them are married but one. So out of my family, I done drawn back from my family. And like you said, holding them accountable. They're suffering with each other's delusions right now. Speaking of cancer, my auntie has cancer and she had a stroke. Her daughter was not there like she should have been, and left it up to her daughter. So now you got the grandmother.
So your auntie's granddaughter has been watching her
while while my cousin is out here doing the I'm gonna be in the club with T.I. and them, dyeing your hair blonde, living in Atlanta, being a realtor. And now back today, you're working at Costco. You did all of that. And like I said, let them make the bad decisions. This is like you said, this is the point where they're held accountable.
Man, get more
No,
pause for the cause. Pause for the cause. I'm Haitian descent. I'm telling you right now, you know what a meta that you just described? I don't have girl cousins like that, but I do
man.
have associates, women I went to high school with, definitely women I went to college with. I have friends, cousins. Like, bro, like what you're saying, the chasing after Trick Daddy back in the 90s, the when Cash Money would come here, she done been my sister personally knows a chick that Jeezy used to pipe on when she came down here.
Correct.
We know Briscoe's baby mama. We know one of Briscoe's baby mama. We know
Same
bro.
thing
I,
here.
I I know them chicks. Exactly what you
Same thing
describing.
here, bro. Same thing here with
Right?
Cash
Go ahead.
Money.
Go ahead.
They ran through girls. They ran through girls at my high school, bro. Everybody knew it. Like what you saying is true. When they man, you hitting the nail on the head. Go ahead, bro. You cool. You cool. You right though. Everything you
Right, but
saying,
that's
bro.
all because that's all it is. And what I'm saying that into this to describe your cousin and you saying she's working at Costco now. You know how many of them that is what it is when they're in their 20s, bro. It because what it is, it's excitement and it's please God, please for the love of God, please let me land one of these baller ass niggas, please God, please, I want to baller, I want these experiences, please, and that's what it is. And so they mortgage away their freaking 20s and even if they're lucky, early 30s, they wake up at fucking 38, 40, 42, 45 years old, and now they working at Costco. Now they working
No,
at some little firm in a cubicle making 48,000. I'm telling you this because I know this. I know these
what's so
women. Go ahead.
what's so crazy about what you're saying is this: when you be given these age ranges, when you say now they 40, now they 45, no, bro. When you be going when I listen to you and you be like 50, 60, oops, that's what you're right. They're up there. My cousin is in her 50s. And now she working at Costco, is what I'm trying to tell you. The same effect that y'all are saying that Gen Z and the millennials are going through, the earliest of X's are doing the same thing. It's on a wider scale. That's the crazy part.
You out here 48 years old still catching bodies, 3, 4, 5 bodies a year, maybe more
Yes,
as a woman.
yes,
That's crazy.
yes.
48 years old, fucking 5 niggas in a year, 6, 7 niggas in a year. Wow.
Because they're in the hive mind. They're doing the same thing that the girls in the 40s are doing. I mean, like my age is like I would say 46. 46 and under are doing the same things that the 35s and 40s are doing. They're still in competition with the same men. They get their bodies done. They jump back out here and be in competition with the same men. Look at their hairstyles. The older women are now wearing those long, gel down, talking about baby hairs like the younger girls are doing. Why are the older women doing that? Because y'all trying to get back out here and regain y'all wonder years. For real, for
I'll
real.
say this. I went to a CVS around my mom's house. This was months ago. This was maybe like 6 months ago, 5, 6 months ago, maybe even 7. And I went. I don't think I've ever been in that CVS, although it's been there for I don't know a decade maybe. And I went in there, and I promise you, go into what you say and Gitmo. It was maybe the sisters looked like they were somewhere like mid 40s and older, maybe somewhere between 45 and 55, somewhere around there. And I swear I walked into a time portal. I swear I was in BAPS. I swear I was in BAPS. I'm like, what the fuck? What year am I in? Bro, the hairstyles, these 45 to 55-year-old, it was 2 of the ladies, 2 of the sisters behind the register. And I'm looking at them, and like, you know, when you got to fix your face, like literally like, oh shit, I'm staring I'm staring in a confused way. I know I am. I caught myself. And I'm like, oh my God, these women look like they fell out of like 93. Like they look like straight out of BAPS. I was like borderline intrigued and like kind of scared. I'm like, you know what it feels like for all of us that live in major cities. I'm about to be real like insulting to some of our people that live in like kind of small towns. Whenever you go to like some of these kind of out there smaller towns, and then you see some of the wood paneling on the wall, or some of the office buildings, and you see some of the way people are dressed, and like it's different obligations, different things you care about. I get it, right? But you're like, oh man, I kind of feel like I went into a time portal back to like 85 or something, 83 or 72 or something, 79. And like that's what it felt like. It felt like I walked into a time portal in that damn CVS when I walked in the door, and I was back in like 93 or something. And I'm using the hair to describe a mindset, really. It's not about their hair and how they were speaking, because they sounded like they fell out of 93 too. But it's the mindset. We're in 2020. This was like late 25, maybe early 26, maybe late 25. And why am I looking at two women who look like they're stuck in 93, not in just their hair, but in their speech? And I put money that they moving like that in their life too.
This how you know the game messed up. They can't even get out a complete thought without using the word like. Listen to when they speak. They use like every other word. Like, I'm just trying to tell you, like, my feelings are messed up because, like, the other day, like, he totally like.
You trying to say these sisters are black airheads?
That's what they doing the whole time. I asked my homegirl, can you stop using the word like and just say how you feel and say what you're trying to get out without using the word like? And she couldn't do it. She started to go and getting frustrated with the word like. I'm frustrated with it too. You see what I'm saying? A lot of things we as people, well, men, black men anyway, you're gonna have to start expressing what you don't like. You see what I'm saying? That's the thing. We know one thing, they will not listen to us. You can't ask my favorite line in the world that I made up. Why would I audition for you to be my responsibility? I'm gonna say it one more time.
Shout out to you and the Roger Reports.
Why would I audition for you to be my responsibility? And they don't understand it. They think I'm being arrogant. But as a man, I know once I do take you on as a responsibility, because you know our woman is going to be our responsibility, right? I mean, we know this somehow, some way. Okay, cool. Well, then, why should I do that? They don't want to show you why. You know what I'm saying? You should just take them on their word. We cannot no longer take them on their word.
You know what though, Gitmo? You and the Raj Report, this must be a young extra thing, because you and the report, I swear to God, I had a private conversation with the Raj Report and he said similar. I think he might actually said that shit on his channel too. So yeah, no, I agree with that. Why am I auditioning for you to be my responsibility? Exactly.
That's real,
exactly.
bro.
That's true. That's true.
I told my mother that. She started laughing at me when I said that, but I'm saying that's real. I can, like I said the other day, men know that there's winners and losers. The dude I told you that got $1 million, he don't got no girl. I'm not saying he's a lame or something like that. Some dudes are just not interested in women like that. Or they just don't jump out the window like some of us do. So he don't get no coochie. So he don't know nothing what that's like. But guess what? He still got an adult. He's got to come home. He's got to clean his apartment.
So he's ignorance is bliss then. The fact that he don't know what that is the best thing that ever happened to him. Is the best thing. Because he got money in his pocket. Yep. I'll give you a prime example. So I was speaking to Compassionate. Compassionate was on my channel a little while ago. We had a panel discussion, and this maybe like 5-6 months ago, maybe 7. And Compassionate was explaining he's blue collar also. And one of his white coworkers, younger dude, I think he said somewhere in the later 20s or something like that, he was catching a trip when they have down season. He was catching a trip on a marine vessel or something like that to fucking Alaska to go watch whales or some shit. And because he don't got a girlfriend either. And Compassion make good money and the co-worker make good money. So like, yeah, if this is what men are gonna do with our excess capacity and our excess labor, is if the ladies keep on talking that experience shit, the men will have to experience it. We'll have our own experiences. Here's the thing, we can afford it though.
What I tell you the other day, 2 days ago. Dang, I'm gonna get my passport. Oh, did I tell you?
Right, exactly. Yeah, yes. Yep. Hey, y'all want me to? Hey, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Y'all gonna laugh. Y'all gonna laugh. I literally was talking to Mama Z all of 2 hours ago. Guess what she told me to do? She was like, you need to get your passport renewed. You know what? I need you to do that next Friday. She literally said that shit to me. I put it on I put it on my dead granddad. That my mom literally said that shit to me no more than 2 hours ago. I'm not joking. So
and what you tell me? Oh, man, I don't think I'll be able to do it. Yes,
I did tell her. I was like, all right, mom. You know when you kind of give them that like one of those whatever moms, but I said, all right, mom, and she was like, no. But I know her. She gonna nag the shit out of me until I do it. That's my mom. She gonna nag the shit out of me until I do it. Yep. Go ahead, yo.
You know, I work. Well, I work in a blue collar field as well, like construction for a government contractor. and a lot of those dudes. I'm in the IT department, but I'm working hand in hand with guys that's doing like structural steel, masonry, concrete, et cetera, et cetera. And when we did like our last big conference, like one of the older guys, like he trying to ride it out for like 2 more years and he about to retire. And he's been stationed all over the globe. And he was telling some of the young cats, he was like, hey, yo, man, you get these overseas assignments. He's like, you get like 2 or 3 of these, like you pretty much set for life. He's like, the only thing I say, he's like, if you ain't married already, he's like, if you go over there and you meet somebody, keep her over there. And dude was like, yo, why is that? He's like, hey, they come over here, they learn the game, they go try to take you for a ride. He's like, you keep them over there.
Pause for the cause right there. Better you pause for the cause. I'm sorry for that. I'm gonna let you go in 1 minute. Somebody asked this question earlier, and so Better You was answering your question right now. Someone asked earlier in the comments, and I didn't get a chance to highlight it. How long before one of these women overseas come here and pretty much turn into one of these, transform into one of these? Better You is answering you right now. So whoever you were in the comments, if you want to put your comment up again, and I'll highlight it, but Better You is answering your question. Go ahead, Better You.
Yeah, and he was pretty much like, yo, man. He's like, yeah, I ain't saying that's all of them, but he's like, I've seen enough guys who they good guys and whatnot, and they come over, they get married overseas, like they in Buckfuckistan, they come back over here with her, and then after a while, like she start talking like one of these American chicks. Now
I need half,
hey,
Eddie.
I want half. I need half.
What have you done for me lately? Right.
Ain't carried not one beam, ain't screwed shit in, ain't poured no concrete.
All I'm saying to that is if the glove don't fit, that's all I'm saying. Anyway, go ahead, yo.
One thing I was gonna say about even what we were talking about, right? And people look at MTR right now, and people are gassed, and that's cool. I'm happy for them, for real. What's wrong? What's wrong with getting things in your favor? You know what I'm saying? People got their critiques and saying, just like I watched AMS and everything else, and I was tripping because I watch O'Shea's too. I watch everything that's around here, Black Manosphere content related, for real. But anyway, the point is, when it comes down to it, bro, to be honest, a lot of us, well, I know myself, I'm gonna speak for me. I know I'm a working class person. You know what I'm saying? I've been working since I was 15. My first job was bagging groceries at Kroger. That's a long time ago. Okay. Why not go somewhere where the average man can get a leg up? It's almost like, since we're invisible anyway, why not go and have like Z said, why not the guys go have their experiences? See, because don't think, like I told my homegirl, don't think that we don't know that y'all are out here taking these trips to Aruba and getting banged out by the guys who are already there in Aruba. Because they look at it like we talk about culture fit and class status. Well, they be like, well, if these guys are out here in Aruba and me and my homegirls is out here, yeah, we're going to link up. If they see some other guys like, say us, we all went to Aruba. And they'll be like, most of the black guys don't be taking trips like this going to Aruba all the time. But for the ones that do, the girls who get their bodies done and take them little, what is that? The little laying down on the glass boat in the ocean, doing whatever they doing, half naked.
When they go to Jamaica and Jamaican Bahamas, I know exactly what you're talking about.
But the new thing is they're not slutting it around. They're not slutting it out in their own little towns and after the club no more. No, they're saving their money. They're going out there and they're doing all the nasty, crazy. Look at the cruise ships right now. The cruise ships is another example. These girls are taking cruises and getting out there in that water and going crazy. That's why you see more fights, and all these curated pictures where they got on the evening gowns and everything like that. I know so many women right now who travel alone just to go out and do their dirt outside the public eye. See what I'm saying? If y'all see what I'm saying. So yeah.
No, it's happening. And let's be clear.
Their experiences. That's all I'm saying.
It's that. It's also if the women have price, not necessarily their vagina. I say vagina all the time. I'm gonna keep on saying it. But if they price their companionship and their loyalty out the game, if they priced it out the game, unless you fucking Superman, and that's what I really want to emphasize. What you're saying and what I'm hearing from you, Gitmo, is in these other places you don't got to be Superman. You just got to be a man.
Exactly.
You don't
So
have
why
to be
not?
Superman. Yeah,
Why not go? Why not go?
yeah.
You see what I'm
And
saying?
the thing with the West, especially America, and maybe a lot of these developing nations, is the women have priced their companionship out the game, and they're saying you got to be Superman. And I think in these other developing places, or like, you know, I don't want to say third world, but like, just underdeveloped. There we go. Isn't that the euphemism for third world? Underdeveloped, including Haiti. It unless they've been super Americanized, which believe it or not, a lot of places are that y'all think are not. You don't have to be Superman, and that's rest in peace, Kevin. That's what he was speaking about this hypergamy thing. Is that you have to be Superman? You don't have to be Superman to pipe. Women to pipe. Women will let any nigga pipe. You'd be surprised who you think didn't hit who you think is better than that. Bullshit.
Right.
But
Right.
when it comes to true ass companionship, long-term relationship, marriage, children in wedlock, and where women put their autonomy bar. Oh no, yeah, it's Superman. It's Superman. It's Superman in looks, physique, status, or it's Superman in money, connections, etc. And like that shit doesn't work in the long run. That's why you have a society like this, the K-shaped relationship model. And we'll pause right there. Let's let KMS go real quick. What's going on, KMS?
Hey, I'm doing good, guys. No, I mean to that point. So if you got to be Superman to get this chick's companionship, then what's the value of her companionship? Their companionship's not worth anything. So I mean, like to one of you guys, I think better you alluded to it. Why am I running full flat work? Why am I running full tilt into a bill and some headaches and having to walk this bitch through her life? Because I'm Superman. Because I'm Superman, I gotta take out Lois Lane. Lois Lane is a fucking human in comparison to Superman in regards. So it's like I gotta do more to get. It's at this point now where you got to do more to get the worst of the woman. And I'm not saying the worst of the woman because, women's company is bad. It's just that the worst of the woman, because that's where she least invests herself in. She invests herself in a career. She invests herself in, in concerning things with, her female friends, but she don't invest herself in anything that a man would want outside of her bending over. So you get this companionship where it's literally on the job training. I gotta walk you through how to speak to me. I gotta walk you through how doing the shit I like done. And I'm not talking about like bespoke shit that I can't mess with like done, but just bespoke shit that a man in general would want out of a relationship. But I gotta do everything. But I gotta do everything because you are clearly nothing in regards to what I want. And that's why guys are making the pivot. I've said it before and I say it again. It's not that women are expensive. Men know women are expensive. It's just that women have made themselves worth less in regards to what men want. And it's not worth the cost. Listen, if I want a Ferrari, I'll buy a Ferrari and I'll get the price tag. But I'm not gonna pay for a Ferrari and this shit be a 2004 Civic. And that's what women are trying to sell. Companionship wise. Because we all know as far as being able to come through and run through, all you got to do is A, look the part, B, catch her on the right day, or C, just have money. And you can get that from her. But the companionship thing, the thing that they want for the long term, they don't even invest in it. So what they really want is they want a landing pad. They want a place to rest.
A comfortable place to land.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with them investing in a relationship at all because they don't invest in it. Because if they did, we wouldn't all have the same complaints.
Right. Just like what you're saying is true to the point where, like I asked my homegirl, I said, so you tell me back to what I was saying about what's meant for me is for me. I said, do you feel that way when you go look for a church home? No, you go seek out the church home. You can't say the job just fell in y'all lap. Y'all be enthusiastic about chasing down y'all job. But like you said, when it comes to us, it's on the job training. Okay.
I'm glad you mentioned that. And anytime I want to trip a chick up, if one so happens to want to start talking to me, I always mention college. Okay. So how did you get to college? Did you just walk up to Harvard and just knock on the door and let you in? No. Actually, I researched it. I researched Harvard. I looked at the qualifications and prereqs. I worked on those qualifications and prereqs. They wouldn't give me a scholarship, so I took out a loan, or I worked hard. I put aside money and I invested in it. Well, did it work out instantly? Well, no. I had to go to classes. I had to study. I had to work on my skill set to actually, perform to the capacity so I can get the degree. Oh, so you planned, invested, and worked on your college degree. Well, yes. Okay, so you know how to do that. You know how to plan and strategically lay out something you want, invest into it, and then see it through completion. Well, yeah. Okay, well, how do you feel about a man? Oh, well, he's just supposed to be there, and then I can just like pick him off the tree, and he's just gonna accept me flaws and all. No, listen, they playing in our face. They are. They know everything.
But what? Huh? No. The what's meant for me thing is just a lazy excuse. The what's meant for me, and that's what you're speaking to. It's I don't want to put in the effort. And by the way, I don't want to put in the effort for the men that are around me, because I promise you, if you send Dream Guy in there, she gonna do everything to try to land that. So it's what is accessible to me. I think I'm better than this, and I'm yeah. Go ahead.
I want to push back against that because I've seen these women have fucked up and fucked over Dream Guys as well. They don't know how to hold on to them. They don't know where to begin. They don't know where to start. They just a deer in a headlight. They're just lazy. They're lazy and they play in your face. And I suggest any man going forward, you should talk to any woman as if she knows exactly what the fuck you're saying. So the issue is that she just don't want to do it. She just don't want to do it for you. Find another chick. It's sort of like what's it, The Art of War, the story of the concubines.
Right.
If you tell a chick something for the third time, she don't fuck with you like that. The first time could be, okay, maybe I didn't explain it the right way, so I'm gonna tell you again. After that, she was playing your face. You just ain't the dude, and you got to go about implementing consequences. And since you know, in our society, you can't be just throwing chicks between the washer and dryer. The only consequence you can give her is disconnect.
Yeah, true.
Okay. Your audio is like slightly off. It sounds kind of like a speaker coming through.
One second.
Yep.
And I say this, he's right, but at the same time, if I had Z's button, I hit the you gets nothing. Good day, because at the end of the day, bro, seriously, when it comes down to it, if you have to tell her 3 times and she still don't listen, that's how many of these girls get caught up in situationships. For real. Because the dude's not going to move no further than that. And I'll even take me for an example. Yeah, I kick it with a homegirl, but she does the things that I don't like. I tell her I don't like the baddie shit. She still does it. I tell her I don't like the like shit. She still does it. I tell her respect my boundaries. She doesn't do it. Now, will I bang you out? Sure. When I feel like it now. But she keep asking me, what are we? We're doing exactly what we're doing because you don't listen to me.
Why are you dealing with a woman whose only value to you is that you get to bang her out occasionally?
Let's see. The real reason why is because honestly, I like sex. I'm not gonna hold you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna just go.
But there. I mean, if you are a reasonably attractive man and man, you can get sex from women who have more to offer you than just sex.
Right.
See, part of the problem is, I mean, you guys gotta change. Sex is validation to women, whether you like it or not. And every time you lay with her, she's being validated. Period.
True.
And not just with the sex, but she's being validated with your presence, with your physical presence as a Black man. You know, so I mean, you're giving to her by having sex with her and by being in the presence of her, and having conversations with her and texting her or however you communicate. You're validating her. She's reaping benefit from that, well in excess of any value. She's gonna lay there ooh and ah for 15 minutes or so, and that's it. That's it.
I mean, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. I understand where you're coming from, and that's why it's not okay. I'm not gonna say it's not just that, but I'm gonna get my return on investment. If I'm spending time with a woman nowadays, it's not gonna be just because of that. Like it's gonna be something else. Like if it's, and I know this sounds crazy. If you around here and I'm cleaning, you gonna clean. In other words, is I'm not. It's not for me. It's not just about like you said. It's not just about the sex part, but at the same time, I want my return on investment for anything I do. You see what I'm saying? Nowadays, from a woman, because you expect it out of me.
Look, if you look at the value of activity, though, you'd be better off paying somebody to clean than having to put up with a woman who is influencing you economically, who is taking time from you that you could be doing more productive things, more things that might provide some greater actual financial and economic return to you. And even when you're not with her, you're dealing with the fact that she's in your conscious space. You know, and anytime you're dealing with a woman, it's very disruptive and distracting to other more productive things you could be doing. So if all you're getting out of her is sex, and the fact that she might clean some shit that you could pay Maria a few bucks to do, I don't see the value. And forgive me, brother. I'm not criticizing you as much as I'm using you to try to get younger brothers to really do a cost benefit analysis of your involvement with any woman. Do a real analysis of it, because you'll find in the vast majority of instances it's cost prohibitive to you. And when I say cost, I'm not just talking about obviously expense. I'm talking about time. I'm talking about the space she occupies in your conscious and even subconscious space. I'm talking about the additional risk you may incur in dealing with dealing with any woman. I think if you guys started to really do that kind of assessment, you might find it easier to step away from the vast majority of women that you deal with, and maybe make some better investments of time in either other pursuits or women who actually could generate some return on investment greater than whatever your cost might be.
So Black Uru, I agree with you 100%. I'm not. I'm as you speak and what you was talking about. That's very true. The reason why I say that, because yeah, I go out into the world. I go to bars. I go to clubs. I go to all types of venues. But I'm not the guy that's out here talking to every woman. You see what I'm saying? Because like I said, due to this content, like you said, find somebody that's that might be more worth my time. I don't talk to many of them because the majority of them that I see that's in my community or my environment right now, they're not really worth the time. They're not. For real, for real. At the end of the day, it's to the point, like I was telling them, I'm 46. You know what I'm saying? I don't have no brothers, no sisters. I have one mom, no dad, no grandparents, and the rest of the women in my family are like Z said, they getting their receipts right now. You see what I'm saying? I got two types of friends. Friends that are married and going through their own thing with their own family, and other brothers who ain't got their stuff together. You see what I'm saying? So it's pretty much a bubble for me. I can't ask married men to go out and do single people stuff. And the other guys, they're not even financially stable enough to go do anything. They're trying to get their stuff together. And some of them are in their 40s, 40-year-old black men. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying this to say, I'm very much closed off. I do have access to do things that I want to do.
You know what? I'm sorry, Gitmo. I got to cut you off. We got to do a Black Manosphere trip overseas. That's all. All the single niggas. That's all you just told me. I'm gonna try to figure it out. I'll try to figure it out. Yeah.
As he was speaking, Z, that's exactly what I was thinking. Ironically, as he was speaking, you got to get out of. You got to expand your environment beyond what you're doing, brother. Because I think you represent a lot of Black men, particularly Black men 35 plus, Black men who have maybe avoided making certain commitments to women or have managed to extricate themselves from certain commitments to women, but now they're like in this place. Okay, well, now what do I do with my life? I think that's something that unfortunately a lot of millennial men, Black men in particular, are grappling with now and are going to have to grapple with in the future. And the only thing I can't advise you on what to do, other than alluding to what Z said, there's a whole big wide world out there. There are over 4 billion and maybe probably closer to 5 billion females on this planet.
Right.
And you just have to, I would recommend learn a couple of other major languages, Spanish, what are the other language? Portuguese, French, Chinese, whatever will expand your reach into another several hundred million, perhaps even billion population of women by simply being able to increase your ability or communicate. And then you just go from there, and you have a much greater chance of finding some circles of social and romantic and intimate familial influence that you may be able to do so. But you essentially saying that you kind of outgrown where you are and you need to branch out elsewhere. That's what you appear to be describing.
That's so much how I feel, because I told Z I ain't seen a beach till I was 35. You see what I'm saying? I live in Nashville, Tennessee. For me, and for much of life is like we already know the American dream. You work hard enough, the gold star standard. Work on your merits. You do all the script that doesn't work. By the way, you do all that script, and then you get crushed. Like for me, y'all been here. Y'all been doing this since 2015. I didn't learn about this till 2022, and I was already 43 when I got the memo. You see what I'm saying? I got the memo late as hell. Like I got the memo after I got crushed and then found y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like Zeno, I told Z about this. I had a whole girl tell me everything that we was going through. You're supposed to believe it's hard times and ups and downs. I had a girl tell me, fuck your reality. These women, they want what they want. They don't care about the reality that we living in. So what I'm saying is, to that degree, that's when I came over here. I didn't know nothing about blue pill, red pill, none of this stuff. So yeah, I'm fine. I'm learning fast, but I found out the game late in life. That's why I made the comment earlier, y'all. On these ladies' roads to riches, all the good guys or the normal blue collar guys, they're collateral damage. But nobody ever stops and turns around and look like, damn. On their road to riches, how many guys are now finding up or waking up or finding these spaces or finally speaking out and saying, hey, we got some deal of bad goods too over here. Now we get to rewrite all of this stuff now. So what you said about your time, Black Guru, it makes sense. You know what I'm saying? It's things that I want to, create or contribute. But like you said, as long as go ahead.
Let me say this one thing. So I've been saying from the first day I walked in the door to Black Manosphere. So this is when I let myself be known, maybe I think it was 2018 or something like that. I've been saying, excuse my language, everyone, excuse my language, Black Guru, fuck your facts. That is the ladies to us, right? So when she said, fuck your reality, I've been saying that's the type of time they on. Going because it really is two different ways of viewing the world. I would argue ours is accurate because we actually care about a reality. What they care about, and notice what she said to you, fuck your reality, because she doesn't think there is a reality. She thinks there's your reality, there's hers, there's yours, and this is the personal is political type thing.
right? Which is, there is no real world. There is no real experience outside of what's going on in my head and in my heart. Nothing exists outside of me, outside of my perception. Perception is reality. These people take that quote and they run with it off the field, out the stadium, off the planet, right? Out the goddamn solar system, galaxy, universe. They run the personal is political, the perception is reality way too far. That's what you came into contact with, right? And I've been knowing that's what the sisters were all, women in general, quite frankly. But because America has allowed for the institutions to erode that keep women a certain way, so that that doesn't become something that we have to deal with on a fucking daily basis. Well, then that's why she got the balls to say that shit to you. Or I said it the right way. The balls to say that shit to you, right? So yeah, that's why she said that shit to you. Fuck your reality. Like, now, if we were 50 years ago, you could have did some unsavory ways of handling that. And we would have asked her, what the hell did you do wrong? Right? If this was 60, 70 years ago. But she could say, fuck your reality, and not worry about immediate, instant, kinetic energy, right? Because she knows what world she lives in right now.
Right,
Fuck
like
your
that.
reality. You imagine? Yeah, I remember when you told me that. Fuck your reality. That shit's fucking crazy.
Like that fuzzy TV. You know what we did for that. Get it
You
back
see
in
what I'm
focus.
saying?
Right,
That's how I'm gonna
but-
start. That's what I'm gonna start saying it as. We gotta have to start knocking the fuzzy TVs back to having the right picture. That's what needs to happen. Some of these fuzzy TVs need to get knocked upside a couple of times. Oh crap! I'm looking at a Boss 302 Mustang right now. God damn, the sun is out, the fun is out, man. I'm looking at welcome to Dade County, y'all. I'm looking at a damn 1970s classic Mustang right now. Look at that. Okay, back to the conversation. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna have to start knocking these fuzzy TVs back to the right picture. Yeah, exactly.
But I would let life do it. I'm starting to let the experiences that they have, and they complain about it. I let them do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna let the finger no more to worry about it. That's what I mean by being different to it. You see what I'm saying? I don't even till they start doing things that I care about. Then I don't care. I don't care if it's political, because black men are unseen anyway. You know what I'm saying? To be honest, when they talk about the black community, we already know they talk about the kids and the women.
Let me modify that a little bit. I don't think we're unseen. I think we're ignored, and there's a difference. We're seen. As a matter of fact, we're hyper visible. We're ignored because people don't want to address our issues and they don't want to give us our just due. So we're ignored. We are definitely visible. So I want to make just a little difference to that if you appreciate what I'm saying. But go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. So my thing is, when we talk about being high, you know what I'm saying? They never looked out for us. I mean, as black men. So
That's
what
true.
I'm saying,
No, that's definitely true.
we've learned how to, especially like me, for example, I've learned how to survive by going into jobs, taking a certain pay, being there a certain amount of years, you know, doing my job, going home, repeating the process, you know, repetition. They never experienced that. You see what I'm saying? So what looks like a less glorious job is a more steady job. Everybody wants to date the manager, but nobody wants to date the guy working the fries. But like I always say, somebody's got to work the fries to make it turn.
I've worked at firms. Them niggas get pussy, but you're right about the date. It depends. Super charismatic, super tall, good looking, yes. If you just like Cam has said, you at the right place at the right time, yes. And she feeling it, she feeling horny. I didn't had that situation, right? But going to what you're saying, the ideal is the partner, and we appreciate that. There's nothing actually wrong with that. I understand that women's hypergamy. It's when it's the partner or nothing. It's the lead attorney, it's the maybe even the lead paralegal or nothing. And that's when you start getting into an issue. When the ladies start moving like that. Yeah, go ahead.
But the dishonest part is, you don't think they're still banging the janitor? Even though they're
no, but look, bro, man. Look, man, I got stories for y'all when I worked at that office. I got man. If you think we weren't piping attorneys that were 15 and 10 years older than us at that firm, and we were working in the file room and in the mail room, and we were in our 20s at the time, I was. This is between my ages of 25 to 29, something like that, 24 to 29, give or take. And if you think me and my boys wasn't handling 42-year-olds. You got another thing coming, 38-year-olds, married or not. Now me, Mr. Z, I'm staying the hell away. If you married, I ain't touching you. That's always been my thing. I don't deal with people in relationships, but yeah, or even situationships. None of that. I don't compete against other people. But yeah, yeah, go on.
She'll bang you, but will she
Yes,
stay with
I
you?
agree with that. Yeah, no, you're right about that.
She'll, just like they say men will bang anything, some girls will too. Don't get it confused. You see what I'm saying? So my thing is saying that is she might bang the guy, the janitor, or let the janitor bang her, but her aspirations is always for the manager. In other words, she'll be monogamous with the manager, but until she gets the manager, it's all or nothing. But secretly, you're being dishonest and you're still banging the janitor. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see where I'm going with that? That's why you
Yes,
hear
and we're not the only ones to speak to this. Jason Black has spoken to this. I've heard Coach Adams speaks to this. We all know that what you're saying. We all know this. We experienced it when we were janitors, when we were in the mailroom, file room, and we got friends. We got friends who did it. We got we got friends like who's going through this. Who the woman lied about she's single and she not single, right? She a whole married. We've been on either side of that.
Well,
Right.
look,
So yeah, no, exactly what you're
women are
saying. Good.
looking to have fun. Cyndi Lauper said it best 40 odd years ago. Girls just want to have fun, and they will look for different things to do to have fun. And having a vagina opens you up to lots of assorted opportunities for different kinds of funds, different kind of variety of fun. It gets you to the backstage at a concert. It gets you tickets to being and especially a reasonably attractive woman. You could operate around different kinds of men of different kinds of background, of different races and socioeconomics, and you can offer up different sorts of, or they can offer you different sorts of exciting opportunities. Fucking in the broom closet, for example, at in your corporate workspace, or getting rotted out behind the garbage can, behind the club, and all kinds of wild shit that they can do just by having the vagina, and then being able to giggle about 10 or 15 years later. That's what having a vagina offers most women the ability to be able to do. So you become essentially a prop in a story. Whether you're the janitor, whether you're some peer coworker, or fucking the boss, or fucking the CEO of the company, or getting smashed by the mailman or whatever, the men are props in a very interesting story to them. So that means that all men, if they present themselves a certain kind of way, or present themselves at the right time, and maybe if they're the types that the women think will keep their mouths closed, if they're concerned about that kind of thing, you can very easily end up between some woman's legs that you might have otherwise thought yourself incapable of getting between her legs. But you're just a part of some interesting story. You're not a real man of any real consequence to her life necessarily in those situations.
I was gonna say to you to speak on that. You're right. Two things. One, the first thing what you said about they can do that and get real right. Okay. Have y'all ever seen where they have the reels where they ask the girls, if you was a man and you woke up a man tomorrow, what would you do? Some of these girls said the most juvenile things. I have sex and I'll play with it and I'll do this and I'll do that with it. And it's all when they asked the women the question, it was all sexual. Or like you said, they sound like they would go use, like they think we use them as props, just like what you were saying, to a certain degree. Because any woman that says if they had a penis, they would go and immediately have sex with a whole bunch of women. That's how y'all think. Yeah, exactly. That's how y'all think. We think. You know, just like I was talking to the same girl who said F my reality. When we came on the discussion of cheating, well, everybody does it. I said, no, everybody don't do it. No, everybody does it. You see what I'm saying? So, like you said, projection. That's projecting. You think everybody does it. You think men do it to women all the time, or you think that you know the things that we see on social media and the clips that we play. I look at it like it's 80% they're projecting how they really do things nowadays. I don't even look at it. Well, all men cheat, and why do you know what? I think y'all are just admitting things and projecting it onto us as the reason why we can't get along. But secretly, you telling us every day why we can't get along. Y'all show us every day why we can't get along. Just to be honest.
Well, look, they're admitting, you know, if you think about it from an evolutionary standpoint, you know, we're all the product of probably the most sexually lascivious ancestry, especially amongst the women, who probably had, you know, in some jungle, probably had X number of dudes ran through her, you know, in a given week or a month on some just wild type shit, you know, just because everything is all, you know, I mean, I think we think of women in a way that we want to think of them and not necessarily what they are as an animal. You know, I think of women more than anything, I think of them as a survivor. More than anything else, I think of a female as a survivor. You know, the brother, I forget his name. I don't, you know, I won't necessarily mention channels, but I was listening to him and he was interviewing this older white woman and she was speaking very honestly about how women think and behave. And she basically said, you know, they view themselves as this very vulnerable thing in juxtaposition to men. And therefore, whether it's treachery, whether it's sex or whatever, they're capable of doing and behaving any kind of way from a purely survivalistic standpoint. And a lot of how women, you know, the moral and whatever we project upon them were standards that were placed upon them through religion, society, law, etc., to regulate their instinct, to control or curb their more survivalistic instincts, right? And now what you're seeing is what happens when those rules go away. They regress to some very sort of survivalistic instincts. And one of their biggest survivalistic instincts is, I got to be able to throw this monkey around when it's most convenient for me to do so.
You know, Black Guru, you real quick, Black Guru, you spoke to this about somebody close in your life that you was having a conversation with. I remember who it is. I'm not gonna say it just in case you don't want me to, but and you were having this conversation with this person, and that was the kind of energy they were giving you in the conversation, which is like they should be allowed to lie and kind of bamboozle men and use men in this way because
I'll admit it to because it may be informative and give you some perspective. I was having a conversation with my younger daughter, and she very flatly told me, I think that I mean, this is an honest, beautiful young woman. She very candidly said to me, I think women should be able to lie to men. And you know, and as we was talking, and I go back to what I said before. I don't think we really see how women view us. They're they see themselves very vulnerably to us. You have this other person who's bigger, stronger, faster, more durable, could be much more violent, you know, and I got to deal with this person. So like a lot of times when you're dealing with women and they seem they will very easily lie, they will very easily form up against you, they will very easily use other institutions and other devices and court systems and laws against you. Well, that's that survivalistic instinct. That's what that is, because in the end, I'm vulnerable to you. So I won't fight fair with you. I won't. You know,
And that's why everything they do is justifiable in their mind.
Exactly. The lie, the distortion. I'm going to ignore this. I'm going to sleep with this other guy or whatever. It's all because in the end, I'm a woman, you're a man. And so I should have some sort of advantages over you to offset that greater capacity of things that you possess as a man.
No, that's real. That is real. As a matter of fact, I played a clip if I could find it. I'm about to be on the road. God damn, I can't find it right now. Where I found the young lady I've been covering for a few months now, named Bun Me.
Were you going to play some, Z, or I thought?
Yeah, that's what I was waiting on.
Oh, my apologies, y'all. I didn't realize y'all couldn't hear me. My apologies. No, I was trying to play it, but I'm trying to find it and load it, but I'm on the road right now. So no, so there's a clip, and I'm gonna look for it in a minute, where Bun Me, this is a younger lady that I cover on from Instagram. She's a super feminist. Feminist. This young lady straight up said, why do black men especially think that they don't have to be chivalrous? Y'all are, and she said what you said, Black Guru, y'all are in bigger bodies, and she pretty much is trying to, like, she didn't say Bible, she didn't go anywhere religious, but she's trying to, like, draw from this idea, like, this is your burden. Like, this is your Adam's burden. This is your burden. You're supposed to protect us. And I'm listening to it, and I'm like, you're super feminist.
I think
you know?
Historically men understood and appreciated that, but there was some reciprocation, because the woman, she was going to be my wife. She was going to some degree submit to what I need her to be as a mother, as a housekeeper, keeper of home. I was going to at least, she was going to at least she was either going to be faithful to me or was going to be damn sure about keeping secret from me that she had not been faithful. I mean, she was going to do something to compensate for that. Well, now, you know, they just want that quote chivalry, which was actually a distortion of an actual exchange of courtesies between knights and combatants, interestingly enough, ironically enough, in this original form and creation. Chivalry was between men. Chivalry was between combatants. It was a sort of an honor code of how men who might kill each
Black
other.
Guru, they still asking for chivalry to be between men, if you understand what I'm saying.
So
they still asking that.
So
roguish assholes.
Yeah,
anyway, go ahead.
They want all the benefit and did not incur any of the cost. And you know, part of the problem or the mistake that men have made is that we have failed in really reacquainting them with the cost of a lot of things.
After being collateral damage.
Right. It's patriarchy by feminist specifications, as I said. That's what the young lady was advocating for. And as to your daughter saying that's common. She just said it to you, your dad, right? But that idea, like, we can see it from their actions. So we already know they think that and feel that. But I think because women have boxed themselves in with modern feminism, they kind of put themselves in a rock and a hard place, because we're having this conversation, you as a boomer, me as a millennial, we have Getmo as a Gen X, and we're having this conversation. Gen Z not really having this conversation. It's a handful of creators I see on Instagram and TikTok and on YouTube, but for the most part, Gen Z men are not. They're done. They throw their hands up. If they're good with women, they have fun with them. If they're not, then those are the ones that we should actually have an issue with. It's not the men that's running through women. They're a problem, but there's always been that. The other men usually used to still be waiting in the corner, and that's who great grandma ended up with in the future, low key. But now those men have just resigned themselves to not doing anything and not pursuing women at all. That is your worker class of men that's that 7 million men that you need to maintain your economy and your society, that have decided that they're going to be minimalist or do the bare minimum. Forget what women are talking about being bare minimum in relationship. These men are doing the bare minimum to sustain themselves, whatever it costs to sustain themselves and have a few luxuries, that's what they're doing. And that's a problem because they're not overproducing. For who?
And Z, to piggyback off what you said about things I was telling you when you read my a couple of months ago, I am 46 years old. I work in a steel plant. There is nobody under me younger. There are only 4 people who run the whole
And you
plant.
as a middle-aged man, you're the youngest as a middle-aged man.
Exactly. I told you the other guy is 60.
Yep.
The younger generation are not even trying to come to work nowadays. We're losing less of our workforce to the point of they're doing the bare minimum. They're not even trying to work no more. They're either go out and do Uber Eats, GoPuff, Instacart, and make their little money and go back home, make enough just to do the bare minimum and go home. That's it. So we don't have no younger workforce. You see what I'm saying?
The society has to decide, you know, the society, assuming that it seeks to sustain itself, has to decide what is willing to do to sustain itself. You know, I mean, we know historically what was necessary to do so. It involves some capitulation from the females. So if you're not going to have that, then you're essentially saying you don't want to survive as a society. And, you know, one reason why I said, you know, look, hey, man, get, you know, travel and learn other languages and whatever, because you just might be on a sinking ship. And if you're on a sinking ship, you got to figure out some pretty good ways of how to stay afloat and how to swim. And getting out in the world and learning new languages and different cultures, and of course dealing with different women, that will allow you to maybe better able to swim away from the Titanic, maybe. You know, because I don't know to what degree there is going to be a willingness to turn things around. Like you say, once the ship is going in a certain direction, it requires, you know, X number of miles or tens of miles or dozens of miles or whatever to redirect.
Turn it around.
And we may be in that window where you know, it might be 7 hours or 8 hours or 24 hours where you know you're headed to the damn iceberg, and you still can't turn away from it. You know
what it is.
Maybe that's where America is. You know,
we spoke about this. We spoke about this last year. You were on the channel, and I covered kind of what the U.S. is going through, which is its own version of the market adjustment as these other nations catch up, and as you know that U.S. dollar isn't as strong anymore, and that will affect our relationships, as I was saying back then last year, and so what we're dealing with now is a woman who is used to a certain aspirationalism, upward mobility that they took for granted. The fact that working class and working poor people could live a fake version of what rich people could live. You could live a full version, a facsimile of what they're talking about and doing. And you could still go to Disney World, and if you saved throughout the year, you can still go to Disney with your kids and kind of live that kind of life for 3-4 days, maybe 5. And we might be going to a world, and that speaks to the K-shaped economy and K-shaped relationships, where if you're intentional, you can still be in a relationship, you can still get married, you can still have a wife on your program, but she's gonna have to be intentional also. But if you're whimsical, or if you're ignorant, or if you're just going with the flow, it's over with. It might not even start to be over with, right? So it's over with. And I think that's what we're dealing with, is a bunch of folks that think these things are just happenstance and don't appreciate how intentional you have to be now. America no longer puts wife and husband on a conveyor belt, particularly wife. America's not spitting out wives where you could be with this one for the lifetime, or if y'all don't work out, you could go get you another one tomorrow. That is not what's happening anymore, right? We're in a different world now. The world, go.
No, I'm just gonna say, like, the country is fundamentally broken. Like, I work for a defense contractor, and the project that we're on, the bottleneck is not simply man hours and people and building the shit. There's so many bottlenecks, like with procurement, with we got things from these companies that are supposed to supply us, but these companies, they're having supply constraints because sometimes it's manpower, sometimes it's material. It's all kinds of different shit that's backed up. And like, I'm kind of 50-50 on whether or not the ship can be righted. Because there's a lot of stuff where, like, when you hear people say, oh, government can't do this, government can't do that, some of it is bureaucratic design, and some of it is simply the stuff that's needed isn't there. And the people, like what you were saying, there's expertise being lost every single day. Like one of the youngest guys in that construction crew, he like 55.
And he's one of the youngest. And he's one of the youngest at 55.
Yeah, like
look, I get it too, and we gotta blame this too on a. Go ahead.
Understand though, you know, working construction or any kind of hard physical work, you know, that's a gamble of life and limb and time and energy and health and life expectancy and all of that. So you're asking a lot of a man. Now, if I'm in a world where I'm going to have a wife and children, I'm going to have a home and whatever, I would be willing to make that deal. I'd be willing to make that deal. If I'm not going to have that wife and children and decent home and maybe 2 cars or whatever, why do I make that investment? For what? Why do I run that risk? Why do I get on a hot road in Chicago area in the middle of the summer to build a dam or to resurface a highway that's going to take years off of my life after I've done that for X number of years? Why do I do that work? Why do I work in the steel mill? I mean, I'm sure they're a lot safer than they were when
no, sir.
Uncle or whatever worked in the 70s.
No,
well, I'm saying relatively.
Look, Black Uru. Reason why I'm saying that because because I sent him pictures. I damn near got my arm chopped all the way off. Seriously.
Well, yeah. So you're making my point.
Yes, sir. I agree with you. It's no safer. Trust me and believe me.
Yeah. No, I'm not trying to minimize the risk. I only said that. Yeah, I only said that as sort of an aside to the point I'm making, and that is in much, if not most, of any sort of blue collar. You know, I mean that term is kind of can mean a lot of different things. But in many, if not most, blue collar type work, there's some higher health considerations that you must give. Why would you do that if you're not going to have the family in a 2-car garage and the kids and all of that? Why would you do that if you can make your way in a much more comfortable way in air conditioning? And I'm not going to lose a finger or, you know, all that kind of shit.
No, that's true.
Have to deal with rats if I'm a garbage guy. You know what I'm saying? Why would I do that? Why would I be in Chicago, work streets and sanitation in Chicago or New York, and I ain't got no family or whatever?
I'm gonna say this one thing.
Translation: What am I sacrificing for? If that's what Black Uru was saying to me. What's the sacrifice for? Because the stuff that I want outside of the family is in the grand scheme of things is relatively cheap. What a $50,000 scat pack? It's not even 50. With all the options, you might be touching 50. What an apartment that's what $2,400 a month? That ain't in the grand scheme of things. That's bachelors. If you're okay in life, you're getting out cheap. If you're doing okay financially, your little $2,000 a year, $2,000 a month apartment, your 1-bedroom, that ain't nothing.
If I'm not worried about no women or no family or whatever like that, how come, you know, me and 5 of my friends can't live in a apartment or whatever. You know, if I'm not worried about any women, I mean, a man can live so much less expensively
frugally
without women, and so all those things that you might have had to do or tried to attempt to do to be able to pay for that suburban home and all that, why are you doing that without women?
Right. So to say what you were saying is, if I'm regulated to doing the fries, right? Since we talking about like blue collar or just normal pay guys, you know, the medium guys in America. If we're regulated to be the medium guys in America, that's fine. But you can't expect me to go out here and give my resources to help your daughters. Basically, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not taking the resources that I have and dating these women or getting into relationships with girls. I always say, I want somebody I can build with. I'm not building with what's in our current environment right now. I refuse to. Me personally, I live by myself. I live in a 1 bedroom. I do good for myself. You see what I'm saying? Just being by myself.
Brother, maybe it's me, but your voice is really kind of troubled or struggled.
Yeah,
you know, the sound.
Yeah.
But it could be me. It could be me. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's your mic is a little off too. Yeah, your mic is a little off. It is. Yeah. Go if you don't mind, but let me see. I'm sorry about that. Better you. I did not realize you was. If somebody doesn't mind reading this for me, please and thank you.
I mean, I could read it from Afro Merchant member.
Thank you.
You say it all the time. You say it all the time, but they really act like they're not our mothers, sisters, aunties, cousins, etc.
Like we don't know them. That's what he's saying. Like we don't know them. Like they be coming up with lies off top, like off the belt. Like, bro, you do realize like you raised me, right? Or you do realize I'm your older brother or your younger brother or your cousin. Like you do know grandma tell me everything, right? Like, like who are you lying to? We're not the white folks you work with. Train tracks. But yeah, we're not the white folks you work with. We're not your Latina homegirl. You know, we're not the Asian girl you work with. We're not the white dude that's trying to flirt with you so he can get his chocolate swirl on. We're not that guy. We're your brother. We're your nephew. We're your son. We're your your father. So the lies that black women tell black men be hysterical. But go ahead, y'all.
I just want to know, is this better?
Yes. Yeah.
It sounds good.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Definitely.
Well, you know when all you have to fight with is a wiffle ball bat, then you're gonna fight with a wiffle ball bat. Because that's all you have to fight with. So if all you have are lies and distortions and lies by omission, that's what you're gonna use. It obviously has waned in effectiveness, but what they're essentially doing is they're fighting with all they have left to fight with. You know, a lot of what you see is the desperation of people who have been trained into being a certain way and have been encouraged to believe that these tools are going to help you, and those tools no longer are effective. Because it used to be a woman could say certain things a certain kind of way and brothers would roll over. I mean, that happened for generations. And you have women that you're referring to, they were raised up in being able to tell lies and distortions and manipulations and et cetera. They saw it with their mothers, grandmothers, et cetera, other women, their sisters, female kin or whatever. They saw that's how women behaved, in particular how women behaved towards men. They saw that. They saw their mothers lying to either their fathers or some other guys or whatever, your stepfather or whatever. They saw all that. And it appeared to work, or at least from their perspective, it appeared to work, maybe temporarily, but so yeah, that's all I have. I'm you're much bigger, you're stronger than me, whatever. All I can do is say some shit to you that I hope will work.
But I mean, it's changed now though, because now they're on the internet. They're unapologetic. They're telling you exactly what they do, how they finesse some guy. And the same internet that you tell us, you act like we don't see you, and then you act like what Z said, we move accordingly. You know, you can't come out and
I'm saying that she's saying things and hope, not necessarily expectation, but in hope that it will work on some of you. I hope it will work on some of you.
Well,
to translate what Uru's saying, to translate what Uru's saying, it's the end of the game. We down 5. We got 75 yards to go, and I'm throwing this Hail Mary.
Yeah,
hope
that's
the
all it
motherfucker
is.
catches.
You know, if I act like I got it like that, maybe some of them will be sucker enough to believe me. And then, and those who do, I will then use that to manipulate them in some way I see fit. But I obviously they're learning, or I will say this: you're going to see, you know, sort of an ascent of this kind of stuff, and then eventually, as more of them realize that it no longer works, is going to change.
Oh yes, I agree.
Change. Yeah,
I agree. Then it's going to turn into the Hunger Games. Young lady, are you ready to die for your district? Because that's what's going to happen. I'm gonna keep saying.
What you said? We gotta call them. We gotta call them Katniss from now on.
Yes, because I'm gonna tell you the reason why I say that is because right now you're gonna the way the economy is going, the way things are going. Period. They gonna force y'all to do that. But you ain't got no choice no more. These girls, I'm gonna tell you something. A lot of these girls is out here working 2 jobs. You know what I'm saying, just to keep up with their lifestyle. Men, like he said earlier, we don't need much, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I got a nice little place my own self. I got a PlayStation 5. I get my own groceries. All my bills is paid 2 months in advance. I'm living the life. I'm at peace. I remember I sent you that thing about Gen Xer men, about how they got their own little stuff. That's literally how I'm living, and I'm comfortable with that.
By the way, I listened to the whole thing.
Yes, I don't want to put on my cape. My cape to save these girls is in the trash because it's more peaceful like that right now, for real. For me, I don't got 8 more years to waste, basically. Get into another relationship. Like you said, 8 might as well be married, and 5 if you're lucky. By the time I look around, I'll be almost 55, 60, and then what? I'm gonna be out here like Vivica trying to date again in my 60s. No, it doesn't work like that, y'all. For real, for real. So, like I'm saying, and like Black Uru said, we need a passport trip ASAP.
Yeah, I mean, now here's the thing that I think, and this is just my view of humanity or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to get so comfortable, I think, being alone and being on your own and being bereft of female companionship and whatever. I don't think that that's the long-term solution for men, especially Black men. I think that leads to a lot of very cynical, perhaps even slightly suicidal sort of, or self-deletion sort of activity. Not necessarily overt self-deletion, but just sort of like wasting away, if you will.
I have a question, Black Uru, since you said that. And I'll apply it to myself. I can't apply it to everybody, but when I was growing up, I was like what Z also seen it too. I grew up in a house full of women. I got 18. I got a girlfriend. We lived together. I moved out when I was 18. Got a girlfriend. We lived together. I was in long periods of relationships from my 20s, from 20 to 28. I also got with women who also had kids. I did the stepfather thing. And now that I've landed where I am at 43 and on up to 46, I haven't been like at peace like I am now. I understand what you said about solitude, but the question is, I don't like to always be looked at as a Black man or a man, period, that the entitled is always expecting me to be doing something. I'm always supposed to be doing something. When do I get a chance to sit down is the question. I've experienced more peace just sitting down, not to be expected to do anything just because I'm a man, or not to be expected. Well, you supposed to be doing something for a woman, providing for her. You ain't no real man if you ain't working out here trying to make money to turn over to a woman or anything. I don't have to do that anymore. And this is the first time, really, in these past 3 years that I've experienced true peace without expectations. So the question is, when do I get to sit down?
Well, I mean, it sounds like you've already found a way to do that, brother, and I'm happy for you in finding that solace, that peace. And I would not say you in particular should do anything different from what you're already doing for yourself. I'm saying more macroscopically,
right?
Men, societally, so to speak, you have to find some way to make it with some women and build some communities and have some children and some family somewhere, somehow. Otherwise, eventually, the community and society dies. You hear about, I heard the other day, 78,000 people a day in Japan are just randomly die alone in their apartments or whatever. I mean, that's a dying society.
What Black Guru is saying is we can't scale what you're saying.
Yeah, whole towns of abandoned towns, abandoned sectors. People
villages in Japan.
Disappearing. So, long term, macroscopically, just sort of resting in the way you describe does not work for people in general, and does not work for Black men in particular. Not over the long term, and not macroscopically. That's why I say get your you guys mentioned your passport, learn some other languages. There are like I said, there are 5 billion women on earth. You can find some woman who's gonna be on your program, brother, if that's what you want to do. Now, maybe at you say you're in your mid-40s. Maybe you think you've gone beyond the point where you want to deal with a family. I don't know. I could definitely understand that. I mean, I was much younger when I had my children than that. So I could understand if that is your personal limitation in that regard. I'm speaking more broadly.
Right.
Yeah.
And if I could say this too, because at one point what you were saying was other people telling you what's a real man and what's not. Like, do not let other people define your manhood and your masculinity. And one thing I feel that I'm not saying you in particular, but like, I feel we as Black men do and fail at is a lot of times we allow ourselves to be gaslit, by people who have never seen a real man that tell us, a real man does this, a real man does that. That's funny. You can't point to a real man in your life, but you know so much about him. Like, nah, fuck that. Like, a real man is what I say it is, because I'm a real man.
Right.
Well, one of the reasons why I strongly urge you guys to travel and see other cultures is it gives you a sense of, it helps you to see how men are really treated in most of the world, because it's very different from how Black men are treated in America. In much of the world, being a man just immediately affords you a particular kind of regard and treatment and perspective just by virtue of being a man, not because you accomplish anything, not because you have any particular amount of money or you're some particular height or particular good looking. Now, in much of the world, your being a man immediately affords you a higher status.
You could be a man. You don't have to be Superman.
Yes. So you got to get out there to have, in my view, to have that experience, to see that, because then it recalibrates your expectations when you're dealing with people, particularly women.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Somebody read the super chat for me, please, and thank you.
While window shopping, you only find out that they don't have your shoe size until the end. The lifestyle isn't as abundant as you think. Thanks for the $5. Code.
I know. I just call him I knew, and I knew. I knew for real though. Hey, you did all of that You was window shopping, you fantasizing, you window shopping, then you get the shoes to the house, and them shits is too tight. Oh, what a waste of $200.
So wear them.
Go ahead.
That's all I'm saying.
That sounds like a whole lot of people. A whole lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Fantasizing and window shopping at the mall. And that's the ladies, a lot of them, window shopping for the lifestyle at the mall, window shopping. Ooh, I like that. Ooh, I like that one too. Ooh, I want me one of those. And they save and they save. Women don't save. And they save. And they bring it home, and then they realize, oh shit, these shoes are too tight.
Yo, V, can you post the link again for Lion?
Oh, okay. You need to. Okay, I got him.
Well,
But
I mean, because they form this emotional attachment to what they think that particular item is going to provide them with. See, it's not just the item itself; it's how they think they're going to feel about themselves when they get those red bottoms, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And more times than not, I'm sorry, they're not like Cinderella slippers where you suddenly have a ballroom gown on and the prince is kissing your hand. That's not that's not how buying a new outfit really works. But in generations of women who've been raised on Disney and the like, a lot of that is what's going on with them when they're.
I'm gonna play the Disney clip, right? I'm gonna play. I have it ready. I've been waiting to play it. Actually, Black Root. I'm gonna have to play it for the 1,000,000th time on my channel. I love this fucking clip. I swear, this is gold to me on this channel. And finish with that, Black Root, because I'm gonna play it when you're done. Go ahead.
I was mostly finished, but I have two daughters. And I remember when my younger daughter, when she moved, and we were pissing each other off because as she was moving. And I'm going, helping her get her clothes together, and I'm seeing all the shit in her closets with tags still on it. I was seeing like about $10,000 plus of clothes here, and they still got tags on.
Mm-hmm. And for those of you who have never seen this, everybody's seen this. If you've been on Z's channel, I don't know, once. I've been playing the hell out of this clip for years on my channel. It's one of my favorite clips from a channel, Wisecrack. They still exist, but Michael Burns, who is the main guy, is no longer on there. They haven't posted anything new last time I checked, which is about 3 weeks ago, maybe. But this is one of my favorite clips. It's about 5 minutes long. Y'all bear with. Continuing.
If this struck you as unusual when you were watching the series, that's because it was. In scholar Richard Bush's study of 262 so-called domestic situation comedies from 1946 to 1990 at least, he found that just 11% featured heads of household who were working class, i.e. doing blue-collar, clerical, or service work. Malcolm's father, and future drug lord as you may remember, plays a low-level clerical worker. This is despite the fact that most American workers qualify as working class. Back in 1976, scholars Gerbner and Gross addressed this still relevant trend, calling the exclusion of working-class families from television a symbolic annihilation of America's economic realities. The problem is especially bad on children's television, where a scant 2% of characters are depicted as working class. Now, this isn't exactly a coincidence. Showing stable middle and upper class families is good for business, especially if you're making a family-friendly sitcom. And the reason is simple: commercials. According to scholars Zieglinde Lemke and Wibke Schneiderman, as a form of mass entertainment financed by selling commercials to middle-class consumers, it seems logical that the predominant mode of representing class presupposes middle-class normativity. That is to say, watching the kid's skin stick to the seat in a rundown car with a broken radiator doesn't exactly put you in the mood to splurge on that cool new vacuum cleaner or a fancy bottle of cologne. In comparison, watching the Huxtables hang out in a brownstone while modeling yet another sick sweater from a seemingly endless pile brings viewers a sense of economic plenty that they might not feel in their day-to-day lives. Now, obviously, Malcolm in the Middle wasn't the first show to peddle an economic angst.
I'll tell you what they're going to pay you. They're going to pay you what all jobs pay. Less than you're worth and just enough to keep you crawling back for more.
We saw this as far back as the 50s with the Honeymooners, while the mid-70s brought Laverne and Shirley, and the late 80s saw the debut of America's most famous working-class family on Roseanne. But for anyone with enough business savvy, it just didn't seem financially smart to make a family or children's show about bringing your leftover egg breakfast to school for lunch.
What do you have? Leftover eggs from breakfast?
Which brings us to Disney. In a moment, that is. First, we have to look at 1980, when a broad cultural phenomenon began, the Reagan-era loosening of restrictions on entertainment regulations, including advertising during children's television programming. Now, after a major 70s-era crackdown on advertising to kids, you could only show a limited amount of commercials during children's programming, and were also required to produce educational and informative content for kids. When President Reagan and co. had essentially signed or vetoed all that away by 1984, things changed rapidly. A year after regulation, all of the top 10 best-selling toys had their own TV show. While child-centric product placement had occurred during television's early days, that was really no comparison to
to this new reality. The insane proliferation of TV character-aligned merchandising was dubbed the Strawberry Shortcake Strategy by Tom Engelhardt. That's thanks to the 1980 show's explosions of licensed dolls, video games, stickers, lunchboxes, and so on. And that reliance on branding would continue to increase from the 90s and on as corporations realized what a valuable consumer demographic children could be. And though a 1990 congressional bill had reinstated some restrictions on such advertising, the industry had been changed forever. Increasingly, merchandising centered on children's television characters began blurring the line between consuming entertainment and just plain consumerism. And we're not trying to demonize your favorite Lizzie McGuire lunchbox. It's just a little weird. Which is why families like Malcolm in the Middle aren't the norm for places like the Disney Channel. While they didn't start making original live-action shows until the late 90s, they came in hard, quickly crafting what journalists Julia Borston and Alinda Wheat call a tween machine, in which pre-teenagers, and in this case primarily girls, were targeted through lifestyle marketing like the world had never seen. As scholar Morgan Genevieve Blue notes, the marketing was part and parcel with the programming decisions.
Lifestyle marketing.
That Disney Channel personnel worked closely with Disney Consumer Products and Disney Music Group to extend the network's fictional narratives across a variety of media and merchandise for tween girls. This was in order to effectively creep into the lives and life spaces of kids beyond the TV network. And that's according to a presentation given by President and CCO of Disney branded television, Gary Marsh himself. And the way they did it, mostly through appeals to girl consumers. As Blue explains, characters like Hannah Montana promote representations of aspirational celebrity and teen life via fashion and dress-up and musical performances. And this way, according to Blue, franchisable girl star personae both reflects and perpetuates a neoliberal turn in the United States, which privileges a performative and celebrity-oriented form of girlhood as the contemporary ideal, i.e. a girl who has all the products she needs to look and behave a certain way. In the aughts, this often took the form of sparkly clothes, as best seen in Disney's unprecedentedly large expansion into Walmart stores with clothing and lifestyle lines specifically marketed to middle and working class girls. And by 2014, Disney was racking in $3.99 billion of revenue in consumer products alone, driven largely by Disney Channel merchandise. The franchise elements of the Disney Channel explains why programmers need to make shows about securely middle-class families. Doing so both doesn't alienate working-class viewers, while also painting a fantasy of magical middle-classdom where money is never a problem and consumption is a high priority. That is to say, the family on Wizards of Waverly Place may run a humble sandwich shop, but their apartment sure doesn't look that way. As Blue puts it, Disney's texts, products, and promotions may allay anxieties over vast systematic inequalities, in large part by painting an image of a world where families aren't struggling to make ends meet. This, of course, requires ignoring reality, like the fact that 14.4% of American children were growing up below the poverty line as of 2019.
I actually am worried about the future because I just want us to be good and don't have to worry about how we're going to get the next thing or how we're going to get food.
Of course, it's not just Disney and it's not just tween girls being targeted. Cartoon shows like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and The Smurfs were extended through a huge amount of licensed merchandising tie-ins, ranging from films to comics and books to computer games. Scholar Marcia Kinder observed back in 1991 that this transmedia intertextuality effectively eliminates any distinction.
That's the men too, the boys too segment of it.
Commodities that bank on the show's success, which may be a large reason why children's and family television typically finds its comfort zone in middle to upper middle class bliss, where the biggest problem is your family photo shoot coming out squeaky clean. And there's nothing wrong with that. We love these shows, but it does present a skewed perspective of what American life is like. As Stile Sakira and Larry Osimensa put it, television serves as a tool that continues to mold the.
That's what you were talking about, brother. Window shopping, a skewed perspective.
As an indicator of status and quality. That is to say, by basically suggesting that the right house, the right toy, or the right sparkly outfit can bring you happiness and cement your status as happily middle class, TV reinforces a materialistic status quo. No.
Exactly, everyone. So there's a reason why I play that clip over and over again on this channel. Is it emphasizes how the women, as Rogan said years ago, they belong to the mainframe, they belong to the game, and they've been belonging to the game since toddlers. They've been being hit with uncut cocaine, advertising cocaine since kids. And the difference between the boys and the girls is the boys were never told that you was going to end up with a sugar mama that was going to pay everything. That you were going to end up, you were Cinderella, and you had a glass shoe, glass Jordans, right? And all this other crap. You didn't have that Cinderella version as a man. They have the Cinderella, Prince Charming going parachute through the ceiling and then save them from themselves, from their mom, their dad, responsibility, accountability. And that's what these shows were selling. And in many ways, for Xers, for millennials, for Gen Z, that's really, they're throwing a fit because they didn't get it. They're pissed. That's what all the antagonism on the internet in real life is about. They're angry about it. They were supposed to, and that going back to the A-Marie chick that we covered line a few months ago, the heavyset redhead chick that was on Oprah's channel. Yeah, look at what she said to Dr. Actually Professor Galloway. She said, you know, me and my home girlfriends, we're kick ass and we're doing this and we're doing that, and we just thought there was gonna be men, and they're throwing a fit. Translation is like, where the fuck are the men? I have my shit together. Where's the men? and go into
somewhere
the
else.
K-shaped recovery. What she's saying is, I'm part of the top 20%. I'm part of the top K. Where's my man? I worked my way out of, if she was born in the bottom part of the K, I worked my way out of being part of the bottom class, right? I'm in the top 20. Where's my man? Y'all promised me a lifestyle, a man, blah, blah, blah. No one literally promised her anything. But this is how those women interpreted growing up and going to what I think it was either Better You or KMS that was saying earlier to No Placeholder. Like, you imagine being told your whole life, you're kick-ass, you're the best, you're queen, you're fine, you're all this. And exactly what we're saying here. This is it. This is them. So yeah, they know they're overweight compared to their girlfriend, right? Yeah, they know they might be a little bit snappy and have a little bit of attitude compared to their quiet friend. But she classed her way out of having to struggle. Where's her man? And I'll pause right there. Go ahead, yo.
I know what to tell him. It's all there.
I know
Like the
that's
song
right.
said, it's all there. I don't know
Shout out to
what
Jeezy.
what are you talking about? It's all there. What do you mean? What you talking about?
Yeah, they throwing a fit, bro. They throwing a fit, and the women are they're angry, bro. Because you imagine you a woman making 48, 52, 55. Okay, you know what? Let's do a number where she earns more than most men still, but she's not uber rich. So let's say you imagine you're a woman making 75. You still earn more than most men. You earn more than most men in America, but you ain't super balling. Oh, you in a messed up position because your standards and you're an okay looking woman. Oh, your standards are astronomical.
Nah, but the thing about that is they make more than the average man. But for every man they make more than at that income, there's at least 3 to 4 men that make more than her.
No, you're right. No, you're right. But I'm saying she still earns more than the majority of men in America. So she's put in a messed up position because she still has hypergamy dreams, but she's earning 75, maybe 80 grand a year. You know how delusional that 80 grand a year woman is?
But then you run into men's sexual strategy because it's like, okay, you got some money you got here, but you look like a leprechaun. Like, no.
Or you're sandbagging yourself with kids.
Oh, I didn't even include that. I didn't even include that yet, Getmo. That's even worse. They delusional too, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, you don't even got to include kids. You're right. Yeah, exactly.
We don't even have to include. You're right. But we don't even have to include the kids, though. We don't. That's too easy. We don't even have to include the kids. I'm like, no. A lot of y'all kids, women with no kids, y'all are not exactly like Maya.
No, they're not.
Like, I can see if we had a bunch of I'll be absolutely fine if we had a bunch of Mayas out here, you know what I'm saying, with the money to match. But no, most of y'all are Shanae.
Facts.
Like, as far as looks concerned, like, this is what happens. Most of y'all look like Shanae. Like, no.
You missed what I said earlier. You missed it too, and you said that you missed earlier. I was saying I went into a CVS some months ago, maybe 5 or 6 months ago, and I swore I got teleported back to BAPS.
Oh God, yeah.
So it's funny you saying that because I was saying similar. Go ahead.
Yeah, because that's the thing, and that's the one thing I charge men with. I think us men, we've been way too nice to women when it comes to looks. We've been way too nice. I know the sexual scarcity
because we're trying to pipe.
Yeah, but nah. That shit. A lot of y'all ain't. A lot of y'all just nah.
You know the funny thing about Shanae character, Ari Lennox had a big problem with Martin like a few months ago, and that was like one of the things she pointed out.
I remember this. Mm-hmm.
And the Shanae character is literally based off Martin's sister, and he was like, "Yo, the mannerisms, the way that they talk, everything." He's like, "Yo, that's her." Like, it's real. These characters molded after real people. I know what the fuck you talking about.
No, that's real.
Mm-hmm. A lot of those when Kevin Hart was saying this is how my uncle was moving and this is my dad and da. Like, bro, like that's one thing. They think we're just making fun, and because the people that are imitating someone they know, they don't want to put that person out there So now you asking me to defend myself, and I'm gonna have to put my aunt out there. You know what I'm saying? So in Ari Lennox, I remember that little episode a few months ago with Ari Lennox and Martin, and but that speaks to women and girls who were seizing about them thinking, and this is what they really think, particularly Black women. They think we're just mocking them. No, we know this person. This is a real person that I'm imitating.
I think it's deeper than
You're
that.
offended because
she was,
go.
if I recall, she was kind of playing the colorism game.
Yeah, she was.
She was.
Yes, she was. Yes, she was.
He treated Gina, the light-skinned girl, one way. You know, she was a romantic interest, and but then he was very abrasive and confrontational towards Pam.
But whenever Martin fantasized, he fantasized about Pam. Pam was the fun one.
Well, that's the thing, though. And you have to, it tells me you didn't really watch the series because they had like a sibling type relationship. Correct. Yeah, they cracked on each other. Yeah. But anybody fuck with Pam in front of Martin, Martin got in their ass by Pam.
Yeah. Right, true. But one thing about the Ari Lennox thing is, I feel like personally, she internalized that. Just like when you talk to a Black woman now,
ding, I agree.
You can tell them something objectively about a situation, and she will directly internalize it like you're talking to her, like you're talking down on her, or you're condescending towards her. No, I can tell you something, a point that's out here in society, and you will take that and extrapolate that just to you, like I'm talking to you or at you. That is a problem with communication out here. That's all I was gonna add.
Okay.
Well, also, one thing, you know, just being the old man on the panel, you know, I always have a problem when people who either weren't around or were barely knew shit at all about the world evaluate or try to evaluate art from prior generations and whatever. I always kind of have a problem with that because it almost always lack a full and earnest analysis of what's going on, and in particular the world.
Shout out to Trell Bentley.
In particular, the world that the people were in. You know, in the, you know, for Black people in particular, coming up in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, man, ranking on each other was high art, man. You know, I mean, that was, you know, we were always going at it, man. When I was growing up, we were always going at it with each other. We
were doing it in the 90s and the early 2000s too.
You know, I mean, that was how we mostly communicated. So that activity or interaction between Martin and Pam, we all knew that. We all were in social groups where there was some folks in particular within that group that were constantly going at each other.
And it was creative.
I can't remember real quick. I can't remember what it, Trell, you can remind me. There's some, I bring up something, I play a clip sometimes, and Trell gets annoyed too because he kind of is going where you're going, Black Uru, with the, how do you know her? What is it, Trell, that I play sometimes? And Trell be like, but how would you know her? You weren't there, something like that. But it goes to what you're saying, which is like this critiquing of an art form or a certain way we used to do things, or we still might do things a little differently though. And you weren't there, and so you're looking at it, and I agree with Getmo where Ari Lennox was definitely taking it personal, and maybe she was the little girl watching this as a kid and feeling insulted. And there is a whole lot of this kind of revisionist history going on with Black women. We saw it with, I mean, literally Color Purple, so I don't even got to go that far. But they're doing this revisionist history with a bunch of stuff from the 90s, and like it's almost like our aunts weren't participating. It's like Freaknik didn't happen. It's like don't be surprised if one day they try to make it seem like Freaknik was just the men being predatory on the women, and the women just were there to party, and the men were the ones. Like, it's this weird, very interesting way of like rewriting the history to be innocent.
A Black federal judge who got caught getting rotted out by a police in her chambers. Don't you think that chick was probably a Freaknik back about 35 years ago?
And speaking of
I
that,
bet you she was.
Yo, Z, speaking of that, I told you about my cousin that worked at Costco's. What about when I was growing up during the 90s? She used to come home with the Freaknik shirts every year. You know how you go to the little events? Come home with the shirts. Yes, bro. All the way to the last.
I can't take Better You Laugh, bro. Every time Better You Laugh, I laugh more. This shit's hysterical. So she had the Freaknik shirts. Yeah, that's all right. That's not about right.
Yeah. Well, to say this real quick, that's hysterical. But also, the thing when it comes to evaluating art today that I don't know if it was necessarily present in the past, was there was an appreciation for the time, and there was an appreciation that even if something may be uncouth today, that, you know what, I'm not necessarily passing a modern judgment on this thing from the past. You know, today there's this sentiment that to kind of use that sentiment, we've reached the end of history, and the way that we see things today is the way that ultimately where all morality has been settled, and that we aren't wrong about anything today, with a lot of that sentiment in how people evaluate things, like how Ari was talking about that show.
We have to be careful with this thing, particularly, but this goes back to something I think Sid, Zulu, and Compassionate have said. Fucking black women are like shredding black, our cultural capital, our political capital for little shit. They're like torching all of this built up like reserve of like empathy. No, that's not real. Sympathy, better. That black people could like draw from here and there, and it's getting torched for like stupid like sexual politicking. Shout out to Edward Anderson grievances.
Yeah.
Right, like desirability politics. It's bullshit. Go ahead, yo.
It's a desecration of any figure that's been hallowed in a black community, and it's really an extension of what white folks do. Because anytime black men, black people in general, but especially black men, like they can't let us die clean. Like even with Michael, you see people trying to dig up old dirt and recycle shit, and it's like, yo, like even with the Cuba Gooding, I don't know if y'all remember, but like Cuba was like on the shit list for Hollywood. And it was just like he all he did was he kissed a woman. He left her a really nice tip, and she kissed him, and he kissed her back. And it was like, oh, that's inappropriate touch, blah blah blah. Like basically tried to Me Too him before Me Too. And it's like
he telling the truth, bro. I was gonna say you look at any black man that's got a legacy. They do try to dirty up your legacy before you get up out of here. True. That's all I'm gonna say. True.
Correction, Gitmo. They'll dirty up your legacy after you're gone. You could be here, you could be gone. They don't give a fuck. It don't look. Michael's gone, and they still trying to dirty up the legacy. I'm surprised they ain't trying to make Prince worse. I guess Prince was, for the most part, squeaky clean. They couldn't really get him too bad. That's the whole reason.
Just wait until his biography movie comes out, because it's coming.
Don't worry. Hey, I'm letting y'all know now. When Bobby dies, they gonna make it seem like Bobby's the one that got Whitney on drugs. They already tried to make it seem like that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Shaka Khan told you Whitney did whatever the hell she wanted to do. Bobby ain't introduced her to shit.
I'm glad you mentioned the Bobby thing, because does everyone remember the show Being Bobby Brown, where they had the show with Bobby Brown?
Bobby! Yeah, I remember Whitney calling Bobby all the time.
Hold on. Do you realize that you cannot find that show anywhere online? There's a reason for that.
I didn't know that.
No, you can't find online at all. The reason for that is because what it exposed was that out of the two of them, it was Whitney that was the one wilding the fuck out. That goes against the narrative.
Yeah.
So I mean, and then to circle back to what you said about black women, you know, shredding up the moral cachet, I see it as the equivalent of what black women are doing as far as our moral capital. Is they are taking out a second mortgage to pay the Uber driver. I mean, or to pay for DoorDash. It's like they are utilizing what limited, valuable capital that we have for the stupidest shit possible.
Well, also, but it's also because they're mad that their candidate didn't win, so now they just like they're just 12-year-olds.
They're mad they're not white women. That they're shredding all of this for white female capital.
Yeah.
All of it, they're sacrificing everything. Because think about what I'm saying. They came out of the civil rights movement with double negatives. So they got black plus woman. Intersectionality wasn't a word yet, but they was already moving in that direction. Now that we're 50 plus years out, they're pissed because the gains that they thought they were supposed to make, they didn't make. All you got is fucking Oprah and Michelle and them. Susan Rice, Condoleezza Rice, that's not enough. Black women torched everything for Condoleezza, Oprah, Meg Thee Stallion and them. For Amanda Seals, I know she's not 80 West, but Amanda Seals, well, on one side she's not 80 West. Amanda Seals, Angela Rye and them. Those are the products of everything they torched everything for. It's not enough. That's why they're pissed. And then make it work real quick. And then make it worse. These hoes ain't even married. Ebony not married. Angela Rye not married. Amanda Seals not married. Like, what the fuck y'all did all of this for? And no kids.
That's the point. Well, them not being married is the point, because them not being married is a screw you to the system.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
so them not being married, that's the point. They want to be wild and free and do whatever they want to do, and they don't think there should be any consequences for it. And they're finding out that's not the case.
So their last middle finger to the system is, fine, then I won't have your kids all get married.
Yep, they just they tearing up the room. They throwing shit at the wall.
Say it again. They throwing diapers.
Yeah, they throwing diapers at the wall.
Dirty diapers, nigga.
They
Watch
are
this
sticking
shit.
a diaper and throwing it at the wall. That is what they're doing. They are just throwing food. They taking the food, they just turning the table, shitting in the diaper and throwing it at the wall.
I said temper tantrum. I said petulant children. I told y'all petulant children. Petulant children throwing temper tantrums.
Like, did you see the video? Like, I don't know if you saw the video. But it was a parent. One of the parents came home after stepping outside, and they came home in their kids' room because they had toddlers, and that room was trash. Complete.
No,
trash.
I didn't see the video. Send that to me.
I'll send it to you. Diaper and shit all over the wall. That's women. So, like, that room was just trash. That's women.
Go ahead, yo. Go ahead.
I'll take it a different way. Like, this is the outcome of the propaganda. So they have been co-opted into this idea of universal womanhood. And as such, even though they black women and they have way more in common with black men than they ever could have with anybody white, they have listened and been co-opted into the shit that basically says, hey, white women went to them and said, hey, black woman, the issues we have with Brad is the same issues that you have with your guys. And we have this movement, and we're going to get power, and we're going to get self-sufficiency. And we go talk a good game, and we go home to that motherfucker at the end of the day. But I think you're so strong for actually following through on the bullshit that we talk every day.
They're the true believers, like I say. They are the true believers. The white girls are not the true believers. The sisters are. And they're the mascot at the same time.
Yeah, you have to.
Oh,
go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yeah, but they embody. Now I'm noticing a lot of white women are embodying the attitude of the black women. Not saying that they still going home to bread, but they out there pumping the attitude of the black women, but not going through with it.
Oh,
you know, it's like watching you jump off the bridge and like, I'd rather go home, type deal. So
that's exactly what's happening. You're right. That's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, but the difference is the reason why you're seeing this thing of white women taking a liking to black men, because black men, everybody bows to Brad except black men. That's another thing. Why you see this thing about, everybody has this attraction to black men, because everybody bows to Brad. accept us.
But we know you owe us though.
Yeah.
She can't get enough of Jerron, man.
Yeah. It's Jermaine's fault, but Becky keep coming back for Jermaine.
She know who can butter that bread.
Yeah, she know who can butter that bread. She know she know Jermaine can spread the mayonnaise.
And Becky also know that Brad ain't shit.
Yep.
That's the
You
other
know
thing
Brad ain't
Becky
shit too.
knows. And so this whole Becky's not pursuing this delusion of the magical Brad, because she came from that, but she's seen all the dark underbelly of Brad.
Yeah,
and a lot of times she get with Daquan not just because of the BBC. She getting with Daquan because this motherfucker at least halfway act human. Some of these Brads don't even act human, especially towards white women. Because if you spend some time around them folks and have really seen how black men have treated white women, you thinking like this some shit I never would have thought to try to do to a sister.
You learn a lot. You learn a lot about a person that you share a bathroom with. White women share a bathroom with white men, so they're not the illusion there of the white man being all knowing, all powerful is lost because she literally shares a bathroom with them. Either that be her significant other, her father, brother, so on and so forth. So that level of intimacy, you can't be that intimate with someone and delusional at the same time. You're just lying.
You know. I'm just saying there's some things that
knows.
white people will casually do amongst each other that are that would be perceived to be deviant amongst black people, and you can go in communities of white people, and most or all of them are doing it, and it could be of the most prurient nature. I mean, we're seeing, I think, a macroscopic example of it with what is associated with those tapes. I'll be generic.
Oh yep.
But what's going on with those tapes to me is an example of what those people really are.
And what they've always been, because they always do that throughout human history, from the Greeks to the Romans to
all of them. All of them. Yeah.
And going to what y'all say, you know what Amy knows about Brad too? She knows that the modern Brad is still living off of the fumes of past exploitation.
Yeah.
That's what she knows. She knows
Amy,
he's
exactly
right.
Amy, that is another name.
Thank you. I'm telling you, Amy knows.
I forgot about
Amy knows that credit card is maxed out, and a lot of those Amy's are jumping ship now because they know that credit card is maxed out, and Brad just swiped the last little bit of change that was left on the credit card now, and she's jumping out the window now. That's why
Amy
they don't.
Amy know they got their home because her father gave them the money for the down payment or used some part of his pension or shit like that to finance their nice suburban home, or that maybe Amy know her mother or maybe his mother or father is paying for their children's private school, for example.
Amy also seen Nathan go out the back door with Akeisha, so she's like, "Oh, it's like that? Fine."
No. Say that better. Say that better. Amy knows Brad went out the back door with Tyrone.
Oh.
Amy know, and they're starting to say it publicly. Amy
They
is obsessed with Tyrone.
They are saying it out loud too. Yeah, I see that.
They are saying it out loud.
You know the thing about it? The way Keisha gives some of us all kinds of lip, Amy giving that shit to Brad, but what Amy saying to Brad is, your fucking punk ass can't even steal like your granddaddy.
Right? No, she really. No, seriously though. Serious. It's questioning his sexuality in white parlance, right? It's questioning his manhood in white parlance, right? Because you have to appreciate going back to the A. Marie heavy chick that me and Lion made reference to. That girl was pissed. You know, I'm gonna try to bring it up too. She's pissed because she's saying Oprah and Professor Galloway, where the fuck is my upper middle class man? Like, I did all of this shit, and like she's pretending like, oh, we're good being single, and that's why he said what he said. You go, girl. The boys need to follow in your footsteps, and he mocking her low key.
Yep.
He mocking her ass low key.
Because she did not
he's
want to
not
hear that.
Dr. See, if that was Dr. Richard Reeves would have been all playing nice with her. Dr. Scott Galloway was jabbing at her on the low. With his sassy ass. He's so fucking. That's a sassy ass man too. But but it's funny. But it's true. If you say that, then we gonna make you mean that.
Honestly, if you read between the lines, Galloway did say to her, "It's all there."
Right. I'm gonna try to bring it up. Y'all go ahead. I'm gonna try to bring it up. Go ahead.
It's all there, black and white.
you
get nothing.
It's all there.
Right. You lose. Good day, sir. Right.
Yeah.
I love that shit, bro.
I do too.
He told her it's all there. What you talking about? You said you wanted to buy half. It's all there.
So we basically sending. Oh, my bad. I was basically seeing. So Becky don't believe in the power of white supremacy no more. She basically didn't gave up on it. She like,
it's true. It's not that she don't believe in it. It's just that it's not there. That trust fund is not maturing. And the thing is that if the reason why I'm here, race aside, is because you the fucking man. If I see you not becoming the man no more, then what am I doing here? It's a dissolving. We're watching a dissolving of the contract.
No. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what it is, though.
She knows
it's the end of white supremacy, though.
Yeah, but she knows. She also knows that Nathan's confidence is built on sand. Like she knows where it really originates from. She's like, you'll step to everybody. Because better you said it, you'll step to everybody but your own grandfather.
Right.
Yeah, but also he didn't build upon his grandfather's legacy. She saw him not do anything with it. So eventually it's gonna atrophy.
That's because he wasn't building shit to begin with.
He wasn't building shit.
He wasn't building shit, yeah, exactly.
Stealing and leveraging and leeching off of other people all throughout the world, black people here in this country. All their so-called building was a kind of a pyramid scheme. And most pyramid schemes, eventually you reach a point where you can no longer find another sucker to take a bad deal, and it starts to fall down on top of itself.
You're absolutely right. I wasn't using building. I was using building as a placeholder, but you're absolutely right. But here's the whole thing: where's the next hustle? Where's the next scheme? Where's the next con?
Everybody know who you are now. I mean, it's
the emperor has.
You can't do a con when guys can send out ceramic paper airplanes and wipe out an entire damn sector of the American military.
The game is up, bro.
The jig is up. The jig is up.
The jig is up. I keep saying that.
Yeah.
Wait, real quick, Zulu, and do all of that for $50,000.
Exactly.
Not even a couple mil, 50,000.
Great white power after some shit like that. It's hard to do that.
Well, this is the thing. When it comes down to it, the reason why they having problems is their granddaddy stole everything that wasn't nailed down, and they ain't nothing left for their punk ass to steal.
Exactly.
So now they gotta actually do some work, and they don't know how to do it.
There's ways to handle that. And there's way to handle that. Either they're gonna treat us like we some Gundam kids, right? They're gonna send us out there, they're gonna make us space trash, or they're gonna find ways, and this is what Black Uru is telling Gitmo to be careful of. They're gonna find ways to have you practice seppuku on yourself, right? Practice eugenics on yourself. And that's the other game. That's what I think they're doing with the women.
Well, I mean, and in terms of you men, when you guys celebrate not having children, it's a dilemma because over time you are self-annihilating. You are. what you are and the legacy of what you are goes away. And what does it matter? Whatever money you have, whatever things you acquire, whatever you accomplish, and then you're dead and it's over, and you don't have anything to leave to anybody or any legacy of what you were as a man or whatever to carry on to another generation of people. What was the point? What was the point of you being alive?
Let me do this. Let me read this.
I'm glad Black
Bruce on,
you spoke on that.
No, real quick, Blue Sox, because I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna play the clip. You're gonna be the first one to get to speak on it. Then Lion, because I know he gonna want to have to speak on it too. And Bruce Owen Wayne says, "Welcome back, Elder." So shout out to Black Uru. That's our Black Uru. And so let me play this clip real quick, and then you get the first dibs out of Blue Sox, and then Lion, and then we'll continue.
Hey, Jack. So Anne Marie, what did you want to say?
So this has been such a great and enlightening conversation. I have so many thoughts that I want to add. I have to say, for a lot of my friends, we've just completely given up on dating. We're more focused on our family and our friends and our careers. And for me personally, I feel like I've gotten to a point where I really love the version of myself that I've become. I put a lot of work into her. I'm really focused on my career and that emotional independence. And it feels really great to be in that space. So I thought when I started dating again, that would actually make dating easier. But I feel like it's getting so much harder to actually find someone who is willing to come to the table and meet me where I am. So my question for Scott is, as women continue to level up more and more, why do you think that we can't find as many men that are willing to meet us there?
So what you said was really telling, that you're pouring your energy into family, friends, and work. That is very telling. That's more indicative of women than men. And that is, women tend to channel that energy, that romantic energy, or lack thereof, or interest, into very positive things, whereas men sometimes channel it into negative things. The reality is, my message, I'm not here with a message of hope on this, because the reality is, women made socioeconomically, horizontally, and up. Women, generally speaking, and this isn't true for everybody, but generally speaking, women who graduated from college don't want to date men who didn't graduate from college. Not always, but generally speaking. It's the high heels effect. And again, this is an uncomfortable conversation. 50% of women say they would never date a man shorter than them. I think that's bullshit. I think it's more like 80%. I think women instinctively want a dude they feel that could physically protect them. And the problem is, or the issue is, and it's both a wonderful thing, but something that's created knock-on effects in mating, is that women metaphorically are getting taller every year, and men appear to be getting shorter, when I'm saying metaphorically. And the divorce rates have skyrocketed, and 70% of divorce filings are from women. And it's because, and it's actually for some good reasons, women no longer feel like they're economically indentured servants. They have their own game, and their ascent economically has not been matched by men's ascent emotionally and logistically. So women wake up and say, okay, I'm making more money than you. You're not pulling your weight at home, and you're kind of not there for me. You're not really noticing me. And so a lot of women are doing the math and exiting the relationship. What I would say is, what you're feeling, quite frankly, I think is what a lot of women are feeling. And a lot of women say there are no good men to date, or there are no men to date. No, there just aren't that many men they'd want to date. And so where I try to go to solutions is, how do we lift up young people such that they're all, or more of them, are economically viable, which I think will, on the margin, lift up or disproportionately impact young men. But just the fact that you said you're self-conscious or aware enough to pour that energy into really productive things means you're going to be fine. I don't think romantic love is the be-all, end-all for everybody. It's really rewarding, but I think you can find what I'll call that sort of purpose, relational love in a lot of different areas. And the fact that you're even thinking about how you channel that energy into stuff that's more productive, you're the role model for young men right now. Not everyone's going to find romantic love right away, or it's going to happen, it's going to take longer. But how do you transfer it into more productive means that make you a better person, a better citizen, a better sister, a better daughter? So anyways, there's a long-winded way of saying, right on. You're being a productive human. You're going to be happy regardless if you find that or not. And I just wish more men would take your lead and say, all right, maybe things aren't working out for me romantically. I'm going to continue to work on myself. And I'm going to pour that energy into other relationships.
Yeah, that's what Brandon did. That's what he said at the very beginning. So we have another question.
It's all there.
Let me read this, and then Blue Sox, you got it. And Trell says, you're a provider now, Boo. Shout out to Indigo. And go ahead, Blue Sox, because that's exactly what Scott got. He talked all of that. He said all of that to say exactly what Trell just said. You're a provider now, Boo.
I'm sorry, those in the chat.
Let me let Blue Sox go. You got, I promise you, Line. You got it after Blue Sox. You got it after Blue Sox. Go ahead, Blue Sox.
Yeah,
go ahead.
like I'm in the same boat as you, Z. Like, you know, when me and old girl went our own way and everything, it was just like, I thought we could work through everything. Like, mind you, one does not simply deal with a black woman. You got to put up with shit. So it's just like, all right, this shit I want to put up with. You got a different situation. I like the bitch was monkey swinging in my face, and then it was just like, is this an open relationship? What's going on here? And when I was like, all right, you know, somebody reached out to me. I got a little situation. That bitch act like I did something to her and slid all the way. But tell me why she go to the same chick that retwist my locks though, and I gotta see her like every other Sunday. So
that's hysterical.
Hold on. I want to say this. I want to say this real quick, bro.
Go.
Even hoes want a loyal pimp, bro. I really want y'all to let that sink in, bro. Even hoes want a loyal pimp, bro. So
they don't
understand that,
though, bro.
Moving around. Won't you understand that? Do you understand? I don't give a fuck with motherfuckers. I don't give a damn what women say. I'm sorry to be crude. But
no worries, bro.
Well, in that analogy, though, you got to understand that you're the pimp. And not the trick.
Yep. You got to do all the choosing.
The problem is you were the trick when maybe you should have transitioned into being the pimp.
Right. So like Z, I remember I was on your membership stream and everything, and bro, all them same thoughts crossed my head. Like, bro, I'm out here in the wilderness. I ain't got a woman locked down. I don't got no children. I'm not married. I thought if I put up with enough for his shit and I understand where the shit come from, like maybe we can come to an understanding, bro. When I got to a place where I was like, okay, I know why she does what she does. That's when she started moving around. It's just like, I remember one day, bro. I'll just share it just because it's just like it is what it is. She called me one day. Like I had seen her. I was in my feelings. I bought her some stuff and everything. I bought her like some perfume, a little sloth and everything. She likes sleeping in all the time. I was a little Japanese store. So bro, I was in my feelings and we were supposed to meet up that day. And so that day we met up. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna take a nap and I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna head up there at 8. I was heading up the hill. I'm down the hill, she up the hill. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna head up there. I woke up, I told her I'm on my way. She like, I'm on a date. I'm like, you on a date? The fuck you talking about? She's like, yeah, like I'm on a date. Because I'm not claiming her because I'm not putting a title on it. Just like, but I fuck with you every day. When your car was broke down, like you call me. It was bro. It took years. It took a couple of years to get her to stop calling her dad. I was like, call me. Like I'm fucking you. You call me. You don't call your dad first. So I'm just saying I'm giving context for it. But it's just like so that day I said, all right, whatever. Went up there. She's drunk. She went to the wrong hotel. She's somewhere else. She gets some zucchini fries. Like I don't eat zucchini. Where does it even come from? So she get there. She it's already fucked up at this point. It's already fucked up. She's drunk. She's saying all kind of crazy shit. She's doing all the goofy stuff. When I leave, I gotta go to work. 2 days later, mind you, when I'm leaving, she tell me you're my favorite person. You're my favorite person. I'm like, all right, okay, maybe this is just I'm the nigga. That's the side nigga. Couple days later, I gotta talk to you. I'm like, what's going on?
Both of y'all the side nigga. They ain't no nigga.
Right? She like, I got hickeys on my neck. I'm like, what the fuck you mean you got hickeys on your neck? And she like, oh, then she sent me pictures. And I was just like, I've been talking for a minute.
Why is she trying to get look, y'all let Blue Sox go. Let Blue Sox go. Let him go. Because we realize that she's trying to get uppercut to the moon, but we gonna let Blue Sox
win. She's swinging, but it's just like, and I was just like I've never let that on you, but it's like I'm the beard now. Like now I'm the beard. Like oh yeah, Blue Sox let them hickeys on on her and everything. That's where they came from. But it's like, but it's been a minute, and you never seen me do that. And it was just like her just doing more and more just crazy out of pocket stuff. Where I was just like, I don't even think if I understood what's going on here, if I could even I want to fuck with you like that. Because now you feeling cheap and you feeling dirty. You don't even feel like nobody want to fuck with like that. So it was getting to a point like I just want to segue. Like I know you went through some shit, and I'm just saying I went through some crazy shit where it's just like I intentionally built a relationship with her son, and it's just like, and you throwing all this away like just because.
I will say this, Blue Sox. A lot of brothers have gotten in contact with me over the past couple weeks since I gave my testimony on the and shout out by the way, y'all got that story because of Black Uru. Black Uru was like, Z, when you calm down, when you go through, you go ahead and I think that will be great for the Black manosphere to hear. And so, because I was gonna just tell y'all a little passing and then keep it moving, but Black Rule was like, and so I didn't give y'all all the details, but I gave y'all the most pertinent stuff. And but no, a lot of brothers have come into contact with me or contacted me. I say come into contact, contacted me, and brothers have, whether if it may not be exactly the same story, some of the details might be different, obviously, but bro, women, Black women in specific are out here breaking hearts left and right, rolling hearts over left and right, don't care. That heart somewhere in their rear view mirror with a tire mark on that shit. Right?
Exactly.
Crushed with the tire. You know what I'm saying?
That's all I want. That's all I really wanted to say.
To them. Yeah.
That's
And
all
what
I
I
really
like to
wanted to say
emphasize
was
here,
like, yeah, that's all I really wanted to say,
and
because
grandmothers
because my brother and my pops ain't really in these spaces like this, and so they like, oh, the environment's changing, and so these educated women are gonna have to like lower their standards, and like I'm like, why would you want to entertain a chick like that her whole identity was being better than you because of all this other stuff, and now she has an identity crisis because she's being laid off, and I'll just like
let's call a thing a thing, Blue Sox. Let's call a thing a thing. I'm not banking on, and Jason Black has spoken to this too, and Coach Greg Adams. Coach Greg Adams said they ain't putting down no standards. If they got to be with you for a hot second so they can survive, they'll do it, and they'll be talking shit the whole time. Ain't no point.
Yep.
Don't want it. That's number one. But number two, what I would like to emphasize, and this is a question, better yet, not even a statement. To every Black man 18 to dead, if you are single, do you really want to know? Because you're gonna know that the woman that you are dealing with now, whether you live with her or not, that she would not be with you if she was not in the struggle, or if she did not need you for whatever she needs you for. If she had a choice, she's not with you because she wants you per se. She's with you out of necessity. Are you okay with that? Some men are okay with that. I'm not okay with that.
Right? The ones okay with that were the ones that already like they already looked some sideways way at disrespect.
Wait,
y'all, wait. Let's do this. Black Guru, you got it, and then I promise you got it, Zulu. I told Lion he was gonna get a comment in about this. We got 20 minutes, y'all. So go ahead and everybody get what y'all gotta get out. But Black Uru, Zulu, I promise you we got you, Lion, and then we'll just do our round robin and end out. I gotta read these super chats. I got 2 more to read, I think. Go ahead, y'all. Go Black Uru.
Well, I mean, what's the balance of exchange? What are you getting out of, assuming that you're getting with some woman who thinks lesser of you or whatever that business is? What are you getting out of dealing with her? I mean, because what you might be getting out of her might be worth it. If she has some social value of some sort that you can use to leverage towards your benefit, then it might be worth your having her. If she is
somebody's background, mute up, please.
If you want to have children, which you probably don't want to do, but if you some guy who just have to have some children and want to have some children, and she has some particularly striking physical qualities that you might want to pass on to some future generation of your children, it might be worth dealing with. It might be worth me dealing with Halle Berry, for example.
Well, let me tell you, Black.
Wait. No, Blue Sock, we got to let Black Guru finish with that because we got to get Zulu. We got to get him live. Yeah.
Rather than bringing your anecdote, because somebody's got some.
Yeah, you got to mute up. You got to mute up.
Somebody got to mute up, please. Yeah.
Rather than dealing with any of our personal anecdotes, because we all have them, I ask you all who hear me, what's your balance of exchange? Do you know what that is? It may be worth dealing with a 10 who know you not a 10 if you can get something out of her. See, the issue is not
pretty babies or something.
Yeah, the issue is not about the women. The issue is, what are you going to get out of that relationship? can you clearly identify what you're gonna get out of that? As I said earlier, the problem with Blue was he didn't realize it was time to become a pimp. That was the problem. Well, if
Yeah, you're right about that.
then it was time for me to figure out what I can get out of this. That was the mistake. So what are you going to get out of it? What are you going to get out of who you're dealing with? A lot of us, what we realize is I ain't getting shit. Even the box ain't all that good. So why am I here? I'm here
Can
for
can I respond to you real quick? Just as far as
I'm here for
damn, dog.
Let's do this. My apologies, y'all. Please, Zulu, go ahead, and Blue Sox, I promise you got it after that. You can respond.
Right.
But I got to get Zulu in. Then you got it. We got to get Lion in because I know he got something to say about this Emery thing that I played earlier. Because I got like 17 minutes, y'all. Y'all already know because I thought I was going to be able to be reckless, but I'm not going to be able to be reckless. And yeah, y'all go ahead. Go ahead, y'all.
All right, I just want to say this to Black Uru because he know me on from another place, right? So I was gonna say that right. My other name I go by is Big Booty Ugandans for everybody. Repeat this: Big Booty Ugandans for everybody. And the reason I go by the other name is because simple, bro. Once you set your stuff up and you know the options, repeat this: the option that's out there and that's available for you, man. You move how you're supposed to move. Like I think somebody else had made a title with a channel or made a video about do you know your options? And the average black man for about around here for about let's say like last 200 years or 100 years have not really been knowing their options. When you truly know your options on the board, you can move right, you can move left, you have the queen piece necessarily. You can move anywhere on that board that you want to, and especially if you're not quote unquote having children, you're not totally locked down. And just like Uru said, return on investment, man. What is your investment? Am I getting land? Am I getting connections? Am I getting money? Am I getting better genetics? What am I getting for this shit, bro? Because Keisha already told you, I ain't gonna give you shit but attitude, goddamn, some effed up pussy necessarily, and some herpes. That's all she gonna give you, bro. And probably somebody else's kids. So you have to be honest and ask yourself, is that the shit that you want for yourself? And I'm gonna leave it right there.
Go ahead, Blue Sox, to respond to Black Uru, and then we got Lion.
Yeah, so Uru, the reason why I dealt with her and the reason why I entertained it, because it's like when we initially started off, I like living in Southern California, I run across a lot of hood chicks. I run across a lot of hood chicks and a lot of suburban chicks. Like I don't know what the formula was, but they all went to the hood chicks. So I never met no chicks that were like grew up middle class like me in the burbs. So when I met her, it was like, all right, cool. And then I, learned her past and everything. I'm like, all right, you baby daddy's like got face tattoos. He's like from the hood somewhere else. I like, all right, like I entertain it, because I was like, all right, well, okay, that was back then. But then when I started seeing like, oh, these niggas trained you to be a certain kind of way. You picked up some ways about it, and it was like, I don't know if I can trade disrespect for having the type of woman I thought I was gonna have back in the day, like that grew up the way I did. Like if that's the trade off, then because I had to really get to know this girl. I was like, where does this come from? I'm asking about her childhood. I'm asking about when she lost her virginity. I'm like asking all these questions, and everything it just got worse the more I delved in. Like her brother was not her brother, her homegirl's brother was in a biker gang, and she lost her virginity to a nigga in the biker gang. Like then there was another nigga behind that. It was like I was like, oh, okay. So you always were gonna gravitate toward like a street nigga, hood nigga. Like you were always on that pipeline, and I'm just like a random detour. When you got the rest stops on the highway, and then you get back on the freeway, it's just right there. You can park. They got some vending machines and some.
I'll tell you,
oh, okay.
Blue Sox. I'm gonna do me a favor, Blue Sox. Real quick, Black, real quick. Blue Sox, when you get a chance, email me your number. I'm gonna email you my number because we gotta talk, bro. We gotta talk.
Yeah, we gotta chop it up, bro.
I think our stories are way more similar than you think.
Yeah, it's rough out here in Southern California, bro. Like I know. I heard BGS say before, like the suburban dudes, the middle class dudes want to go for the hood chicks. It's just like I live where there's a lot of hood chicks, and for whatever reason, they like me because I'm different than what they know. But at the same time, they still act the same way. And then I'm running to suburban girls who act the same way, and it's just like oh, okay, so I don't even know where my tribe is at this point, because it's just like, yo, she was the chosen one. She was like, I'm like Obi-Wan and she Anakin, like, you were supposed to be the chosen one. You supposed to be ordered to the Force. Like, yeah, like, bro, I was looking past all kind of stuff, like, you know, your son, I built a relationship with him. It is what it is, but it was just like, but once it got to that point, it was just like, yeah, you like at that point, my return on the investment just evaporated when all that other stuff happened, and that's when I was just like, you know what, I can't fuck with this no more. It's just too out of pocket, like, you know, it's just too much going on, and like I should have been on some
Let
pivot,
me
but I
do this. Let me do this, y'all, because
of,
I got about 10 minutes, y'all. Real quick, let me read this so I can move on, because I gotta highlight the other one after this. And TD Tellum says, boys knew we weren't going to grow up to be superheroes and crime fighters, and that's going to the clip that I played from Wisecrack with Malcolm in the Middle. And for the most part, yes, no, men wanted to still be somewhat superheroes. That I get what you're saying, but the difference is you had to make yourself that. The difference between men and boys fantasizing and women and girls fantasizing is men and boys, we appreciate and we're told, and it was emphasized to us, is you have to make yourself. Ain't no manifestation, thinking, feeling shit. Ain't no none of that. You have to make you whatever it is you fantasize about being or having or doing. There's no idea. There's nothing that tells you you're gonna be able to kind of like find someone who's gonna do this for you or pay for you or get you in or whatever, right? And that's the fundamental difference, is you're not looking for a sponsor or a savior, and you're not throwing a fit because you don't end up with a sponsor or a savior. That's the fundamental difference. So I get what you're saying, and thank you for the super chat. Go ahead. I think Black will go ahead, and then we'll continue on.
Well, also superheroes and crime fighters bleed. Typically, some of them even die.
Say that.
So, you know, I mean, again, what's the real actual investment and risk and price to things? That's a fundamental difference between men and women in general, particularly black men and black women. You know, when everybody's partying, and then, you know, when the shit goes down, the drug dealer is either dead or in prison, and the chick he was hanging out with has gone to the next drug deal. So, you know, who's actually risking the most for what we're doing?
This is the story in the hood. This is the story.
But also to Blue, you know, I heard you talk, brother. I heard you provide a lot of interesting information. I didn't hear you once say what you expected to get out of that relationship with that woman. Not once. I heard you talk about all her shit and her family stuff and you becoming friends with her son and all that stuff. I didn't hear you once mention at all what you expected to get from them.
I just thought, honestly, I'll be real with you. I thought because we grew up the same way, if I just loved on that woman right, that she like what my dad had, it would just like come together, and I was rudely awakened.
God, no.
Yeah, bro, I'm gonna put it on the table. I'm gonna put it on the table.
Let them land.
I was wrapped in romance. But I gotta I'm like packing a bag. I go work in San Diego for the next week, so I just want to come up here and just say that real quick. And Z, I'll hit you up. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I robbed myself of it and everything, but it's just like I don't know. I really thought that was the thing. Like, cause growing up, I thought women like me were gonna be available. They weren't around. They were all like at hood parties and stuff, and then the hood chicks are hanging out, and they like, you know, they showing me stuff, they teaching me stuff, and that's when I was like, all right, yeah, I don't know if I got off on the wrong exit or what happened, but I just made some bad decisions.
That boy in the genjutsu, boy.
Pause for a second. I still have not heard you describe what you expected to get from that woman.
You have
all that talking. And all that talking. All that talking.
All right,
I have not heard you at all describe.
I can lay it out. I expected her to be a respectable black woman that I had children with, in spite of her like just having a whole thing with hood niggas, and then that she would just be like, we would just do our thing, we work together, we have a place. But the real problem is that she got like $300,000 in student loan debt. So it's like, so once she hit me with that, it was just like the house out the window.
It's all there. Am I being trolled here? There's no fucking way it's the real goddamn story.
Bro, this shit
This
can't
is a
even be
real
real, bro.
story,
Because I
bro.
don't
No.
get shit.
Let me wait, y'all. Wait a minute, everybody.
Time out,
Wait a
KMF.
minute.
Wait.
This is a real story, yo.
He's
Go ahead.
answering the question.
Don't
He
get
is answering
upset
the
with.
question.
Don't get
It's a
upset with
simple
him.
word.
He
It's a
is.
simple
He
word. He
is
wanted love.
describing.
Like, bro, I'm putting my
He
shit on
is
the table.
describing.
Hold on.
He's describing 80%, 85% of y'all.
Facts.
He is.
Most of y'all are doing the same damn thing to some degree or another than what he's done.
I know I was.
His inability to describe what he expected to get from that relationship, that's most of y'all. That's most of y'all. Most of y'all get with
he
someone.
answered the question. He said he wanted love. That's
Right.
what he's saying.
But listen to what I'm saying. Love ain't shit, man.
He knows that now. We know that now.
Line. Wait,
You're going too hard in the paint, bro.
Wait. Yeah. Because let's be clear. Lion is right. Black Uru is right. But Lion is right. Blue Sox answered the question.
He answered the question.
Now he answered the question, but going to what Black Uru is saying, that ain't shit in the grand scheme of things.
And we know that now.
I don't got a better answer for you than that. I want to
As a matter of fact,
No.
Your answer, there's no need.
You provided the perfect answer. The whole point of this discussion, in spite of the interruptions, was to reveal the fact that the problem is y'all don't expect nothing from these women. It's all fantasy. It's all some, like you say, love and some magical kind of feeling. That's
companionship.
Not real.
That's
not anything that you can attach any kind of value to, any return on investment to. That's nothing. And Z, you did the same thing since you revealed it. You did the same thing.
Yeah.
I did.
Cause I can't expect her to cook. Cause when I hung out with her, I did all the cooking. I was the better cook. It really just the only thing that kept me there was the sex.
No, but I did get I got cooked for. I ain't gonna lie, but I got my food. That's one thing.
I was doing the cooking.
She was cooking.
Blue Sock, I have a question, bro. Have you seen a show called Naruto before, bro? Just randomly.
I watched a couple of them. I haven't seen all of them.
But she had you in a good little genjutsu, bro. She had a boy in a good little genjutsu, bro. She was like, your name is Toby, boy. He was like, my name is Toby.
Let me read this.
You know what? When everything was good, I was Toby. Yeah, but when
let me do this. Wait, y'all, because I got 5 minutes. I don't have that much time. I gotta read this.
All right.
Ainu says that's telling equals, and that I think you're making reference to Dr. Galloway in the clip. You said that's telling equals. You already figured it out. Stick to it. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, that's it. Professor Galloway speaking to the Amaru chick, and it's funny because I gotta give Lion space to talk. Lion, give me 1 second. Let me read this so I can leave it highlighted for a little while before we end out. And Mr. Hart Immore says, and thank you for the super chat, the big old hundo. And he says, and thank you for the super chat once again. To whoever is telling the story, she don't like you, like you, dog. Oh no. So we already established that. We're already over that. We didn't set sail on that already long time ago. But Blue Sox already over that. But he's recounting the story because once again, if y'all don't know, y'all might want to become members and listen to my 3-hour-long recounting of my situation. And I purposely put it behind a paywall. I know for those of you who might want to hear the details of what happened with Ms. Z. I don't really want to share it on the mainstream. Y'all already have a good idea, but those, some people know offline. But I didn't give all the details, but many of the details are membership. So y'all go ahead and listen to that. But y'all can kind of glean a little bit from what I've said. And I agree with you. We appreciate this and how fickle women can be. They can love you and still love the other person and still leave you for the other person, which is fascinating. And just like men, but the difference is niggas don't leave for sex. We cheat for sex.
No,
women will leave for it, but women will leave for anything.
We don't leave.
Women will leave you for the nigga for anything.
And just for context, this is an old situation. It's already over.
Yeah.
But
and very importantly, Blue Sox, what we have to stress, we have to stress this, Blue Sox. We have to stress the difference is women work backwards from the conclusion.
So
Yeah.
they find the dude attractive, they let the dude fuck, and then they work backwards and start justifying why, and then they gotta diminish you because you couldn't have been a great guy and they just was a horny ass corn dog and do
The
whatever,
tear down
right?
was
So
ridiculous,
yeah.
bro.
I'm
And the
telling you,
big,
I
but
know.
also
Go
the
ahead.
big
Go
difference,
ahead, Lon.
big difference between us is the women may do that, but they don't turn around and get with better men. No, they get with men worse than what you were. They don't get the happy ending, which is what Anne-Marie is looking for. Anne-Marie, because Anne-Marie ain't gonna talk about the bodies. She ain't gonna talk about the body she gave up and the time she gave up with them drumstick arms. She ain't gonna talk about that. She just want to talk about all
Hysterical.
that, anything, any measure of dick or any race of dick I took should be all expunged, and I'm just supposed to go get my guy just because.
No. Wait. Correction. My guy should come and get me.
My
I
guy
shouldn't
should
have to
come
lift
and
a
get me.
finger.
There you go.
Yeah.
What's
Yes,
meant for
my
me
guy
is
should
meant
come
for
get me.
me.
I
And what
gotta
Galloway
slide.
said, and what Galloway is telling you, like, nah. Like since you've already found your peace, why don't you stay there? And she don't like that answer. And
Yo,
that's
Lion.
That's why he said, "Good for you, girl."
yeah, that's why he
Yo.
said good for you.
Hey, yo,
But hey,
Lion.
Z,
I want to be.
I gotta slide. But I just wanted to share
Go ahead.
that because I mean, somebody like you put your stuff out there because somebody can learn from it, and mine is very similar to yours. And it's just like, bro, like I moved in good faith, and it's just like it was what it was. But
I did
it's
too,
just
bro.
like I
Trust
don't move
me.
like that no more. I'll tell you that I don't move like that no more. I move very differently.
Yeah,
No,
that's
thank
fine. Everybody's got
Yeah,
their
me too.
origin story. Everybody had to eat shit. Everybody at
Yeah.
some point had to eat shit, had to learn a lesson, and now here you are, a
It,
motherfucking Mandalorian. And that's pretty
and,
much
and
most.
and mind you, and in my real life, I only got one homeboy that's kind of red pilled, and this is the only place where I could talk about this stuff. And it's just like, whoa, you did something wrong. If you were a better man, da 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 da. And this is the only place I can go, and I don't get that bullshit.
Well,
This is the
well,
new
to be fair to
This
you,
is
wait.
the new
Let
barber
me
shop.
let me stress this, and I agree with Getmo on this. Because of where men, and this is what Black Uru kind of was speaking to too. Because of where manhood for Black men is, we defend women even when we're not in a relationship with them. Because that our manhood is making sure that she never has to face accountability, responsibility, and she doesn't have to have the negative part of the story foisted on her, regardless if she played that role or not. And for me, for my story, for those women played that out. But the men in your life, they refuse to accept that. So there's a lot of these people online, these kind of white knights that they either, I'm not gonna say they don't know these women because that's a lie. They've been broken to before, but their sense of manhood is we're always to defend women. We're always to pretend like they're the positive and the good in the story. That's how they move. But go ahead.
Yeah, but I would just think it's because it's funny how because the cold part about it is with all these stories we have, they weren't a bunch of nines and dimes and Maya looking motherfuckers. No, they
No,
were
they were Reggie,
Anne-Marie.
bro. They were
It was
Reggie.
regular.
They look like you were to compare them, they really look like Anne-Marie's. But the difference is we run into the chick who thinks all her shit and all her past should be expunged. And yes, there is that thing about looking for love, but the problem is once men learn that lesson, you get what you got now, because you got a bunch of men out here right now. We're just a Mandalorians. We don't give a fuck because we all learned that lesson. So now we're like, no, fuck that, never again. So now here we are, a bunch of mercenaries. We're not doing dinner dates. We're not doing romance. We're not sending flowers. Bitch, you lucky you get a birthday card.
Facts.
That's pretty
I mean,
much the attitude of men.
the Anne-Marie thing was odd for me to look at because I see white men with fat white women. I never see white men pursuing fat white women. Usually the white women become fat afterwards as a result of being married and having some of that man's children. So I'm watching this and I'm seeing this fat white woman talk about her not being able to get options. And if I'm actually trying to help her in the real world, the very first thing I'm talking about is her training and nutritional program before we even start talking about her getting a dude. Because I know reputable white dudes ain't trying to get with no fat white women.
That's true. And the thing is, though, that's stress weight. That's stress weight.
And so as I'm watching this, I actually feel like we're being trolled. Because if you were going, in my view, if you were actually going to do what they were doing, that you'd have a thinner, better looking white woman. Because then we could then talk about the other stuff. Because I just know as long as she's fat, for white guys, she pretty much has reduced her market value by 80% for white guys.
Yeah, I think. Go ahead.
But it just got to the point of, just like the rap lyric says, I used to want to be on Rockefeller, then I turned into Jay. That's what I get from the whole thing. Basically put, the thing that you out there looking for, you are what you looking for. Like he said, it's all there. Right.
Yeah, it's all there. Like I don't know what you think you're gonna get. I don't think what you think you're gonna get out here, baby. Like, because the problem is, once again, like I always say, this is what happens when you run into men's sexual strategy. So you made your way up, you got some money, you went and got your money up, but now you're surrounded by men who got their money up, and they're looking at you like, nah.
Right, now you got to go protect. Look, now you got to go protect and provide. Go ahead.
Like, nah. You either lose the weight or lose your standards.
Yeah, but I don't want to do that because I'm lazy and entitled.
Well, then you will just be a hypergamous failure like everybody else. Because if Melissa Ford can't get it right, none of you regular ass women are safe.
Yeah, no, I mean, no, I definitely agree. And then in Blue Side, I owe you an apology, man. I thought you was telling us that story real time. I didn't know you were on the other side.
No, bro, no. Yeah, that's happened a while back, and I didn't reassess my whole life. Like I was like, damn, I was really looking for a chick that came from my same background, and this is what I got. Like I had to look at everything. I'm trying to learn Spanish right now, bro.
But also said, but the funny thing about it is, I also said this to Z when we talked offline. I said, you may start off as this guy, the guy who quote unquote got played, but then as time becomes and you level up, you get your money or your body or whatever is up, then the next thing you know is 6 months to a year from now, you're the other guy. You're the guy that she's calling on the phone telling that, yeah, about that. And you're the guy on the other end of that line. You just sitting there chilling. Or you might not even know. You might have went to the bathroom and she just made that call real quick.
No, that's the truth. And that's why I tell men all the time. And I tell people, I even told Z before, I've been on both sides of the coin. I've been that nigga, and then I've been that nigga. You see what I'm saying?
That's how it starts.
And that's true.
That's how it is. You are at one point, and it's happened to damn near every man. This not even like race wise. You start off as that guy. You're that guy that got curved or whatever. And then next thing you know, 6 months from now or a year, you're the other guy.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't even know it. That's the cold part.
Because the purposes of the women change. That's why I said earlier they want to have fun, and that fun will manifest itself in different ways in different circumstances. And what's fun, whatever entertainment you may have provided initially, the deeper you get in with her, you no longer are providing that entertainment to her or that same entertainment. So she's going to seek it in some other different kind of guy or different kind of circumstance. When you take away religion, when you take away the rules, when you take away patriarchy and all of the controls from that govern the behavior of women, you have a lot of sort of mercenary behavior on their part, where and the vagina is sort of a magical kind of wand where she can magically put herself in this position with this guy, magically put herself in position with that guy. She could be busting it wide open for the janitor and then be busting it wide open for the CEO of that same company.
You ain't lying.
Reasons and rules and circumstances. And it's a whole lot of fun. All sides of it is entertainment to her.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Black woman. Since we can all agree that this woman will fuck anything at any time, any reason. So let's just take it away from the women for a second, and let's just look at what I really think the underlying issue is. It's self-esteem and self-respect. And I've been in a situation where I've had my heart crushed. I've been the simp. I've been all that other stuff. But what it really comes down to is self-esteem and self-respect. There's a situation where, well, I deserve better. Okay, then you become better, and then you deserve better, and then you become better, and you deserve better. And it's a self-fulfilling positive prophecy. And I think a lot of Black men have that issue. We don't think we deserve anything because that's what we've been told, but that's a false narrative. We need to know that we are better, also work on becoming better in self-improvement, and then demanding better. I've said this before on Z's chat, but I've said this numerous times. The things people had with issues with Andrew Tate wasn't the self-improvement thing. Society wants better men, whatever better means. The issue that almost got Andrew Tate killed is that when you are a better man, you demand a better bitch. To use Jason Black's analogy, hey man, if I'm coming up with $1 million worth of masculinity, I need to see $1 million
$1 million worth of femininity.
So that being said, once you start, the issue women are having now is that men, Black men in particular, are starting to respect themselves, have self-esteem, and have integrity in moving about that. It has nothing to do with the women. It has nothing to do with pussy either. It's just men knowing, hey, there's something better for me out there. I can improve and become better. Then why would I deal with any of this bullshit here? I am better than this. The issue Black women are having is that the men that they want are starting to realize that they are better than them. And I think that's a good thing. But it really got nothing to do with pussy. You ain't got nothing to do with pussy. You ain't got nothing to do with
bro. Everything you said is right, bro. My therapy has been lifting weights, bro. Like I just been on some other type of time.
But self improvement for yourself, and then if a woman
for myself, not for anybody else. I want to see what that look like.
And if a woman comes along, if she ain't on your program, I say this: hire slow, fire fast. Any person you involved with, you give them 2 chances. One could be a miscommunication issue. Maybe you didn't tell her how you wanted to roll. The second time, if she still don't understand it, she playing in your face because you done told her twice. Fire fast. Get that.
You're not lying, bro. You're not lying, bro.
And also
but you gotta have a clear idea about what you actually want and expect to get from that woman. And that's why I was repeatedly asking, because you got to have some concrete shit that you got to make a woman do.
Yeah, no, exactly.
You got to have some real shit, like real duty, like real damn,
like you're hiring them for a job, but nobody think about it like that.
Yeah, because she has no problem. That same woman has no problem describing what she's going to do on the job. There's no problem doing that, and you got to put her in a similar sort of situation where we're clear about what you're going to be doing here.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Black Root, and that return on investment. Don't see it as a fucking stock, as in 10, 15 years down the way you're gonna start getting dividends. No, treat that bitch like the bitch on the fries. I want fries now.
That's a good example.
I want appreciation, and I want some fucking dividends, and I want the dividends to start being generated right now.
Yep.
Yes.
And
the stock is
going 5% every year. Here's another thing: the meter's running.
Yeah, and for gentlemen who are still, because once again, people show up here every day. See, from dealing with a woman, see if I'm a return on value. Start off at this extreme. Say, if this bitch cannot put it in the palm of my fucking hands within the next 5 minutes, there is a problem. She needs to be doing something for me. And you can just start there. Literally have your hand out and say, bitch, you can't put that in my hand within the next fucking 5 minutes. There's a problem. There's an imbalance in this relationship. But that'll get into your head.
If you really want to test a woman or know what you're getting out of a woman, tell her what you do, whatever you got going on, and just wait a week or so, and see if she make any overture at all on helping you do what you do. When I started dating and I got engaged to my wife, she started throwing all kinds of business at me. I'm CPA. She started pulling in guys folks she went to high school with, had me doing their financial plans and their tax returns and all kinds of shit. Everywhere we went, he's a CPA. He's a CPA. He's a CPA. You know, you're gonna know. You should know whether or not a woman can help you or not with what you're doing. And you shouldn't have to tell her that. She should know that's her duty. If she don't know that's her duty, get the hell away from her.
Fire fast. Fire fast.
But I just want to say, I appreciate y'all listening to me, and Z, I appreciate you letting me up. But I got to go to San Diego. I got to work for a week out there. So you guys take it easy and enjoy your weekend.
All right, be safe, bro.
Take care.
Be good, bro.
Take care. Be safe.
Yeah, be safe.
I see KMS use that Wayne Brady model.
Yeah, no, but it's just
But you know what? The funny thing about that ties back to Anne-Marie, because that's what Professor Gallo was telling him. Like, well, clearly you can't put nothing in the motherfucker's hands, so maybe
I'm gonna play it again for y'all.
Sister.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe you should go focus on being the best sister. Go focus on that. Go ahead and do that.
Yeah. Go home and be a family man, because you clearly fail.
Yeah.
You clearly fail at being a woman. So yeah.
Let me play it for y'all real quick.
Hey, Jack. So, Anne-Marie, what did you want to say?
So this has been such a great and enlightening conversation. I have so many thoughts that I want to add. I have to say, for a lot of my friends, we've just completely given up on dating. We're more focused on our family and our friends and our careers. And for me personally, I feel like I've gotten to a point where I really love the version of myself that I've become. I put a lot of work into her. I'm really focused on my career and that emotional independence, and it feels really great to be in that space. So I thought when I started dating again, that would actually make dating easier. But I feel like it's getting so much harder to actually find someone who is willing to come to the table and meet me where I am. So my question for Scott is, as women continue to level up more and more, why do you think that we can't find as many men that are willing to meet us there?
So what you said was really telling, that you're pouring your energy into family, friends, and work. That is very telling. That's more indicative of women than men. And that is, women tend to channel that energy, that romantic energy, or lack thereof, or interest, into very positive things, whereas men sometimes channel it into negative things. The reality is, my message, I'm not here with a message of hope on this, because the reality is, women made socioeconomically, horizontally, and up. Women, generally speaking, and this isn't true for everybody, but generally speaking, women who graduated from college don't want to date men who didn't graduate from college. Not always, but generally speaking. It's the high heels effect. And again, this is an uncomfortable conversation. 50% of women say they would never date a man shorter than them. I think that's bullshit. I think it's more like 80%. I think women instinctively want a dude they feel that could physically protect them. And the problem is, or the issue is, and it's both a wonderful thing, but something that's created knock-on effects in mating, is that women metaphorically are getting taller every year, and men appear to be getting shorter. I'm saying metaphorically. And the divorce rates have skyrocketed, and 70% of divorce filings are from women. And it's actually for some good reasons. Women no longer feel like they're economically indentured servants. They have their own game, and their ascent economically has not been matched by men's ascent emotionally and logistically. So women wake up and say, okay, I'm making more money than you. You're not pulling your weight at home, and you're kind of not there for me. You're not really noticing me. And so a lot of women are doing the math and exiting the relationship. What I would say is, what you're feeling, quite frankly, I think is what a lot of women are feeling. And a lot of women say there are no good men to date, or there are no men to date. No, there just aren't that many men they'd want to date. And so where I try to go to solutions is, how do we lift up young people such that they're all, or more of them, are economically viable, which I think will, on the margin, lift up or disproportionately impact young men. But just the fact that you said you're self-conscious or aware enough to pour that energy into really productive things means you're going to be fine. I don't think romantic love is the be-all, end-all for everybody. It's really rewarding, but I think you can find what I'll call that sort of purpose, relational love in a lot of different areas. And the fact that you're even thinking about how you channel that energy into stuff that's more productive, you're the role model for young men right now. Not everyone's going to find romantic love right away, or it's going to happen, it's going to take longer. But how do you transfer it into more productive means that make you a better person, a better citizen, a better sister, a better daughter? So anyways, there's a long-winded way of saying, right on. You're being a productive human. You're going to be happy regardless if you find that or not. And I just wish more men would take your lead and say, all right, maybe things aren't working out for me romantically. I'm going to continue to work on myself. I'm going to pour that energy into other relationships.
Yeah, that's what Brandon did. That's what he said at the very beginning. So we have another question.
He told that bitch, all right, cool, then you just going to have to be useful to the group.
I told you, right. Dude, I used to want to be on Rockefeller, then I turned into Jay. Right.
She said you're going to be useful to the group.
to be fair to Galloway, he started off saying, I probably don't have good news for you. Go back to when he started talking. So he let the he was very honest with her. You know, he told her, look, hey, this is where it is. Women, y'all like to either go horizontal or up, and the men ain't going up where you want them to go. So what do you expect to get? Based on your nature, based on your expectations as a woman, what can you expect to get out here? I thought he was very honest with her.
But he told a half. Well, yeah, he told a half truth, because he also didn't mention, because he wanted to talk about the men below her. He didn't say anything about the men above her, though.
No, I don't think he told it. I don't think he told the truth at all. I mean, because once again, to look at it, to look at
he
it,
didn't tell the truth at all. Exactly.
Oh no, to look at it from a professor standpoint, as far as for the college, to get in my class, you got me the prerequisites. So the very first thing I'd have said, bitch, you fat. Let's address that first. No. That's the only thing we need to. No. I don't give a fuck about anything else. That's the only thing we need to address right now is bitch, you fat. You don't meet the prerequisites to talk about what these men are doing or not doing.
That's
No. Wait, hold on. Because if we were to flip it, and a dude, he was living in his mama's basement, and he didn't have two coins rubbed together, we like, hey, nigga, before you talk about what these hoes should and should not doing, how about let's get your money up? How about let's get you up and out of your mom's basement? How about let's get you stay and established and solidified? How about we knock out these prerequisites? I don't want to hear about how Calc 3 is hard, nigga, and you can't even do fucking simple math. That's where that bitch is. You fat. Bitch, you fat. Let's just knock out the prerequisites first. Then we can talk about what these men need and not doing. I'm sick and fucking tired of us slow playing and whole handing these hoes. That bitch fat. She fat.
You know what?
I'm looking at the fact that they on Oprah Winfrey show.
That bitch fat.
What part of the multiverse is that kind of honesty gonna happen on the Oprah Winfrey show?
It's coming. It's coming because you have too many people tiptoeing around the plate and they keep throwing strikeouts like these hoes. Why ain't this happening? Why ain't this happening? I done healed myself. I done yada yada. No, bitch, you fat.
Agree.
Bitch,
I'm
fat.
saying that kind of honesty. We watching the Oprah. We watching.
You're not gonna that honesty.
That is not gonna happen.
Nah, he ain't gonna say that
in that particular format.
It's coming. It's coming.
Somebody read this super chat for me, please, and thank you.
I'll read it. Because actually I want to respond to it. From no place of thanks for the super chat. Honestly, I know I need to be useful to my wife. I don't think there are very many men, black men or otherwise, who do not expect to be useful to their wives or to women they care about. That's not the issue. The real issue or problem that black men in particular have is, how's that wife going to be useful to you?
To me.
That's the real issue that black men have.
Pause for the cause. Pause for the cause, Black Root. Pause for the cause, everyone. And that is what Black Root was asking me and Blue Socks. That's what he was asking us. Yeah. That's what BGS would ask us. Go ahead. Yeah. And get yeah. Go ahead, Black Root. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, that's the whole thing. We very easily kind of roll over into what I got to do for some woman, or what I got to be for some woman, or how this woman look at me. We heard Blue speak very extemporaneously about this woman and the situation, whatever, and all that conversation. I never heard him say anything that woman was practically supposed to do for him. He done befriended and probably even was half fathering some boy that wasn't his, all that kind of stuff, very practical shit. And he ain't mentioned nothing this woman had done for him. So, and that's most of us. That's the problem with most of us. It's not just him. It's not just Z. It's most of us. Most of us get in these situations and we start immediately thinking about all the shit we supposed to be doing for this woman, and we have hardly any thought at all, other than maybe her busting it wide open, or gawking. Other than that, we're not really thinking much at all about what these women are doing.
Well, you know what? You're right. To that point, That's at first. That's at first when we start to come around. But now, to KMS's point, men are asking that question, especially black men. And what men, by and large, are pretty much saying is they are useless.
And the compound that is that the younger a woman is, the more I can understand and accept her leaning on the womb. As in, okay, I can bring your children healthy into this world. I'll have the energy and hopefully the temperament to help raise them into adults. The issue is that these women are finding themselves getting into relationships later. And the later a woman tries to get into a relationship, the more utility she's going to have to bring me, because the less I can rely on her womb. Yeah. So I find it very cruel that these women in their, mid 30s, early 40s and such and so forth, saying, "Hey, I need a place to sit down because I'm tired." I'm like, "No, bitch, you need to stand up because you're not bringing me you can't rely on that womb no more. That womb is dead. That womb that ran the clock." So
your legs had no problem running around for that college degree.
Yeah, exactly. So you're going to have to be a utility to me, to some fashion, in some tangible degree. Not bringing peace and all this shit. Man, don't no fucking bitch bring peace. No. They don't. Bitch bring me a plate.
But that's why we're debunking. But that's why we already starting off by debunk. First of all, this no single mother thing. This no single mother thing is new. It's barely 5 years old, and look at the broads crashing out. Like, you can't go nowhere on social media about chicks feeling some type of way because women are saying no single mothers. And you know how you know they really can't handle it? Because you got other women telling other women like, yo, that single mother shit is telling them that single mother shit is dead. And all they can tell those women that are echoing the message that we gave, they're like, "Oh, you would pick me, you would pick me." They're like, "Well, bitch,
but pause for the cause line.
My fault you stuck with your pussy."
There's a reason for that, because because we know some of this is coupling, but they're still cohabitating, but they're not married. When you have a 70+%, it's more like 75% ish of black women that are not married and and have children. Of course they feel slighted, because they know what that means to them when black men say, "You know what, stepdaddy season is closed. It is closed. There's no more stepdaddy season. We're not doing single baby mamas." And and quite frankly, for anybody, the Latina, the black girl, the Latinas feel slighted low key. Y'all just don't know it. I live in South Florida. I know it, right? And black women feel slighted because Latinas are single baby mamas by 60 some odd percent, give or take.
There's a lot of them are too. Yes.
You see what I'm saying? And black women are single baby mamas by some 70 some odd percent, a little bit more than 70%. So of course all of them feel slighted. Of course they do, because you telling them, in their mind, you telling them they're not worthy. That's what they hear when we say that.
Yeah. But they are not.
I mean, you're not.
They can't be they're not.
I mean, but you're not. It's like the IRS. Hey, taxes due on the 15th, bitch.
Let me read this. And Low Volume Mel says, the Jess World hypothesis. What did I miss for that? It might have been part of the conversation. I was kind of, we are officially reckless. I have to end that in a minute because we got things to do. If y'all know what Mr. Z is saying, do not put in the comments because But what did I miss with where Low Volume Mel said this? Low Volume Mel, what were you speaking to? You could just put the comment down and I'll read it. But yeah, so thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. But so did that look, and I missed all what I was saying about Amory when I played the clip the second time. I did catch, and I was laughing to myself. I did catch KMS saying, "Bitch, you're fat." That's the first thing we got to address, right? I heard him say that. But no. So it's true. Look, she wasn't going to pull a high value black man at her station. She's definitely not pulling no high value white man. And then you could tell the little sassiness in her. She couldn't even control her sassy talking to Professor Galloway and Oprah. We could see it in you. We could see the snark in you. You think if I, as a black man, a working class, blue collar black man, I wouldn't go nowhere near you. You trying to tell me, well situated, well resourced Brad is going to give you a chance? Get the fuck out. These women is on drugs.
You know what?
I wouldn't even go nowhere next to you.
You know what? Shout out to you, KMS, because KMS just gave me an idea just after watching that video. And we got new rules. Fat bitches shouldn't wear white. You are no longer allowed to wear white. You are no. You are no longer allowed to wear white.
New rules. I come from an era where elder Black women would specifically prohibit fat younger women from wearing white, and would compel
We need to bring that back.
to wear
back.
black.
We need to bring that
I mean,
back.
that would be, child. You know, you too big to be in that white. I mean,
No.
I've heard
that should wear white.
I've actually heard them say that.
No, you should not be wearing. You know, you have no right to be wearing white. Go ahead and put that brown on. Your shitty ass.
Do me a favor. I want Lion to be the one to read this. Lion, read this. And you know what? No. I want Better You or Zulu to read this, because y'all gonna make me laugh after you read this. So Zulu or Better You, because one of y'all.
All right, thank you for the super chat. Detroit XRP 313. This is Ultra Combo Psychologically Freddy Krueger versus Jason. Crazy work. God.
Yo, shout out to Detroit. Yo, shout out to Detroit. I'm surprised Detroit didn't comment with that crazy ass math with the added up calories, because that's exactly what Amber.
Right.
That's exactly what Amber.
8 billion carbs.
8 billion carbs. times 8 times 5,
a trillion fat.
A trillion fat. Times 8 times 2 times pi.
No protein.
No, right? Zero protein. Zero. No agua. No water at all.
No water. Where's the Coke? Where the fuck is the Coke?
7,055 kilograms of fiber.
No, for real shit though, because I'm like the Anne Marie video, because that's, you know why I be laughing, because every time you play that video, Z, I find something new to laugh about. And this time, I was laughing my ass off when she was sitting in that picture where she was wearing white, sitting there in the pose. I'm like, bitch, what the hell you doing wearing white? Take that shit off. You got the nerve to be wearing white.
I'll take it as a bit differently. So the way I see it, and this might rub some feathers the wrong way, but I see it as capitalism and the way that women have bought into it, where they have made relationships something transactional. Whereas, like, when I go to the store, if I want an object, I find said object, I have said funds, I take it to the register, I produce said cash, and they give me said object. And I feel a lot of women take that mindset into relationship when you hear what she said, like, I've done all the work. No, you haven't.
What work?
You haven't.
Pause. Better You. Pause. If you did all the work, then you wouldn't even be speaking that way.
Exactly.
That is the way you. Because you wouldn't even think that way to speak that way
right now.
Well, yeah, no. Look, I'm speaking about this because if she did the work, she wouldn't be evaluating. And Better You tell me if I'm wrong. I think this is where you're going with it. You wouldn't even be evaluating men the way you are, like they're an item, right? Like okay, I did. And this goes to the clip that I played. A couple of clips that I played that spoke about the checklist as millennials and Gen Z and maybe even the youngest Xers. What we were raised with, nobody explicitly said it to us, was that unlike boomers in Silent Gen, you don't walk into adulthood. And I said this, Black Uru might remember this. I told Black Uru this like goddamn 4 or 5 years ago. The way we were raised is that they walked into adulthood with children and family. So they were getting married 19, 20, 22, 24, 25. After 25, you started looking a little weird to people. Definitely after 30, you was definitely weird to people. For us, you gotta have all your ducks in a row first. Your life gotta be good. Her life gotta be good. And then y'all, as two fully realized people, this is some real progressive and liberal language right now, two fully realized people, y'all then get married. The problem with that is the bar for what it means to be a man in specific and a husband in specific in this current society has put the bar so high. Home prices are so expensive. Your average new car price is so expensive. The milestones to being an adult are so far out of reach for many that they're never getting there, or they're getting there super late. And then now you have to have a conversation with yourself in your late 40s, early 50s. Am I doing this now? Right? Or even in your, okay, fine, even in your late 30s, depending on wherever you put the line on, I'm not going to start this family now. Right? So that's the thing. And what you see is the chasm growing between who's engaging in this and then what it means, which it means you come from two stable families. or two upper middle class families, two aspirational families. Y'all couple together, y'all have one or two kids. Your kids go meet other kids just like them, and the gap between you and your kids and the kids from 3, 5, 7 blocks away in the hood or in a lower middle class neighborhood, those kids didn't get married. They had their kids out of wedlock, and then their kids didn't get married and didn't have no kids either. And that's the end of that. And so, like, that's what we see going on in this society.
But
and
what
it's not sustainable.
But you know what? You can ask me all the questions in the world, but my answer is simply, in the words of Dave Chappelle, I just got this money.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
You hit it right on the head, and I'll say this, and I'll let somebody else take it. If she had did the work, she wouldn't be looking for a nigga on goddamn Oprah.
Oprah. Surrounded by dudes in turtlenecks.
That shit kill me every time you say it. The dudes in turtlenecks.
No, you don't qualify. Get your fat ass on.
Thank you. We need to start saying that more.
You
Bitch,
don't qualify.
or ugly or both.
That white. Is that white? Is that
Hey,
white?
I'm gonna say this. Y'all read between the lines. I showed one of my homegirls the video while it was playing. I was on mute clearly, and while the Amory clip was playing, and she looked at her neck and she was like, "What's that on her neck?" I was like, "Neck rolls." She was like, right? And so you know how sisters be. She was like, I go ahead, because you know Amory, you could tell Amory not no older than 30 years old, maybe 32 at the oldest. I don't even think she's that old. And for her to have neck rolls, and to pretend like she don't understand what the problem is as a white woman in America. Yes, you're a redhead, but as a white woman in America, you fucking lying to yourself. You could try to self-actualize you know what it is? You think you're gonna be able to self-actualize your way out of men's opinion, and especially rich men's opinion. It ain't gonna happen.
No,
Go ahead, Black
you know who created, or the philosophy behind what created the Anne-Marie and what you're talking about? Lizzo.
Lizzo.
Yeah.
But look at Lizzo now.
For white women, that's why they deified her in particular, because Lizzo liberated white women to be fat bitches. You know, black women was already doing it, but Lizzo was used to kind of champion that amongst all women, that I can be big as hell, but I'm still beautiful, successful, glamorous, all this kind of stuff. And then now her ass done lost weight.
Because her dumb ass tried to DM Chris Evans. He was like, "Yeah, about that."
Hold up, Z. Can you play it again? Because I'll show as hell missed them neck rolls.
Yeah, she had neck rolls. You know how the fucked up part is, she was trying to cover up with that damn choker. That's why.
Come on, man. Better you, man. We don't need to see this Krispy Kreme ass broad because you
show her again so I can find something else to laugh about. Play it again. I will find something else. And if I start laughing, because I will find something else to laugh about. Tell you,
man. I thought fat women were supposed to be jovial, man. Bitch need to pick
Bad bitch.
KMS, I don't know if you got the memo. Yeah, thank you. Goddamn Zulu, you beat me to it. I was just about to say, I don't know if you got the memo, KMS. That hasn't been for like 30 some odd years. Them big chicks is not nice no more. They actually meaner than the skinny ones.
No, they're not.
They're more sassy and angry than the skinny ones.
They worse now. They mean and ugly.
No, but
say that.
That's a hell of a combo to have, though.
Mean white women is relatively new, though. Mean black women is not new, but mean white women is relatively new.
Yeah, but you know the difference is, white women, if you actually have a conversation with certain white women, they'll tell you why.
What's up, Turner Runner? What's up, Afro Merchant? I know I didn't say hi to you earlier, Afro Merchant. Go ahead.
You can actually have like a sit down and candid conversation with white women, because I have, and actually just sit there and just have a conversation without, feelings involved and shit like that. That's the one thing I will give to white women. You can have a grown-up conversation with them about that shit. Unlike you, Keisha.
Yeah, I'm waiting for this clip to load because I want to play something y'all said. I don't even want to give y'all a hint yet, but go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
That Jack Nick with those Jack Nick.
I got this right now. Going to exactly what Black Roo said about Lizzo. Here you go.
So Amy Schumer, the actress slash comedian, following her divorce, has actually lost a ton of weight, and basically everyone is in agreement that, hey, she looks great. But what I find interesting is the number of women that I'm seeing who are calling her little glow up a revenge body, and they're doing this in a positive way, kind of like, yes, queen, you go, you inject that Ozempic. Essentially, the idea of a revenge body is that you've lost all this weight, you're looking so hot to get revenge on your ex for, I don't know, leaving you or just not being as good of a boyfriend or husband as maybe he should have been. What I can't wrap my head around, though, is the fact that it seems like a lot of women nowadays think it's acceptable to lose weight to spite a man, but almost none of them seem to be on board with losing weight to love a man. And here's what I mean by that. Every now and then online, I'll see a post by a woman talking about how she wants to lose weight for her husband or boyfriend because she wants to be attractive for them, or how her husband or boyfriend has recently spoken to her about how maybe she should consider losing weight because they're not as attracted to her as they used to be following a huge weight gain. And in response to those types of posts, almost
Mm-hmm. There you go. There you go, connecting the dots, Becky. There you go, connecting the dots, Becky.
I've said it before, and let me. You know what? Let me don't even say it. Let me let MJ Gray tell y'all what all them big girls was doing when they were big.
Yes, I've made a lot of contradictory videos because this whole account has been a stream of authentic consciousness. It has just been me showing up at whatever phase that I'm at in my life, honestly, as a coping mechanism.
Oh, okay. So
That was all the big girls. Go ahead.
So these chicks aren't stupid. I mean, because it's really. I mean,
I see what you did. I see you.
I know why, but to better use point we were saying earlier about with this whole shit being a whole transactional thing. Here's the thing: the men have adapted. You know why? Because why is Anne-Marie still single? She wanted to make it transactional, so men made a transactional assessment. And they said, yeah, thanks, but no thanks.
Well, this is the thing. When you try to be transactional with people, when we go to the store and enact a transaction, the product we get doesn't have a will of its own. I don't know if Arm & Hammer toothpaste likes me or not. But I
don't care. Do your job, motherfucker.
I'm gonna get that
motherfucker. Do your fucking job.
I'm sorry.
You're gonna do your fucking job.
That is awesome. That is awesome.
No. So it is what better you said, and what the women are. This is the problem. To say it simply to Marie, you know what you're supposed to do, and then hope he don't leave you if he get on. You're supposed to do what Jesse Williams' ex-wife did. You're supposed to buy dick. You're supposed to buy him. You're that to Marie and her whole entire friend group. I saw that little friend group. Y'all supposed to pay for good-looking men, or at least better-looking men than you.
Yep,
that's what you're supposed to do.
Because that's what they want anyway. They want better. That's another thing they won't tell you. They want better. They want better-looking men. All right, well, be prepared to pay for them.
You got to pay for him. And what I mean by that, it may not be an open transaction like what you're saying,
not
but
money.
You will out-earn him. No, but you will out-earn him. Maybe by a distance. He might be the $58,000 a year man while you're the $150,000 a year woman. And yes, that's how it's gonna go. And what you thought?
And he's still gonna fuck other women.
Oh yeah. No, most definitely.
Even with the Jesse Williams thing,
look how that ended.
Once he got on and started becoming popular, bitch, you were supposed to glam up. You were supposed to glam up.
Facts.
You were supposed to glow. You were supposed to do everything possible, including plastic surgery, so you can at least try to compete.
Oh, so she was the show.
If you saw them, what you saw very often was a very frumpy looking woman, while he's being adored by black women and white women everywhere he goes. That was mostly her fault.
Yeah,
because
that's why. Wait.
Jesse's the kind
that's
of
why I brought it up.
Jesse
exactly.
is the kind of dude that now he might have cheated, but Jesse is the kind of dude he would have stayed with her. He would have stayed with her if she was willing to uphold her end. But she thought she was better than him because she got with him when he was broke. And he was she was going to try to make him feel guilty about that or use that as leverage against him. And he got to a certain point where, bitch, I'm too much of a star now. You can go on with that bullshit.
Or not that he's too much of a star, is that she's not putting forth any effort. Like I'll speak anecdotally for a second. Like my as I'm progressing in my career and everything else, with each time I make a sizable step, my wife finds herself in the gym more, or her beauty regimen gets that much more stringent, or so on and so forth, or she's putting forth the effort to at least meet me where I'm at, or at least forecasting where I'm becoming. To your point, Black Ruby, that hoe was just lazy. And it had nothing to do with his star. It had to do with just she didn't give forth the effort. I saw him in the red carpet. She looked like his goddamn landlord.
Yep.
She always had a nasty look on her face, or like a
Yep.
Like she was gonna say, "Hey, nigga, it's the first of the month, man. Where the rent at? You know, I can't copy this month." That's what she looks like.
Okay, this time I'm gonna have Zulu read this. Zulu, read this for me if you don't mind.
Transactional, exploitative, giving you whatever you don't want.
Exactly. No, because it's not even transactional. I agree with Inspired Truth, and thank you for the super chat, Inspired Truth. It is what you're saying. It is. Look, Kevin used to say cheese pizza. I say pepperoni. We want pepperoni pizza. The ladies want to give us everything. Now I'll go for some tacos, giggity, right? You know what I'm saying? But the women want to give you hot dog. I said it with a pun on purpose. They want to give you sausage. I said it with a pun on purpose. They want to give you hamburger. They want to give you everything but the goddamn pepperoni pizza. Calzone, spaghetti, right? Anything, crab, lobster, anything, tilapia, salmon, anything but the goddamn pepperoni pizza. And they definitely not giving you no gourmet high class pepperoni pizza. They definitely not doing that. Right, upscale pepperoni pizza, that's definitely not gonna happen, because they're not even trying to give you pepperoni pizza. They're not even trying to give you cheese pizza. Right? So and this goes to what you're saying, it is supposed to be, because their sense of power now is coming from exploiting you and doing wrong by you, and then rubbing your face in it Rikishi style. That is the power. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that's the difference between shearing a sheep and getting lamb chops. Bitch, that only works so many times. Then the sheep gonna be like, hey, this bitch clearly got an axe. Let me avoid her at all costs. And you can only do it to so many sheep. If you're going to be overtly using exploit, you're gonna be overtly exploited like that. That only can last so long. It would be a better play to just shear sheep as opposed to just making lamb chops.
KMS, to hoes, there's always some new tricks. I mean,
tricks going around.
You raise generation of hoes. All men are just the next trick.
Mm-hmm.
So getting in and out of relationships, divorcing guys, there's always a new trick coming. No, it's supposed to be a new trick coming. It's supposed to be a richer trick, a richer and more
and dumber
trick coming.
Okay. But Black Ruby. Now the flip side, see, everyone says that, but the flip side of that coin is this: is that a trick can also see a hole a mile away. What if I'm looking for holes and I'm gonna just put a hole in this hole's place? No, bitch, you ain't gonna be a wife. You shown hoe.
Yeah.
So let me just deal with you like a hoe, because that's the position that you said you can be in. So to these women's detriment is that they are making tricks, but tricks can see a hoe a mile away. I mean, listen. If tomorrow me and my wife if me and my wife didn't make it tomorrow, I would cry for 90 days. I would weep like a baby for the romance and love lost. On day 91, I am super trick, looking for holes. And I'm gonna treat a hoe like a hoe. I ain't treat no hoe like a wife.
On day 91, 12:01 in the morning,
What do you say? A bell's gonna start ringing in the town.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Check this out. Check this out. On a serious note, right quick. When I was talking to you, Black Uber, earlier, and you was asking me about the girl and my time and everything else, just like what he was saying, I might be a super trick then, because I'm gonna let the hoe be the hoe. The one I was telling you that come over, he said, why waste time with her? I'm not going no further because I'm gonna let her be that hoe. At the end of the day.
Wait, Gitmo, wait a minute, Gitmo. If you haven't heard this song before, he is a scholar and a gentleman out of South Florida. His name is JT Money, and it's Whole Problems Ain't No Problems. If you've never heard that song before, to all young men, look it up. It is the perfect song to accompany Project Pat, right? it is the perfect song. Once again, JT Money, Whole Problems Ain't No Problems. Look it up. It is a fire ass song. If you haven't heard it before, it is a perfect song.
I also
for what Gitmo just described.
But I also want to tie it into what's being said too with the whole tricking thing. Because I brought it up to Z. Does anyone remember? You might not remember that show Ballers with The Rock.
Yes.
In the very first episode, the very first 5 minutes, he's playing a sports agent. He talks to like football players who just got in the league. So in the first scene, they're pulling up to this party, and this dude, one of the players, just bought a new Ferrari. He's like, "Tell me you didn't just buy that." He's like, "Yeah, why not?" He was like, "No." He was like, "First rule." He's like, "Y'all gonna make a lot of money. You can do a lot of things, but the first thing you need to understand, if it drives, flies, or fucks, lease it,
rent it." Yep.
He said, "Lease it." He said, "That's exactly what should be the mindset of men right now. That's what's going on. Men are like, no, fuck that. I'm leasing it." So you can call me a trick.
No, Lion, because wait, real quick, too, and you got it better. What Lion is saying, and this goes to it. If we know she's not yours, it's just your turn, then what The Rock said in that show is perfect, and it goes with that. If she's not yours, it's just your turn, then you are leasing it. The difference is, back in the day, you didn't realize you were on a lease program. Now you know you want a lease program. And so the young men are moving accordingly. Some young men don't want a lease at all. They said, if I can't buy it, I don't want it. The other young men are like, I'm gonna treat you like you're a lease because you are a lease. And you already let me know you're not gonna belong to me, so I'm gonna treat you accordingly.
I put a comment section into there was in a video on Instagram that new chick, Sarah Fortnite, and she was getting on women about using good men, or y'all don't really want good men, or y'all want to wait at the finish line. I put a comment in and I said, I was like, women have every right to wait at the finish line, but men have every right to give those same women finish line treatment. Fair is fair.
So the triple crown winner studs. That's what he does. That's what a horse does.
Wait, chemist. What do we do with the trophy? If you're the trophy at the end, what do? We show the trophy off. We hang the trophy up, or the medal, and then we put the trophy away, and you put the trophy, and you put it back down, and you put it in a trophy case. What is the trophy case? That's when you brag into your friends and your coworkers, or that's when you talking in the barbershop. Oh yeah, I done hit that. Oh yeah, I done hit her too. Oh, homegirl. Oh yeah, Susie from down the street. Oh yeah, Big Booty Judy. Yeah, I smashed that too. That's us saying, oh yeah, I got these trophies in the shelf. I done hit that. And so that's what you do with a trophy. Ladies, if you think you're a trophy and what you're saying is that you deserve trophy treatment from the elite men in the top 20%, guess what they're doing with you? That body count, and when they're talking about that body count, that's what it is. Go ahead.
Yeah,
but you can't get mad though either.
How many guys want a trophy that some other guy's hands been all over?
I'll say this, Black Guru. If you wasn't gonna wife it anyway, I'll agree with you. But if you wasn't gonna wife it anyway, and you was just looking for an experience, if you looking for the let me say this, if you're looking for Suction Master 3000, you might not really care.
When we think about trophies with women, we tend to think of those trophies being not just.
You're right.
But look at the Grammys though. It used to be artists that were good were getting trophies. Now anybody gets a trophy.
Yeah, stay right. I gotta let better you go, y'all. I gotta let better you go. I gotta let better you go.
Or maybe Black Root, maybe we can look at the trophy and how we look at it as far as Major League Baseball or the NBA Finals or the Super Bowl. This is my
I got one.
This is my trophy for this year.
Right. It's always next season. It's always next season. Training camp. Here we go again.
Okay.
I'm
gonna enjoy my time.
Let's do this, y'all. Let's do this. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna let better you go, and then Black Root, if you don't mind giving us a benediction before we end out, because I am insanely reckless right now. Don't put it in the comments, right? Like, share, subscribe. Shout out to the replay gang. Like, share, subscribe. Hit the super chat. Thank you button, hype button, please, for the replay gang. I am insane. Y'all have no idea how reckless I am right now. So go ahead. Better you say what you gonna say. Black Root, if you don't mind giving us a benediction before you head out, and yeah, we gotta end out, y'all. It's stupid. It's stupid. I'm not even gonna say it. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead, better you.
So I'll be real quick. It's just two things. One, thank you for that laugh, KMS. Like, they working me like a Chinese Haitian this week, and I needed that. Two,
wait a minute. What's a Chinese Haitian?
Hey,
that's work. That's work on another level.
Exactly.
That's super labor. That's super labor.
Two,
They work harder than Jamaicans and Mr. Z.
This part of the conversation passes by a little bit, but
we got Chinese Haitians. That's what's her name is. The tennis player, whatever, I forgot her. Well, she's not Chinese on this side, but it's Japanese, right? She's Japanese Haitian. But yeah, go ahead.
Japanese, Osaka. Yeah. But
yeah. Go ahead, yo.
In so many words, like with the whole super trick conversation, I know this is a little bit different. This is more so gamer language, but really all it is we've changed the meta. Like, you can't run that same play no more, because the manosphere and this type of content has really allowed guys to go from like, think you trying to get over on me, to now it's like, I'm talking to KMS, I'm talking to Lion, I'm talking to everybody else. Everybody else is watching. It's like, oh no, like you can't run that jet sweep like that. I know exactly how to stop that. I'm gonna put a stop to that motherfucker. You gotta come up with something new.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not an uninformed trick. I'm now an informed trick. Big difference.
I know my market value. I know what the market's supposed to be telling me now. I have the app now.
I have the next gen stats. I have the next gen stats.
Yes. I have the app now. You are not getting over on me.
I have the app that has the stats.
I have the app that has the stats for the stats.
And better I'm a gamer too, so I get it.
You know, we all
go ahead, Black Root. This is the benediction, y'all. Go ahead, Black Root.
Well, I mean, all men are tricks. You know, we all are. We all. I mean, historically, men do more, give more, at least materially, in excess to one than what they're going to receive from a woman. At the very best, you materially you get some good children, you get a home out from that woman, build up perhaps some good base for future progeny, if you're lucky, if you're fortunate. So I would just say, going forward, because it's one thing to, again, be liberated to do what you want to do, free of encumbrances of women. Temporarily or momentarily, that's a good thing. But you cannot build and maintain a society on that. You can't build future progeny on that. And you got to begin to create a plan for yourselves to be able to do that. Or you go away. You individually and even collectively go away, which perhaps is what some people want to happen. So while we enjoy making fun of mostly the women here, particularly the Black women here, but women here, again, as I said earlier, there are 4 to 5 billion women on this planet. And most of them would probably think pretty favorably of the prospects of being with one of you gentlemen. And I think you really need to start, especially if you're young, but not necessarily if you're young. If I were to suddenly become, single or whatever. Shit, I might go move to Thailand or whatever and entertain a couple of Thai hoes or something like that. I mean, look, it's a great big wide world out there, man. And you don't have to limit it to the prospects of these women here that we often complain about. And learn some new languages, learn Spanish, learn, I don't know, do whatever sort of geographical, what percentage of this region of the world adapted to Spanish versus Portuguese versus French or whatever. I guess if you got some useful combination of those languages, shit, you could probably cover, a third or shit, a quarter, a third, or
easily between Spanish and French
of the
easily.
Planet. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you already speak English. You might be hitting a half. You might actually be hitting half.
If you're an American and you're coming in speaking that language, that immediately gives you an advantage in that environment. You become immediately or infinitely more marketable in that particular environment. So I just, please, brothers, learn some languages, prepare yourself to go and explore. Don't limit your genetic future, your legacy to the awful things that exist here. You're old, and the men who came before you and the men who came before me, they're owed that. They're owed your future that you make for yourselves. I think about Black men fighting in every war that this country ever engaged in and fought valiantly. And in most cases, were the deciding factors in those wars. I mean, it should not be that all that sacrifice was made for us to just become a dead end in history. So just don't leave it all to them. Don't leave it all to them. And that's my benediction.
And on that note, y'all, we got to end out right there, yo. We got to end out right there. And it's perfect end out. This is what I'll be Black Ruby kind of scuttling off sometimes. I'm like, Black Ruby, do you mind doing the benediction? I'll look and he be gone. I'm like, God damn it. Right. So I'm glad I got him today. And thank y'all for that. And thank you, Black Ruby, for that. But perfect ending. And right here, we will pause right here, everyone. Right, I'm gonna try to come to y'all with another panel discussion tomorrow. Hopefully, knock on wood, cross fingers. But Mr. Z got to go, so we will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. For the love of God, that's how I was able to play this stuff. Is because Mr. Z be looking at non-Manosphere stuff. I do check y'all emails, even if you see I don't respond necessarily. Y'all, you can see sometimes I bring up whatever y'all sent to me. So and yeah, all that good stuff. Email is in the description box. Cash App link is in the description box, and it's highlighted here. Actually, my email and my Cash App is on the bottom of the screen. It's always on the bottom of the screen. So on that note, everyone, y'all have a great rest of y'all weekend. Go hang out with your family. Go touch grass. Go touch, go giggity. Go touch other things. And all right, y'all. Mr. Z out. Later.
You are now listening to Mr. Z Blackneffect.